then begin first with the report of the superintendent.
Good morning. Thank you, President Kirst, and good to see you, board members. We have some good news to report, and we are, Lee and I were just remarking, we are in phenomenal times, exciting times in terms of education transformation. I'll start off first with just mentioning that in the second interim status report on district's financial status, only 30 LEAs were in negative or qualified status. That compares to 92 1 year ago and compares to 188 school districts that were in trouble 3 years ago. So we have come a long way. We're clearly moving in the right direction, and that certainty in the budgeting and that new supply of dollars, much of it through the LCFF, are making major inroads into progress. Thanks to the recovering economy and Prop 30 funds and the governor and the legislature prioritizing education in the budget, we're headed in that right direction. Speaking of the budget, great news and a great budget, Governor Brown and the legislature crafted a budget that represents the biggest infusion of funding into California's public school system that we've seen in many years, perhaps a few decades. $4.5 billion went in to fulfill the goals of the local control funding formula and the work that's going forward to target dollars to our neediest students, students at highest risk and highest opportunity, and that's very positive. $1 billion was allocated in the budget to help with the new enrollees. Many of them are children in our schools, the new enrollees in Medi-Cal. So that was somewhat overlooked, but it has a major positive education impact. Steps are taken in the budget, important step, replacing some of the early education programs that lost ground during the recession. $255 million is dedicated to that restoration and focus on early learning opportunities. And again, this whole investment, this whole budget helps implement the local control funding formula. We are pleased to see that Common Core got another allocation of dollars for implementing the technology, the professional development that was so welcomed out in the field by our teachers and administrators, and for the curricular materials. So $427 million in the budget's dedicated to that. We did get also in the budget, a number of us requested, we worked very closely with Senator Steinberg, the pro tem, on the next installment of the Career Pathways Trust Fund, another $250 million. So combined with the monies that we put out last year through this department, awarded and chose those grant recipients, we now have another $250 million. And that's good news because the programs are working. These programs build off the success of our partnership academies, where we have hands-on learning, we have engaging learning, relevant learning tied to the real world. In the Career Pathways grant program, we're seeing exciting team efforts. You'll get a copy later today of the groups that got, the consortia that got $15 million to proceed to, again, connect our high schools to our employers, to our community colleges, to other higher education opportunities, partnerships that will include cities and special districts, as well as school districts, teaming up to have a relevant education and address the needs of the regional economies of the various parts of California. We had 123 eligible applications, totaling $709 million in requests. Of course, with only $250 million available, there's a lot of interest and need, which this next increment of $250 million will help us address. Again, the internships and mentorships, the corporations and public employers who stepped up to be part of these consortia is phenomenal. So I think Career Tech is heading us in the right direction with great promise for our students. We also want to underscore that STEM is a key part of this. Half the partnership academies in California are STEM related, and in recognizing the need in the economy and recognizing the fun, you can have learning along the line to become an engineer, technician, mathematician, knowing that 20% of the jobs and a growing percentage every year of the jobs available in the U.S. economy are STEM related. We've put forward a report on how to put a bigger spotlight and emphasis on STEM learning and STEM education as part of CTE, as part of the Common Core, and in and of itself the new national science standards. So I just wanted to make sure you all see a copy, should be here for you. Innovate is the title of the report. We had a task force worked on that. We want to also acknowledge that we're moving forward with the framework, appointing 20 experts from the field who will help us with the next generation science standards on that important job of setting up the framework. And so Eileen and Trish, as the board's liaison on science, thank you for your work and look forward to having your input as we go ahead with the framework itself. The field test, just to say something brief, we had some phenomenal success. We knew there would be some bumps, some rough patches, and there were some, but there wasn't cataclysmic failure of the computer system, or we had just what we wanted, a field test that tested the items and tested our technology and tested our ability to respond to situations as they came up. 3.1 million California students were among the 4 million nationwide that took the Smarter Balanced assessments. We were, again, about 70%, 75% of those taking the Smarter Balanced assessment. So we're looking forward to next year. Things went very smoothly, except in one place where Nancy Brownell, our great helper, actually lives in a town called Rescue. I don't know if you heard of the situation in Rescue, but the computer screen started to flicker as they were loading the test assessment program, and then the lights began to flicker, and pretty soon there was no power, and they thought they might have shorted out the whole system at their school. It turned out a goose had run into the power lines. So they got their technicians scurrying around, and the goose was cooked and the juice was off. So that was one of the unexpected consequences of the field test we hadn't measured or expected. The success of this field test is only one of many successes that we can attribute to Deputy Superintendent Deb Sigmund. So it brings me, as I finish my report today, to just praise her work. As you all know, Deb Sigmund's last state board meeting is this one. That's very bittersweet. I'm thrilled for her and for the opportunity she has in Rockland to get back into district work, working closer with the students for whom she cares so deeply. She's been phenomenal in her ability to guide, to lead, to put teams together in her department, to work with other departments and other branches. Deb has that rare ability to combine passion and expertise, and she served all the students of California for the past decade as we've made, again, some of the biggest changes in education that we can remember. So from Common Core implementation to modern new assessments, she's been a guiding light, Deb Sigmund. And so I know we'll be wishing her well as she moves forward. While we miss you, we expect you back. We're fortunate you're staying on as co-chair nationwide of the Smarter Balanced assessment process. So we hope to see you back here as a guest many times. And so let's hear it for Deb Sigmund. She's wonderful.
Well, I'd like to add as my opening announcement, the acknowledgement of the contributions of Deb Sigmund. I really think she's irreplaceable. In addition to things the superintendent said, her historical grasp of California's state education policy will be impossible, I think, in the short run at least, to replace. I mean, every time we had an issue and that was a federal aid, she really was able to put in the background what had happened. And she really was the spark plug of bringing our assessment system into the 21st century in that sense. So, Deb, if you can come up, we have something to present you, and then maybe some other board members would want to make comments. Yeah, just to reinforce, Deb will continue to be the co-chair of the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium's Executive Committee. And so she will be playing an important role. And we would present you with this, and you can watch this grow and think of us. Yeah, she'll be back up here on other items, so this is not the finale, yeah. The other announcement I have at the start is that this is the last meeting of our student board member Zhang, and I would like to present you with a certificate of our appreciation. So if you could come up and receive this, and then maybe you can go back and tell the board about your future plans. So come on up here. Okay, so we're anxious to hear where you're going. We want to thank you for your really service, your great attendance record, which was outstanding, and your contributions. But go ahead. You have a long future ahead of you. I'd like to hear some of that.
All right. So first of all, I just wanted to thank the entire board, the entire department for making this such a special and unique experience in my life. I've never really done policy work at this magnitude. I don't think many high school students have. But over the past year, to be able to talk to so many students and to see the implications of the decisions we make here, it's truly a empowering and humbling experience. It's been an empowering and humbling experience for me. And I will be starting school at Harvard this fall. And so I look forward to continuing the policy work that I want to do there, whether it's education policy, whether it's healthcare policy. I've kind of realized the importance of policy work, the complexity of policy work, and so I look to build on the experience I've had here and to make an impact in our world in my near future. So thank you to the board, thank you to the department, thank you Governor Brown for this appointment, and I look forward to continuing my work.
My next announcement is on the replacement of Board Member Zhang. Our new appointment will be Kenton Shimazaki, who will serve as the 214-215 student board member starting in the September meeting. And he is a student of Lincoln Unified School District located north of Stockton. So we look forward to working with him. I would also like to announce that Nancy Brownell has taken on a new role in the SB office. She will be implementing and helping us with the evaluation rubrics and around the general field of accountability. And so we will need to work with her. This marks a big change in the coming months where the board will be focusing much more on designing accountability around Senate Bill 1274, around the local accountability local control funding formula and the 8 state priorities and other things. And Nancy will be spearheading that effort, and we look forward to working with her. There are 3 public hearings on our agenda. Item 7 on English language arts, English language development. Item 10, Thrive Public School Charter School petition. And item 15, a material revision to the Barack Obama Charter School. The permanent regulations for the local control funding formula will be heard on Thursday, commencing at 8:30. And so today we'll have an update on other issues, but this will not be the regulation day. So I have my usual announcements on sign-up sheets for public testimony on agenda items. They're accessible now in the lobby. And there's a separate table dedicated to the sign-ups. Please sign up, and so we can call your name and get you on our agenda. Testimony on the LCFF regulation, item 11. Speakers will be limited to 1 minute each. A group of 5 speakers will be allocated 3 minutes, and a group of 10 or more people will be allocated a total of 5 minutes. Spanish interpretation will be available for that item. We have 2 addenda of the items that we have posted. Item 5, the educational testing service contract, and item 11, attachment 6, which is the economic and fiscal impact statement for local control funding formula regulations. I want to announce the waiver consent items and the consent calendar. The proposed regular consent items are items 16 through 21 on our agenda. And then the waiver consent items include W1 through W15. I want to remind board members to remove items from the proposed consent calendar by the end of today. This is a little earlier, but we have 300 people coming tomorrow morning, and so we need to work on this by the end of today and let our Executive Director, Karen Staff Walters, know about items you want to remove from our regular consent calendar. So you have for board members, we have the full electronic agenda. You've got the red folder of letters to us by electronic means. The audience should sign up in the table just outside the room, and there's separate pages for each item number that you want to speak on. And please identify the item number on which you would like to speak in our agenda. There is a general public comment period, item 23, for items not specifically listed on the board's agenda. Members of the audience, if you want to submit materials, please provide at least 25 copies to Beth Rice, who is at the front table here. Please, speakers, when you come before us, introduce yourself and identify who that you represent. Brevity will be appreciated. We have additional seating with TV monitors in rooms 1103, 1108, and 1801. And with that, I think I'm done with the preliminary announcements. Except to remind board members, if you need to recuse yourselves, please do this before any discussion of any item begins. So with that, we're now ready for item 1, which is an update on the local control funding system and the school planning and accountability system under that. And I guess CDE presenter Chris Swenson is here to begin with this.
How's that? Thank you. Good morning, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I'm Chris Swenson, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Item 1 is an update that addresses specific issues identified by the board in previous meetings. No specific action is recommended. Attachment 1 includes discussion of the identified items, and we'll review each one briefly. The first topic is a progress report on the work being done to align state and federal plan elements, and Deb Sigmund will provide this update.
Thanks, Chris. Deb Sigmund, President Kearse, Superintendent. I think we've talked to the board about this, but the Improvement Accountability Division, along with many other divisions in the department, certainly including Chris's office, the Local Control Office, is working to look at we've identified over 40 plans that we ask districts to do something with on a fairly routine basis, which is pretty amazing. And obviously, the local control funding formula legislation called upon us to look at how we could merge those and perhaps not create duplicative efforts in a district as they work through this extraordinary work around local control funding formula and the LCAP. So that work is ongoing, and we sent you an information memorandum in June that had quite a bit of detail, but I just wanted to give you an update on where we are. So we have we call it the Plan Alignment Committee Coordination Project. And right now, as I said, they've identified over 40 plans. And their work right now is really centered around comparing and contrasting those plans. They're also identifying possible places for some legislative work in terms of if there's some inconsistency within the plans or some way that we could actually legislatively make it easier for districts if in fact we don't need some of these plans anymore. So that work is going on right now. Trying to determine where the mandates are versus the kind of perhaps nice to do, that kind of thing. And we really see this as a companion piece with the quality schooling framework. If you'll recall, we came and talked to you about that planning mechanism a while ago. And so we see this plan alignment as well as working with the quality schooling framework. We actually are piloting the QSF right now with a number of people across California. We reached out to our county office folks as well as our federal and state program directors in the district, and so they're helping us pilot that. But we see this as a companion piece for that work. As we've said, we really want local control to be about a very comprehensive, engaged planning process, and we think QSF and this plan alignment will help get that done. So we have, as I said, this work is across the department, across divisions, across branches. We're focusing on Title I right now. That's a fairly significant piece, but then we're working also with Title III and Title II. We've reached out to LEAs, to districts for participation, and as I said, the work really this summer is about doing that comparing and contrasting. So the timeline that we gave you in the information memorandum, we will come to you in, I believe, November with kind of a matrix of where we are and what we've discovered, and hopefully to make the work for the districts a lot easier and to give them some suggested practices in this area with regard to planning. Any questions?
Yes, Board Member Burr.
Hi, Deb.
Okay, so
I appreciate your comments, and I do appreciate the memo that we got. I'm not sure everybody looks at the memos that come in between meetings, but it was helpful. It seemed, though, that it was primarily focused internally, which I understand. You have a lot of work to do internally. And I would make just one specific request that we don't turn 40 plans into 41 plans, which are planned to plan for the 40 plans. But I'm just teasing. I know you're not doing that. So while the internal work is really important, I'm really worried about the external work, meaning the communication to LEAs. Yeah. And so I would hope that we can do that as quickly as possible, especially around the federal issue, because I have a lot more confidence that we can make suggestions to our legislature and they'll make changes than we can to Congress. Let's just, we have what we have with respect to NCLB, and I know there's at least 3 plans, probably 4, between Title I, LEA, the LEAP, and the SPSA, and all of the acronyms that we know about, Title III, Title II. So I think as soon as we can, and maybe working with WestEd, because there are partners and there are representatives in the Comprehensive Center, to get guidance out to districts about, here are some things you can think about. Because for those of you, you remember in statute, the board is charged with eliminating duplication. So it's always kind of foremost in my mind. And when I hear 40 plans, it makes me go, yikes, we got a problem here. Yeah. So anyway, that's the sort of sense of urgency I feel to be kind of outward reaching as well as inward focused.
So as I said, we have reached out to some LEAs to help us this summer as well. And I think also we can pull in those folks that are piloting the quality schooling framework, which is all about planning, right? So we can pull those folks in that are doing that pilot for us and use them as sounding boards around kind of how could we merge these, how could we, get rid of one of those, what do you really need to be doing? So we'll take that time between now and when we come back to you, and we'll give you some information memorandums to just keep you updated in the process as well. But you're right, that's very important. And we have talked to the Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee out of with our Successa partners, talked a little bit about this work as well. So
I know you'll feel a greater sense of urgency in Rockland about this issue.
I will. Fortunately, the plan, as you know, was due July 1, so so that got done.
Yeah, Board Member Strauss.
So Just to follow up on what Member Burr said, and again, you'll as you manage all these plans, you'll get the urgency as well. But as you depart and stay as advisory in your new role, will Carrick be following up and managing some of these projects in the interim, or have you guys decided?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. So
thank you for reminding me. Carrick Ashley will serve as the interim deputy, and so he's poised and ready just to step right in and take over.
So as a how would we help the field have a sense of when some of these reduction of duplication might actually happen for them? Would it likely be in the next school year, or is it so because you think about all the different plans that have to be put together, and they've heard us say we want that as board members, and we certainly. What is the timing of?
So I think next year, yes, I think that that's the plan, to do some of this for next year. I think we can signal, and I think this is to Member Burr's point, we can signal to the field that this work is going on, and I think as we start to engage partners in that work, they'll get a better sense of it. I don't want to overpromise, and of course I won't be here to overpromise, but I maybe I should overpromise, right? But I do think that this is really, we were a bit surprised by the number of 40, and so this is very complicated work, and we're trying to maneuver and navigate this requirement of the feds. We're trying to make sure that we keep California sound in terms of those federal pieces as well. So I don't want to rush, but this year is kind of what we're anticipating in combination with QSF. We see those as really moving along together.
So likely then we would see updates, if not the next board meeting, the one after.
Well, we'll make sure that you have info memorandums. Even if it doesn't come to the board, we'll make sure that we keep you posted.
Well, I think in certainly working with our partners as we reach out to LEAs and all of our different groups, because plan development starts mid-year for the following year at the latest. And so I think that would be really helpful in the process.
Okay. Anything else?
All right. If we don't have other comments, we have another phase of this presentation.
Based on the conversation I just heard, I'd like to add here that as this work progresses, it will also guide the development of the LCAP electronic template, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a few minutes, in an effort to build that out so that it possibly could accommodate more than one required plan. So, and Board Member Strauss, to your comment, Carrick Ashley has been involved in the discussions around template development since we began this process last fall. So I think there's more happening than is visible from your perspective. So the next topic is the School Accountability Report Card. Ed Code sections 52060, 52066, and 47605 specify that to the extent practicable, data reported in the LCAP shall be reported in a manner that is consistent with the way information is reported in the School Accountability Report Card, the SARC. As part of the effort to streamline planning and reporting requirements across multiple programs, the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division has proposed a revised SARC template that aligns SARC data elements with the LCFF state priorities. The proposed revision, which includes a chart that details which data is provided by CDE and which is to be provided locally, is the subject of the next agenda item, and I ask that you hold comments or questions for Carrick Ashley, who will be up when we're finished with this item. There is also a link in the board item itself to item 2 for those who are looking for the connections, and a link to the June memo, which Deb Sigmund referred to just a moment ago. Moving to the LCAP electronic template, since the May 2014 SBE meeting, a group of CDE and SBE staff has met again with accountability, data reporting, and technology services staff to review the existing SBE adopted LCAP template including proposed revisions emerging from the permanent rulemaking process to be discussed here tomorrow, in order to move forward with the development of the electronic template. Technology services staff has identified design decisions to be made prior to the initial development, such as whether to create an individual user logon versus an LEA logon, determining when a plan should be locked so that the review process can begin, and verifying an approval pathway for different types of LEAs that is consistent with statute. CDE staff are working to build, to the extent possible, a template that can eventually accommodate other required plans, or at least portions of them, and access data collected by the CDE for purposes of needs assessment and reporting of results. And as I expressed to a smaller group of you yesterday, these processes are individual, distinct processes, but as each one moves forward, it's important to look at what's happening in the other areas to be sure that we're building integrated and an integrated system, integrated from the user perspective at the end of the day. Next, to discuss progress on the development of the evaluation rubrics is Janelle Kubinik from West Ed.
Good morning, President Kirsch, Superintendent Torkelson, and the members of the board. So, evaluation rubric. I'm reminded that just a year ago we were asking what is LCFF and how do we do it, and it's reassuring to know that we're now asking how do we know if it's good. And I think as we look at the rubric development, we've gained a lot of experience through the process of getting us this far in terms of how to engage stakeholders, the various types of input. You're going to get another doses of that tomorrow. But how do we take that and actually use that information to, I think, embark on a further step with LCFF implementation? And so as we look at the rubric development, we're approaching this as let's learn from what we've done to get us this far in terms of how to engage stakeholders, how to focus on implementation, fidelity to the legislation, and ultimately crafting a policy that's going to be enduring for California as we look ahead to not just how we fund, but how we plan, how we perform, and how we support students. And so as we look at this rubric, we've had rubrics in education. You hear about them at every one of your meetings. We're not actually looking to reinvent the wheel, but I do think we're trying to invent a new tread. And as we look at what this tread might be, we're over land that we haven't been before when it comes to what it looks like. When you look at the legislation and what it calls for, we're to create a rubric that's holistic, multidimensional assessment of schools and districts of their performance as it relates to these 8 state priorities. We have rubrics that do various parts of that, but how do we put it together in a holistic way? And I think some of the challenges that you've heard about with the integration of plans, we actually have in terms of how do we integrate measurement? How do we integrate the idea of connecting plans with budgets, with also assessing that and pushing towards what it looks like for performance? So the other thing I'll draw your attention to is in the legislation, it also says these are rubrics that are going to assist. So the word assist keeps coming up in the legislation as to how they will be useful. So it doesn't say that they'll be mandated. So we need to make these tools that people can find very usable and supportive of, as it says in the legislation, identifying strengths and weaknesses to support improvement, providing some direction of identifying technical assistance, and support with assigning or identifying interventions. So as we go about this process, I will start by saying we don't have a presumed answer, but we do know our presumed intent. And the intent is outlined as we look at the legislation. We're looking for a process that will get us to including stakeholders and one that reflects the broad interest of our state and the broad situations and context. So I think it's actually to our advantage that we now have the first LCAPs created, because it gives us a developmental read on where we are and what we might be striving for in terms of future assistance and how this rubric can actually be a practical tool to support implementation of LCFF. We also are looking at continued fidelity to the LCFF design principles. So, I think we can all recite these. We're looking at performance for students. We're looking at how do we support equity? How do we continue to see the kinds of engagements that you've witnessed firsthand here at these meetings? Continuing to focus on outcomes and then remembering that flexibility is merely a vehicle in those processes. So what we are working on developing or planning to roll out is a process that, again, draws from what we've learned as we've engaged stakeholders as to get us this far in terms of regulations, in terms of the LCAP. And so we are planning a process, and it's in your item, of assembling a rubric design group, so a group that is largely representative of practitioners, but includes staff from the county, the CDE, as well as state board staff, to really roll up sleeves and over the course of this period that we have between now and October 2015, take feedback, mull over ideas, evaluate research that's emerging as well as existing, and come to you with some suggestions and options. And in the intervening period, give updates so that there's a clear sense of the path and more of a dialogue as we work to create an eventual list of options and a recommendation. We will also, though, have this design group as a core that will define questions for the stakeholders that we know have interest, but also major contributions to make to this process. And so that would include practitioner and community interests, so those that have been working with plans and watching their development, hopefully providing support and monitoring assistance as we look at local implementation. We want to see broad involvement and engagement, and in the process of informing the regulations and the template, we had gone out to having regional sessions and allowing for that local contribution. We intend to do that again. And what we want is those to be really regionally oriented conversations, and not just once, but part of an initial conversation, bringing back some ideas and continuing to have some comments. So we want to see that. Hopefully we can get parents and students and district and county and charter stakeholders to be participatory in that. So we'll be looking to roll those out when the school year begins, when people are back, and then we'll have a series of those that are rolling through. We also know that there is existing research, but also emerging research around what is happening here, specifically in California, but around resource alignment, around engagement, around the practices related to the 8 state priorities. So we are planning to engage a group of researchers to form a working group to help assess what do we know, what have we learned, how can we be sure that we're reflecting research and an understanding of what's been learned in this process of early implementation in what becomes the rubric. And then finally, our process of developing the LCAP and the regulations, we wouldn't have been able to do what we've done without the involvement of our policy stakeholders. And so we intend to, as you may recall, as we developed the spending regulations and the initial LCAP templates, we had an implementation working group that was largely comprised of statewide organizations and other interested groups to provide their insights as they saw how was this policy actually going to start translating itself into regulations, into the design of the template. And I know many of those groups continue to be heavily engaged, and we want to make sure that we have an opportunity for them to be engaged in this rubric development to inform and I'd say examine how we're relating the construct of the rubric to the policies or the legislation that exists. So we are planning an initial meeting of the rubric design group for later this month. And again, they will be meeting fairly regularly, and then with the working groups meeting somewhere starting in late summer, early fall, and then continuing to have periodic meetings. We're going to be working very closely with rubric design group to develop an understanding of what they will find informative and how they want to interact with this information from those groups. So we'll have more information for you at a subsequent meeting about the structure of what that will look like. We are expecting this to be a very inclusive process. So as I mentioned, the working groups, we see that as opportunities for broad feedback, broad involvement. We also know that the Collaborative on Education Excellence is emerging, and so we know that their work will actually end up tying to this rubric. So as they develop as the collaborative develops, will also be touching base and ensuring that we build connections between the rubric development and their work and interest as the collaborative. I think I just would summarize by saying that we are looking for this to be a highly engaged process. We're looking for it to be a very inclusive process, but one that necessarily will take time. Because we're looking for a rubric that will evaluate with some depth and degree of understanding what's emerging, and what will continue if we're really supporting the design principles of LCFF.
All right, I want to make clear before we take questions that this process, which was described by Janelle, is a West Ed facilitated process. And so West Ed is undertaking this process to inform and create the draft of the evaluation rubric. That draft will be brought back to the State Board of Education, and then we will involve the public in our usual ways and with other outreach to the public and stakeholder groups. So questions for Janelle? Yes. Board Member Sandoval?
Thank you very much. It was very informative. If you could describe the composition of the design group and the selection process, please.
So what we are looking for is creating a small enough group that they could work, but also reflecting the great diversity of California. That actually is probably an oxymoron of sorts. So what we have identified is primarily, I think, about 6 superintendent, assistant superintendents, charter school representatives, as well as county office. So BASC and CISC representatives have been involved in this process. So we've come up with a list of about a dozen participants. We have in that group, so in the dozen, we have large urbans, small rurals, unified high school districts, elementary districts represented, and diversity amongst our participants, because we felt like having, just the broad, and also demographic differences, so within all of that. So we know that the practitioner group is, we think it's very representative of the state, and we also think these are folks that have a very educational performance mindset as they're doing their work. But we also wanted to put together a group that we thought could really evaluate a lot of feedback, because we expect that to be the case. So we are, going to do broad outreach and involving others in the process. So right now, about a dozen or so.
Okay. Board Member Holliday.
So I don't have as much policy work experience as Jesse does, but I always have to go back to my roots of teaching. And one of the issues about when we have the theme paper is the guiding questions before they start to work on it. And the students immediately think, this is how limited I am, and this is my box that I have to live in. And then you give them the rubric for how it will be evaluated at the end. I've got to fit each one of these little slots here in this rubric in order to get my A. So I know you know this, but it's still, I think, the key challenge when it comes to guiding questions or rubrics is to provide that room for creativity, that room for special situations, that room for ways to make this work for the kids in, that particular school.
And I think that's one of the challenges of, are we developing a rubric that is suggesting or reinforcing process and or particular inputs or particular outcomes? So that's something we hope to bring and be very explicit about, because I think many of the rubrics we've seen have been of the temperament of, if you just did this, it would be, and it's more of the either find the practice or find the thing, opposed to, well, if I identified that I needed to do something different, which implies the status quo needed to be changed, how would you actually measure that? And I think that's something that we're going to have to identify. And is it different based on the type of district, the size, the location, your initial baseline performance? So, and then how, I think it's the emerging translation of the 8 priorities beyond metrics into practice. So.
Board Member Rucker.
Good morning, Janelle. I also want to thank you for your very detailed explanation about how the rubric development process will go forward In listening to your conversation about basically the two levels that this process will go through, you'll have your very central core of folks working on the design, and then there will be these regional work groups. I think the question has to be asked, in what meaningful ways are the stakeholders you're talking about who will be in those more regional work groups actually going to see their participation or their contribution in forming the work of your design team? And in particular, I'm thinking about the students. In the regulations that we'll be considering tomorrow, the language in the regulations talks about how the LCAP plans will be presented to students, and it uses some very traditional avenues for that presentation, including student councils. The fact of the matter is, however, the students who sometimes are, most of the time, are on those student councils are not the students who would be considered the critical stakeholders in this development process. So one of the things I would ask you for, as you give us these regular and routine updates, is to talk about what it is we're learning about what we did in the regulations and in the run-up and development of the LCAPs that informs how we evaluate the work and the contribution and the actual engagement of stakeholders, not just in developing the LCAP, but what that should mean to inform how we engage them in better ways in developing and contributing to the development of the rubric, and in particular talking about the student groups and the ways the students who have the greatest stake in the outcome of the rubric can actually be materially involved at the local level. Then the second question I have, when I was a classroom teacher, just as Board Member Holloway said, when I used rubrics, I found out one of two things. One, there was probably something I did not instruct as well as I should have that would have probably helped the students do a better job. But also, two, there was something I forgot to say in the directions. And so probably the most important piece about the rubric is not whether or not I'm going to get an A, but what are we going to do about the clear policy gaps that were not well addressed or that were not well spelled out, but that do have some very serious accountability implications for districts. And I understand that the rubric is intended to be a guide, is intended to create assistance, but at some point, there is a decision point that has to be made about intervention or providing particular levels of intervention and a technical assistance. How is the rubric going to guide or identify the characteristics of those types of decisions? So I would like to have some clarity about how you're going to make those decisions, or what kind of information you would advise the board to consider on what that would look like.
I think we're going to have fodder for very rich conversations, because I do think that this is why, so to answer both your questions, I think the student voice piece, what I'm actually very intrigued by is I think some of our districts did some phenomenal work of engaging students that actually can be a lesson to this process. So when you mentioned, we certainly heard the models of having student council representatives come and present things. We've heard of situations where we've had elementary districts that brought in fifth graders to share to parents about this. And so, that's not a formulated student council model. So I would say to that we are looking at some of the practices we saw around student engagement emerging as potential models to inform how do we engage broadly around including the student voice in this process of rubric development. Because I thought one of the positives that we've seen from the LCAP development has been this emergence of interest, and it's not, just no longer our Title I parent groups or our English Shorter Advisory groups, but there are a lot of different groups for which there is voice and interest in hearing from. So that's one. I also would add to that, our intention isn't to just fly over and drop into these regional conversations. It's actually to dialogue. We'll come back. So if people see that we took feedback and it didn't appear in what we're giving them to review and provide further feedback about, I think you'll all hear about that, right? So I would say hold us accountable for a process that seeks people telling us if they feel like they were heard. And that's why we expect these to be continuing conversations and why I'm just, grateful that instead of a period of months to do all of this, which is, if you recall, what we had for developing the input that went into the regulations and the templates, we actually have almost a year to engage in this dialogue. So, and I do believe as we have these updates with you, we will bring forward, information that it feeds right into, I think, some of the continued policy considerations that need to be made. And I expect that we'll have some conversations.
Okay, and so, for example, on one of the continuing policy conversations, it's directly related to career technical education and ROPs. While there's currently a requirement for maintenance of effort, there is going to be a sustained effect over time and over the course of this implementation that's either going to see an improvement in the quality of those programs or a continued deterioration, not only in the number of programs available, but in the number of students who are participating in those programs, either through a course or either through a course selection, just speculating or choosing one or two courses, or students who actually complete or concentrate through a series of courses. There's going to be a serious impact because of our current policy requirements on CTE that's going to change what the school program looks like for students who are in those programs. So I'm not sure the rubric is going to clearly surface what has happened to those programs as a result of that flexibility for maintenance of effort, or how we hold districts accountable for their considerations of those students, because while the statistics don't require them to be identified as a statistically significant subgroup of students, they are a significant subgroup of students who choose that particular course of study, and they will be impacted by how this policy does or does not reflect or show their work and their programs in what we evaluate about the schools.
Okay, other comments? So we're going to have some public comments, so board members could also chime in after that. Thank you. Public comment on this item.
We have two speakers, Cecilia Mansfield and Deborah Brown. 2 minutes, please.
Yes, I forgot to announce that we have 2 minutes for today's comments by individuals, but 1 minute tomorrow.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA. Today we are pleased to be able to provide the board with an update on PTA's activities since May in support of LCAP, LCFF implementation. You received a letter from us detailing those activities, but I would like to highlight a couple of things. One, I brought for you today copies of our newest tool, which is the LCAP Quick Guide that's organized around the 8 priorities, and it's available in Spanish and in English. And because it's a little difficult to see online, I thought you might appreciate having copies. Thank you. We also want to thank Janelle and Lupita for coming to Long Beach in May and really helping to support the kind of information that they were able to share. They participated in a panel discussion and in workshops and reached a lot of people, and we're very happy for the support that they provided. Lastly, I just want to say that we've recently partnered with Education Trust West to compile additional data about parents' involvement in the LCFF LCAP process. And we see that this is one of the things that we can do to continue to try to ensure that the LCAP is transparent, understandable, and accessible to all parents and the public as a part of enhancing the new law's intended accountability mechanisms. Thank you.
Good morning. Deborah Brown with Children Now. Just wanted to say, as has been noted before, we do see the evaluation rubric as a fundamental part of this. As we're working through the fiscal side of this, having that evaluation component where we talked about flexibility and looking at outcomes, that's been missing, and so this rubric is obviously key to that. So we're very encouraged by the process that has been laid out, and that there is the plan and the spelling out how different folks are going to be engaged in their different capacities and their different roles. So appreciate that being spelled out, and appreciate the building upon the work that we did with the LCFF implementation working group. There's one area, though, that we do think is important to expand input into the process. And so to the extent that the design group is going to be developing the guiding principles, we actually think that that's a fundamental part that's going to be play out through the next little over a year as the rubric is developed. And so think that should not be left just in the hands of that design group, and that really should input into that should be done throughout all those different working groups. And so we would ask that how those principles are developed and designed, because they are fundamental to the work that will happen over the next coming months, that there is broader input into that. Thank you.
Good morning, Kimberly Rodriguez with the Association of California School Administrators. We want to thank the board for laying out a timeline for the rubric, and I would echo the comments of the previous speaker, Ms. Brown. The rubric for AXA is critical to this entire process. And actually, just a side comment, we actually think it was done backwards, but that's not for you. It was for the legislature, I think. The rubric should have been done before we did the LCAP process. But that being said, we do think that the rubric needs to be practitioner-driven. You have over 1,000 districts who just went through this process, and a wealth of knowledge that they all have, engaging with their communities and working with their staffs. So we would encourage you to tap that. I can't emphasize enough that practitioner piece. It's very, very important. And also, I would like to mention that hopefully you do use the board of the California Collaborative. They all are practitioners for the most part, and so their knowledge and how this dovetails with the technical assistance will be critical to that entire process. And one more thing, we would hopefully like this to be very student outcome based and not necessarily driven by the inputs that are put in. That is the core principle, we believe, of LCFF. It should be outcome-based and the most positive outcomes for students. Thank you.
Good morning. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I appreciate the work that you are doing leading the design of the evaluation rubrics. I agree with Ms. Rodriguez that it would have been good to have those earlier, but that is not your fault. I can understand the interest in keeping things small, but I think that's a problem. It's going to be a real problem for parents and students who consider themselves to be becoming experts and practitioners themselves. So the definition of practitioners and how local control is being waged, how it's being done, needs to be expanded. And we agree with Ms. Brown from Children Now that to the extent the design group is developing or creating the principles of what the rubrics will be looking at, what the rubrics will entail, students and parents need to be part of that conversation earlier as opposed to giving input. I can already hear parents and students who have participated in their local processes now to say, okay, input. That's what we've been doing all this time, and we're not seeing our input reflected in the LCAPs. And in some cases, they're not even getting written responses as required. In any event, as I say, I understand the interest in keeping it small, and we will do our best to work with West Ed, the State Board, and others who are going to be leading this effort to try to make it as unwieldy as possible. Unfortunately, we're in California. Oh, wait, that's a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, no further comments. Are there further board member comments on this item? Yes, Board Member Burr.
Well, I just wanted to clarify a couple things that I heard in the public testimony, and maybe Janelle, you can help with this, and you can come up. But I just wanted to say thank you to Cecilia. This is a really good document, I think. For parents, it's very understandable, and I think the guiding questions that are here around the 8 state priorities can be very, very helpful. So thank you for sharing that. A couple things that I'm concerned about. There seems to be a little bit of a misunderstanding about designing of principles. And so I want to call people's attention to the agenda item, attachment 1, page 3. I think that's where it is. Janelle, you might be able to help me. But it's actually on page 2. At the bottom of the page, it talks about fidelity to the LCFF design principles. This is the overall process that's going to be guided by every one of the input groups, and every piece of input that we get will be guided by fidelity to the LCF design principles as identified in the legislation. And those are the ones that Janelle specified: performance, equity, engagement, outcomes, and local flexibility. So I think it's safe to say that not a single group is creating principles that are inconsistent with the legislation, but can you clarify that?
Thank you for pointing that out, because I agree. We haven't identified that a singular group will be creating design principles. In fact, I think in a broad sense, that's what the initial engagement of stakeholders from all the groups will be about. But we want to create a defined set of questions to help look at, the input that you're going to get from researchers that say, well, I've looked at all of these practices, or I've, examined and conducted studies, will be a different form of what is it then that you would expect a good rubric to reflect and or include, versus I just came from a district and wrote an LCAP, or asked questions of my district, or am a student that is receiving support from a district. That perspective is going to be different. So we are looking to the design group to help construct how do we create good feedback questions. So it's very clear what kind of contribution is being sought from the groups, but it's not with the intent the design group has done anything that isn't transparent in this process, because one of the design principles in LCFF when it comes to how we're looking at this work is transparency, right? That's why we made budgeting simple. So we also need to be very transparent. So we want to work with the design group to come up with these questions. We will share those questions with each of the working groups so they understand how their contribution is fitting in with the contribution of others. And then, like I said, coming back to those groups so they can ask the question if they don't see any progress reflecting their input, where has my input been considered?
Mm-hmm. And just to refresh people's memory about the way we gathered input for the development of the regulations, it was very extensive. Similar to this, we sort of had a big group that was difficult to work with, candidly. It's practically, you can't get a room big enough to get everybody in the room. So we have to find ways, as Ms. Guillen pointed out, we're a really big state. So regional input, but every piece of input was recorded and made available to the board. And I would expect that that would be exactly the same here. So I guess what I worry about, and I had this conversation with stakeholder groups yesterday, is that I don't want us to fight about the process, because we all have the same objective in mind, and that is improving student success and making the best possible educational opportunities available. So I worry about kind of camps developing about, well, I'm not going to be included, because everybody's going to be included, and every piece of input that people provide to us will be considered before we make decisions.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further board questions, we're on to item 2. Carrick Ashley will present this on the School Accountability Report Card.
Thank you, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members. Carrick Ashley, Director, Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Item 2 is an annual approval of the School Accountability Report Card template. The template has, and the SARC itself, has a long history. We have, over the years, added to the SARC. It is required by education code for schools and districts for those schools to post publicly their school accountability report card by February 1st of each year. So the state board approves a template We provide an electronic version of that template. We, being CDE, provides an electronic version of that template. Schools and districts choose whether to use that template or not. It's not required. It's there for their viewing pleasure and for them to complete it through the template if they choose. But they do not have to. Many school districts do hire vendors to do their accountability report cards for them. As long as they meet the education code requirements of the data elements in the SARC, then they don't have to use the template. This was a good lead-in from the first item from this morning because of the whole discussion of the 40 so-called plans. The school accountability report card is not a plan per se. It is a report card. It's a reporting of the data from previous years, in some cases a trend of data over 3 years, and it's to be done publicly, posted and passed out to parents especially, but to the education community as a whole, in order for them to have open and transparency about the data and the performance of that school. So even though it's not a planning document, it's a reporting document, it does now have a very significant tie to the local control accountability plan. The accountability plan kind of serves both purposes, and that data is presented for the purposes of accountability, but it's also used as data in terms of planning for the future. So there is a natural tie here between the school accountability report card and the LCAP, though the LCAP is a district document, whereas the school accountability report card is specifically for each and every school, though the LCAP does require that each and every school be addressed in terms of goals. So the template before you it's a recommendation for approval of the template. Each year we make some adjustments to that template depending if there's a change in education code or a change in the data that gets collected. In this case, there are some changes that needed to be made in terms of assessment and accountability tables because, of course, we won't have CST data in order, except for science, to be put into the SARC this year. So some adjustments were made both on the assessment tables and, of course, on the API tables as well, since there won't be new APIs to put into that table for the coming year. One other change was the suspensions and expulsions. We now have 2 years of data that we've used from CalPADS for reporting suspensions and expulsions, and we've added not only a 3-year trend for those charts, but also a comparison from school data to district data to state data, so those in the public can see that comparison. But the biggest change that we made and what the State Board has most control over is the formatting and the look and the description and the use, if you will, of describing how this data ought to be used. So even though the legislation requires the data elements, the State Board certainly has a lot of influence over the look and the priorities of the school accountability report card. And in light of the local control accountability plan, we have revised the template and presenting it to you for approval today that aligns the data elements in SARC to the 8 state priorities from LCAP. So we've taken the 8 state priorities, we took the data elements from SARC, grouped them together under the different headings of the 8 state priorities, and moved all that data to the front of the SARC template. What that leaves then at the end of the SARC template are items that aren't required by the local control accountability plan. All that in the template is shown in attachment 2. Attachment 1, though, is an interesting attachment, we think, that provides a chart for you that lists the data elements that are required in the local control accountability plan, and then in the end column, we'll put a yes or a no there that indicates whether that local control accountability plan item is an item that's required to be in the SARC. So if it's a yes, then that item is both in the LCAP and the SARC. If there is a no, that means it's in the LCAP but is not in the SARC. So over the years, there has been a call to reduce the SARC, but But until now, that's all it has been, a call, because even though everyone enjoys the concept of reducing the SARC, and it is voluminous at this point, everyone has their own piece of data that they don't want removed from it. And in fact, they want it to add more to it. Now may be the time that we want to take a look, now that we've got our 8 state priorities, to take those priorities of the state, take what's required in the SARC, and completely align the two. The purpose for the alignment, of course, is one, transparency, so that if a person from the community or parent looks at data in the SARC and looks at data in the LCAP, they'll see the same or at least very similar data elements versus some sort of difference there. And then, of course, ease for the district. In doing the SARC template, CDE does supply a lot of the data that goes into that template, but not all of the data is collected by CDE, so there's some data that's required by local school districts to supply when they put together their SARC. So this may be the time, as you know, when SARC was first started. That was a time before we had kind of the proliferation of public data. Since this time, DataQuest has come along, and there's much data on our CDE website that people have access to. But at the time, there was no such website, and so the SARC was sort of the avenue for local community members to go and get data on their school, or at least one of the avenues. But now that we have DataQuest, there is another public offering of data, if you will, for anybody in the community or even outside the community who wants to see the data for that school. Of course, making changes to the data that's in the SARC would take a legislative change, but this may be the time that there may be interest by the state to completely align both the SARC elements with the LCAP elements. So I'll be glad to take questions about the template or anything else.
Yeah, thank you for that. Do you do any surveys of how easy it is to find SARC on district websites or school websites? In the past, it is like a treasure hunt, and they're all different places and several inquiries to get to them and so on. And so do we have anything that could standardize how the public could find the SARC?
If a school district chooses to use the template, then we automatically have the data that would link to their website. We are required, CDE is required, to post the links for the SARCs on our website. Now, most people in the public will go to their own school district's website to find it, but they can get it from our website, and if they use the template, we automatically have the link. If we don't have the link, districts are required to send us the link for their SARC on their website. But as you know, 10,000 schools in the state, sometimes those links, sometimes we'll get the general heading or the general web address for the district, and there'll still be a bit of a hunt to find the actual SARC. And some links can be broken over time, especially with 10,000 schools reporting these links. We did have focus groups actually a little over a year ago about the SARC, about the data elements in the SARC, the formatting of it and that sort of thing. And one of the things that were discussed in those meetings were how to get access and easy access. And so although we encourage them to have very specific links and to make it as viewable as possible on their main page of how to access it or in their search category on how to access it, but there's no requirement that they do such.
Thank you. Board member comments. Board member Cohn.
Carrick, I'm not sure if you have the answer to this, but some media outlets in the past couple months have raised the issue of off-the-book suspensions. Do you know if we provide any guidance to schools or districts about the circumstances under which a youngster can be asked to leave a campus for a cooling off period without a suspension?
Yeah, that wouldn't be in my division. I can tell you, though, that when we ask districts, when we require districts to report their data on suspensions and expulsions, that they do report it to us by whether it's an out-of-school suspension or what's typically called an in-school suspension. And so if they do remove a student from the classroom to some other setting, they are to report that to us as an in-school suspension.
Okay.
Board Member Rucker.
Carrick, I just have a question about, I'm looking at the chart you referenced about summarizing the reporting, the data required in the 2013-14 SARC, and I'm looking in the chart where it says other pupil outcomes, priority 8. In the chart it talks about, it identifies the subject areas including English, mathematics, sciences, social science, visual and performing arts, etc. In the footnote, it says for 2013-14, only English, math, and physical education are going to be reflected in the 2013-14 SARC. Will the science assessments that are given still be reported for federal accountability purposes, but they won't be reported in the SARC? I'm asking that question in the wrong way on purpose because I want to make sure I understand what's actually getting reported here.
So, the requirement, the data that's still required to be reported, and the assessments for science that are still required to be given at 5, 8, and 10 are still to be included in the SARC. I'm sorry?
What I'm trying to get you to do is tell us where that actually is reported in the SARC.
It's on page 7.
Yeah. It's in, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get you to say.
Got it. Yeah. Priority 4.
Board Member Burr.
We're so glad to see you, Carrick. So we've had, as you know, over the years, many discussions about SARC. So I have 2 questions. One is the, to your point, and the table is very helpful, thank you, where this talks about elements that are in the SARC and there's overlap with the LCAP, right, or with the state priorities. Are there elements that are in the SARC that are in addition to?
Right.
And where are those reflected?
Thank you. So I should have said that in my presentation. Okay. It comes at the end of the template. We don't have a chart for that, okay. But there are elements that are required in the SARC that are not required in LCAP. So if someone were so led to do legislation on this to completely align the SARC, you would basically have a swap, if you would, yeah. Right? Some elements that would be added to the SARC, some elements that would be taken out of the SARC in order to have complete alignment.
Okay. So that would sort of be helpful for us to see, I think, and maybe it's in our ongoing updates about the LCAP. Because just looking at this, again, over the years as we've had these conversations of when are the data elements going to end because they keep getting added to SARC. If you look at this, we actually added a whole bunch with LCAP in addition to what we have in SARC. So my second question really is to be clear about how we would go about changing it, because for those of us who've been around too long, including me, we remember that the SARC was enacted as part of Proposition 98 and voted on by the people. So the question is, can we legislatively repeal the SARC, or do we have to go back to a vote of the people? Because I think that at least is my conventional wisdom understanding of one of the reasons why we have, even though we've wrung our hands about it, as all of this additional data has come along, including DataQuest, et cetera, we've never really taken on the notion of maybe this really is no longer necessary. He's looking for the lawyers.
I do understand that over the years that changing or adding has required a 2/3 vote.
Do we want a later legal opinion, or?
Repealing the provision, the requirement for SARC would require a vote, I think, of the people, I believe. I think it's the addition would require the 2/3 amendment. So you could scale back on the data requirements that have been added over time.
Excuse me, Board President Kurtz, I didn't get to finish my point in asking the question about where science is reported.
Okay, then we have Board Member Holliday.
Okay. So I know that under AB 484, when you look at priority 4, it talks about the statewide assessments that are being recorded in CASP. The reason why I brought this up is it's just the footnote is confusing on the second page of the chart that includes science in the chart itself, but where science outcomes are actually reported is connected to priority 4. So is there a way to clarify what that both the footnote for what's connected to priority 8 and to identify clearly that science is reported in priority 4? Is there a way to add a clarifying footnote on that? Because it is a little confusing.
Sure. So certainly no problem to add that to attachment 1. It's not part of the template.
Right.
Board Member Holliday.
So the SARC has grown, right? But a lot of the data that is in the SARC now is provided by the department, correct?
Correct.
And in the additions that have taken place, most of the additions is data that has come out of the CDE, right?
Correct.
And so it is still just a matter of being transparent and providing this data in a simplistic way for the parents and communities so they can really understand the performance of their schools. And I too appreciate the chart that shows how many of the SARC elements do align with LCAP. And I wish there were more yeses than nos. And the two that concern me the most are the English learner data points. I think this is just continues to become an increasingly important transparent window data point for parents to understand that the reclassification rate is X and the English learners making progress toward proficiency is Y. These are, I think, terribly important for parents to have easy access to. Are those data points in your possession in the CDE? Can that be provided by the CDE?
Redesignation rates?
Yes.
We have that, and they are posted publicly.
So was there a conscious decision not to include these two in this version of the SARC?
Well,
why, in other words, why did the no's appear in this table?
Right. So the SARC's been around for many years. CDE as a recommendation for the template here, we would not recommend adding anything beyond what the law requires. So the law doesn't require redesignation rates, though I will say there is a lot of data, especially assessment data, that is disaggregated by subgroups, which includes an English learner subgroup. So there is some English learner data within the SARC. Redesignation rates don't happen to be one of them.
Okay, is that sufficient for you, or from your expression? I'm not sure.
I just think it'd be helpful to parents to know that. That's all.
Yeah, that is. Have you thought? Has this been considered at all by your groups as to whether to have that rate in there?
I think when we did those focus groups a while back, it tends to be very person specific, right? There are certain people that are interested in certain data elements, other people are interested in other data elements, which is why we've kind of gotten to the place where we are. There are some groups that have been able to get their piece of data added to the SARC, and there are others that perhaps have not, or perhaps they've not tried. But we provide a template that's specifically to the education code and not beyond. So up until this point, our position has been to provide a template that's at the minimum and not to add to it unless it goes through a legislative and a policy process and ends up in education code. Not that the data is not important to any out of us individually, but as a process of what's required.
The board does have the legal authority to add items? Or we're just doing the template? Yeah. Go ahead, Board Member Burr.
Well, I mean, I think just to clarify, though, what's happened here, in some ways it's kind of a timing thing to me. In reality, and I won't speak for, just my impression is that the SARC has sort of been left behind, right? Because there's all of these other sources of data, and because as we move to LCAP, and the legislature had the opportunity to say, here are 8 state priorities. This is what's important to us. And they said very clearly, to your point, Board Member Holliday, the information about English learners reclassification is a very high priority. That's why it's prominently displayed in the LCAP. And my hunch is that just because, you know, we all have a tendency to kind of focus on the new and what are we dealing with right now, that parents are going to be focused on what are in the LCAP. So that information will be there. The fact that it's not in the SARC, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, we could seek legislative change, but I'm with Carrick, man. I don't want to add any more stuff to this. We've got plenty.
So, and the difference is we can't require a district. That's the issue. So ultimately, a district is responsible for what they put in their school accountability report card around the requirements of the law. So we could continue to add, and the SARC could, you know, go beyond however many pages it is right now, but the issue is kind of a mandate to districts about what they would include, and to Member Burr's point, I think they're probably looking at other things. But, you know, I think Carrick's narrative is around SARC's kind of, it's left behind, right? And so we need to really think about where does it fit in this larger kind of scope of work.
The clarification was useful from Member Byrd. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I in the past have also expressed great concern and jocularity about the depth and breadth and content of the SARC, and the fact that while we want to make it more readable and we want to simplify it, there is this need to make sure we're all inclusive. It's kind of like the Sleeping Beauty syndrome. You want to make sure no single individual is left behind. But as it relates to an earlier comment you made about creating some parallel construct between what's in the SARC and what parents would be looking for in reporting out information about the LCAP, because the LCAP does include in the issues of pupil achievement information about English learners, information about reclassification, I'm going to surprise you. I think that's something that at least should be made available in the CDE's template that is provided to districts. If districts choose not to populate that section of the template for reporting in the SARC, that remains a local decision, and then they'll just have to be held accountable by their local stakeholders to be asked why. But I would really like, if it is in the board's discretion, to include a way to report that field, or to create that field in the SARC template, and to create a way for districts to populate that if they choose. I would like to see the reporting document for the SARC provided by this agency to include that information.
Board Member Molina.
Although I agree, because I think it's very important that we share this data with our parents, I'm wondering that I think it's a timing issue, because currently those aren't aligned. When we receive, for example, the data that goes in SARC is not the same time that we receive the data that we get with SELF data, for example. So my concern is that you have a discrepancy of timing right now, and would that mean then that that we would require districts to update in the middle of this, or we're already behind in the reporting information, but we're a year behind, and Deb kind of helped me with that. I just feel like it's going to create confusion rather than clarity. If our goal is to provide clarity and information to parents about how our children are doing, then I believe the LCAP is the perfect place to do that. And we must report that out, in particular, the REDAS of our children, our English learners, and our poverty children. So I'm not sure that this is the place to do it.
Okay, well, I think we can think about this, and we'll now have public comment.
We have 4 speakers: Cecilia Mansfield, Deborah Brown, Brian Lee, and Mari Erlandson.
Good morning again. I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA. I would want to say that since its inception in 1988, PTA has had a keen interest in the SARC as it has grown. We may even have had a part in adding some of those elements over the years by supporting various pieces of legislation. Because the SARC is a comprehensive accountability tool that reports to parents in the community on school conditions and performance using multiple measures, PTA has advocated for the SARC always to be more user-friendly and relevant. That's why we're very pleased about the changes that staff is recommending that attempt to align the SARC with the LCAP. We certainly don't want to make it more complicated, but in advising parents who are trying to decide on what school to send their child to, we've always tried to guide them to the SARC as opposed to the API, which is not representative of school quality in any way, and to visit the school and gather as much information as they can to make a decision if that's something that they're struggling with. So we want to commend staff for the work that they've done. I'm really amazed by the amount of work that is required to bring us to this point, and just wanted to say that we look forward to it evolving and perhaps playing a bigger role in the accountability system as we take steps toward developing that. Thank you.
Good morning, Deborah Brown with Children Now. I think the timing of this conversation is actually a great opportunity to transform the SARC in its current form, as we are shifting the conversation on accountability and transparency and information that is provided. And so with the implementation of the LCAPs, creating what the broad state priority is, and the new assessments coming online, and the work of the PSAA with the college and career readiness indicators, again, we do see this as an opportunity. The current form has become too much of a data dump, and it's become more difficult for it to be usable than an actual accountability card. So with the new priorities and new accountability measures, we can really begin to transform this the SARC. We raised this issue at the PSAA meeting, advisory committee meeting, and plan on raising it again when the SARC template comes up. And while we recognize this is not something that can happen immediately, we do want to begin to plant the seeds of a SARC transformation that could occur over the next year, so that moving forward it could be dramatically different. And this would obviously need to align with all the work that is happening. And so there's some good examples out there. LA Unified, I think, is building one that is particularly good, and we could really use that to start to illustrate how it could provide more appealing, to be more of an appealing, accessible document for folks. And so we look forward to the discussion on this issue moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Lee with Fight Crime Invest in Kids, and you do have a letter, should have in your packet, from Children Now, Fight Crime Invest in Kids and Public Counsel, with on the back page a very simple addition that we're asking for. And we're pleased with changes to the SARC, but one thing that we think is definitely needed is more detailed data about suspensions and expulsions, and particularly disaggregated data by subgroup. 3 questions here. Why is that important? Why now? and why here in the SARC? Why does it make sense there? Why is it important? There's been a lot of attention about discipline in the news, definitely, and the civil rights aspect of that is very clear, that really it's talked about as a civil rights issue. The data in California, African-American students nearly four times higher suspension rate than white students. The U.S. Department of Ed and Department of Justice have come out with recommendations about non-discriminatory administration of school discipline, saying racial discrimination is a problem in school discipline. Very, very clear this is a civil rights issue. So we need that kind of disaggregated data. Why now? Because we didn't have the data before, but as of last year, through CalPADS, we finally have disaggregated subgroup data on school discipline. Why here in the SARC? Well, first of all, the intent of the SARC is a meaningful comparison for parents to have informed consent over which school their kid could go to. If you're a parent of color, you might want to know, are the rates disproportionate? Number two, it's just consistent with other data in the SARC. In the SARC, we have disaggregated data for enrollment, high school exit exams, grad rates, API growth, and standardized tests. If it's available, it's there. It's finally available. It should be there. Third, it's consistent with the recommendations of the Department of Ed and Department of Justice, who ask for disaggregated data to ensure transparency and facilitate community discussion. And it's consistent with the intent of LCFF, which has the intent of focusing on subgroups, not just the foster youth and socioeconomic status. Great. But for those reasons, we really think that it's very important that this is a simple, consistent, and necessary change, and it's really easy to do, and it's just like what's already in the SARC for other items.
Hi, my name's Mari Erlinson, and I'm an intern with the Masters of Social Work program at Sac State. I'd like to support some of Brian Lee's comments. In my past life, I've been a high school teacher for 11 years. I've been a mental health counselor. I've worked on staff at Loaves and Fishes. And now at almost 60 years of age, I find myself back in school because of my interest in restorative practices. And one thing that's been mentioned by the board, something we all have in common, is our interest in empowering education for all our children. And I think if we observe trends where harsher discipline measures are used for children of color, then obviously we want to make some adjustments. And I think it's common sense that subgroups are included in the reporting of suspensions and expulsions. Education, I think, at its core is about inclusion and about critical thinking. And I've just familiarized myself this summer with a 20-year study on our juvenile justice system in the book by Nell Bernstein called Burning Down the House. It's an excellent study, and the statistics are shocking in terms of our practices with the children of color. Brian mentioned 4 times higher. This report reveals 5 times higher in our juvenile justice system. So I think the reporting of subgroups is an important step we need to take in stopping this cycle of abuse. The reporting of subgroups will increase our awareness so we can make adjustments and create more inclusionary practices and empowering education for all our children. Thank you.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. And we view this issue more as an equity issue for parents. We do know that the SARC is not required of districts, but this is the tool that parents know are made available on the websites for them to take a look at to see how their school is doing and what their school is providing. 25% of our students are English learners in our public schools. Those parents are being denied this information. I believe this is an opportunity for the State Board to take a look at including these elements regarding English learners and including them in the SARC. You have an opportunity to do that through legislation, and I would urge that you do that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, retired test publisher from Monterey. I wanted to focus on the 9 no entries on attachment 1. and suggest how lack of alignment with LCAP priorities might be addressed. First, for the LCAP priority on implementing state standards, the current SARC material on instructional materials, I think at the end, can be expanded with columns for professional development for local district adopted materials, followed by a SARC narrative box, which I believe is at the end. For the LCAP priority on course access, the current SARC material on career tech and UCAL courses can be combined with advanced placement material to support, again, a SARC narrative. For the LCAP priority on pupil achievement, data from CELTN English Learner Reclassification, as well as EAP results and advanced placement information could be, that's all there now, could be grouped together. Though it should be noted that until the new test results for ELA and math can validly be put in the SARC, this section is going to be very weak for both SARC and LCAP. And finally, LCAP priority on pupil engagement, local district information on school attendance, chronic absenteeism, and middle school dropouts could be added to the current high school dropout section. The discussion was fascinating. A perk of retirement is that you can focus on what needs to be done rather than how to get it done. And you got into all the how to get it done, whether you need a statewide vote of the people or not on this one. And I'll let you folks work with how you get it done. Thank you.
Good morning. Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I really appreciate your question, President Kearse, regarding whether or not there's been a review of the ability to find SARCs online. Public Advocates used to do annual reviews, and we felt that over the years, the accessibility had improved. Public Advocates is one of the organizations that, along with the ACLU, that has added some things to the SARC coming out of the Williams litigation and the settlement legislation. So we have also been concerned about the usability of the SARC, and they are school site reports. I think this is a really positive conversation as we're trying to align, and we were really strong supporters of the provisions to make sure that to the extent possible that the LCAP information was aligned to SARC, since that's something we're already doing. I really think that what Mr. Ashley's work is, as he presented it, is really moving in the right direction. And I think this is a really good time to try to change the SARC to make it more usable. I would also make the pitch for, as we move into a more electronically accessible and workable data system, that we try to combine these things so that parents can get the information by their district, because as they are participating in the LCAP development conversations, it's not enough for them to say, well, we have this information by our school, but if we're looking at resources district-wide, it would be helpful to have that information district-wide, and we shouldn't have to have districts try to put that together if we can, if we have the information in total. There ought to be some way electronically that we can make it easier for both districts and the stakeholders locally. Thank you.
Okay.
So just a couple of comments. One, I just wanted to clarify that the SARC is a requirement of schools, all schools, to do, and it has to be posted by February 1st. What's optional or not required is the use of the template. So it's the template that's optional, not actually doing a SARC. And as to redesignation rates, of course, this is a much larger discussion about what we want to do with SARC and LCAP in the future. I would offer that the superintendent last year put out just a two-pager of data called the School Quality Snapshot, and I think we'd be glad to take a look at whether we could add redesignation rates to that in the meantime while we're having a bigger discussion about what to do with adding, subtracting data elements.
Okay, so I think we've heard some interesting testimony. This won't be the last revision. This template issue comes before us every year, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, so we'll, hopefully, we can work on some of these future issues. And any more board discussion before we have a motion? Not, I'm ready for a motion.
I move approval.
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Okay, we're now on to item 3. Do we need a break? Okay. Yes, we do. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene around 10:25. The board will reconvene with item 3. The update on the National Center and State Collaborative Alternative Assessment. Diane will present this.
Well, good morning. President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members, I'm Diane Hernandez. I'm the Director of the Assessment Development Administration Division. And as noted in the agenda, there are several assessment items today, beginning with item 3, which provides an update on the National Center and State Collaborative, or NCSC, Pilot 1 test and related activities. As you will recall, one of the goals of the NCS grant is to develop an alternate assessment for students with significant cognitive disabilities in grades 3 through 8 and 11 in English, language arts, and mathematics, based on alternate achievement standards and aligned to the Common Core state standards. These are the same students who currently take the California Alternate Performance Assessment, or CAPA. And as a quick reminder, Education Code requires that the CAPA remain in place until there is a successor assessment implemented. The NCSC system is comprised of a pilot test, which includes 2 phases. Phase 1, which California participated in and ended May 23rd, and Phase 2, which is scheduled to take place October 20th through November 14th. Another component of the system is the field test or operational test that's designated to take place in spring of 2015. Following up on information that I provided in May, about the Phase 1 pilot, NCSC anticipated that approximately 17,000 students consortium-wide, of which 7,200 of those students would be California students, would participate in Phase 1. This was an adjustment from the projected 58,000 students consortium-wide, about 16,500 students from California that was initially targeted by the consortium's contractor. However, NCSC reports recently that preliminary checks indicate that only 5,161 students actually participated across the consortium, with 1,615 of those students, or roughly 31% of them, coming from California. Subsequently, the consortium has communicated to states that they and their Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC, believe that though the numbers are certainly less than expected, that there were sufficient numbers of test takers to yield the data that they needed for item analysis. So, how did Phase 1 go in California? Well, there were certainly some hits and misses. The students that did participate in the Phase 1 pilot did have the opportunity to participate in the computer-based layout. LEAs had the opportunity to utilize the materials and participate in the process. There were some misses in terms of things that impacted the pilot, some of which contribute to the decrease in the size of the sample. That information is outlined in attachment 2 of the item. And probably the 2 most significant issues that arose during the pilot were the delay in the test window, which shifted from a February-March administration to an April-May administration, and the system-wide shutdown of the online testing system, which required periodic shutdowns to reboot the system. The delay in the test window meant for most LEAs testing during the Smarter Balance field test window and the administration of the CAPA. For more information regarding the chronology of the NCSC activities, I'll direct you to attachment 1. So, moving forward, in preparation for 2014-15 and Phase 2 pilot, NCSC has set a total participation rate of 1,500 students per grade and content area, or roughly 10,000 students across the consortium. Phase 2 will continue the work that was started in Phase 1 in terms of item development, or students actually participating in the assessment and trying out the items, working through the test administration system, improvements to the platform, and support materials as well. The field or operational test will follow in spring 2015. As indicated in this item, in an effort to be responsive to the field, the department requests that the board endorse the plan to participate in the Phase 2 pilot of the assessment, as well as participate in the spring administration on a field basis. Lastly, in an effort not to double test students in the spring of 2015, the department will recommend that the board submit a request to the ED to waive the Title I Part A component. That, in fact, is the topic of the next item, item 4. And with that, I'll take questions, or if you want to do public comment.
Board Member Cohen, would you like to make some comments on this as liaison to special education?
As you know, this is a high interest item for both the Advisory Commission on Special Education and the statewide task force on special education. I think the key bottom lines, as I listen to people in the field, is no more Kappa being a critical issue, and I'm sure there'll be speakers today who will speak to the reasons why that's so important. Moving forward, I think it's important to realize that we're looking for an alternative assessment that ultimately works for the state of California in terms of our larger interests. So I think that's a key part of this discussion.
All right. Board Member Rucker?
Okay, so let me get this straight. The purpose of the phase 1 testing was for us to learn something about the actual test items. Is that correct? And the purpose of that work and the goal of calling for 58,000 students to participate in using and responding to those items was to learn those specific things. Is that correct? So how do we go from needing or saying the scientific sample should have 58,000 students to a sampling of only just over 5,000 students to say we have validly been able to study those items? So I'm not asking you as a psychometrician to explain that to me. I'm asking you to explain that relative to what Board Member Cohen said. Did we learn enough from the phase 1 test to help us understand how useful these assessment items will be for us in California based on that sample? Because those numbers are of great concern to me about what the scientific sample is supposed to do. But I have even greater concern about the management of these pilots and what this assessment then means going forward about how valid these items are to be used with this student population.
Well, you're right. I'm not a psychometrician, though I do have one on staff here. It's a couple of things to clarify. The initial set of numbers that the contractor wanted was 58,000 across that. They went back and adjusted that down to 17,000. And we were expecting to contribute in California 7,200. And that was their target. Remember, this is a pilot. This isn't a field test where, like we had in Smarter Balance, where we had a field test and we had a portion of the students were in the scientific sample and the other students participated in the field test. This was a pilot where this was just a tryout. This was voluntary in terms of that information. And so I think that they're saying that they did get enough numbers for the purposes of the phase 1, that they're going to do more collection, get more items in phase 2. So the accumulation of phase 1 and 2 is what they will consider in terms of moving forward with their field test operational tests.
Okay, and so there's a diversity, or there's a continuum or spectrum of students that this test, that this alternative assessment is intended to be used for. Would you say, or is it fair to say the goal is to make sure that in doing this pilot testing, that they are trying to make sure they have a sufficient diversity of that spectrum of students participating in the pilot? And do you believe that we will learn that there was or was not that balance of diversity among that student group?
Well, we haven't seen the data yet.
Okay.
So that would a question I probably have to answer at a later date. But that was their goal, is certainly to ensure that they covered all of the subgroups as well as the disabilities that each of these students would have.
Yeah, and I'm particularly concerned about the disabilities that this alternative assessment was intended to be used for. We won't know any of that information until after the second pilot is done.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
That they're working on collecting the data at phase 1, and they'll have a final report.
Then
after
I'll hold
phase
that
2.
question and ask you that at the end of the second pilot. Thank you.
I think it would be best now to have some public comment, and then we'll deliberate on this some more. This is a complex issue. Go ahead.
President Kurz, we have 11 speakers. The first 6 are Jody Fortney, Nancy Dam, Dr. Frank Donovan, Sue Costin, Angela McNeese, and Doug McRae. Please step forward. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jody Fortney from Tulare County Office of Education. I'm one of those teachers that gave that pilot test. So I've been working with moderate to severe students with cognitive disabilities for 25 years. My students, many of them are nonverbal, they have autism, Down syndrome, a wide variety of ability levels. I became involved with NCSIC through the communities of practice and then had the opportunity to participate in a field test presenting ELA materials at grade level to my students using the resources that NCSIC provided. There was visual response options, and it made the materials accessible to all of my students, no matter what their ability level was. And then when I administered the test in May, the best thing was that my students were able to generalize from what they had learned during this field test instruction onto the test, and they were successful with the test items. And it just it narrows the gap between general ed and the special ed. My students deserve to have access to this challenging curriculum. They're able to do it when they're provided with the resources. You have 45 seconds. Okay, thanks. They also deserve to be assessed on this material that they're being presented, and that the results of those assessments mean something, that they are counted. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Dam. I'm SELPA Director from Kings County Office of Education, and I'm going to present a short video clip of Jody Fortney, the previous presenter, on a lesson about the pearl by John Steinbeck.
To help sick people or a bad storm? A bad storm. Yes, Kino and Juana and their baby. Go ahead and turn the page. Okay, now we're going to focus on the objective of answering who, what, where, and why questions. So, who asks for a character or a person? Okay, so looking at this page, okay, Shanice, you ready to listen? Who got stung by a scorpion? You all chose Coyotito. The baby got stung by the scorpion. You're right. Okay, now we've got a where question. So look at your next page. Where asks for a place that our story occurred. Where did Kino and Juana live?
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Frank Donovan, and I am here on behalf of the State SELPA organization, where I am co-chair of the assessment committee. I'm also the president of the California Council for Exceptional Children. And I would just like to talk to you about two options, the field test versus going fully operational. 13 states have committed to going fully operational. No state is field testing 100% of their students. The National Center and State Collaborative is following the same schedule as the Smarter Balanced. Shouldn't we treat this population the same way? If California chooses to go with the field test, we will not be able to participate in the standard setting. This means our students will not be represented in the National Center and State Collaborative data analysis, validity studies, or setting of the academic achievement standards with the other states. If California chooses to do these studies on our own, we will have different standards. The results will not align with the other states. We will not be able to share we will not be able to share this data with the other states. We will essentially be on our own. If California goes with the field test, we will have to set our own standards, and the cost would be approximately $165,000 this year and about $1.5 million the following year. My understanding is that AB 484 calls for an adoption of a test that is aligned to the Common Core state standards, not a field test. We have heard that the Office of Special Education Programs is unlikely to grant a double testing waiver for a field test because the National Center and State Collaborative is available as an operational test with scores. As we are all aware, California is now under a needs intervention status by OSEP. Wouldn't going with the field test essentially rock the boat? I just want to say that this is really an issue of equity and parity, and to have our students with the most significant needs doing something different really doesn't make sense. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Susan Costin. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Special Ed in Merced County. I'm also a facilitator of the Nixus Community of Practice group that we've been meeting with for the last year. In addition, I'm representing SECO and SELPA. The field, which includes SECO, SELPA, AXI, and parent stakeholder groups, have unanimously supported to move forward the Nixus a year and a half ago because of the comprehensive system of resources and supports. Countless letters from these groups have been sent in the last year and a half supporting going operational. Vital to moving forward is the curriculum, the instructional resources, and the professional development that has been developed with input from special education teachers across California, including teachers from my county. These are the most important aspects of a comprehensive system that were not in place with the previous system, the CAPA. As for the pilot testing that we just recently participated in, my county did, my teachers did. We got late notice, so I would have had more teachers participate, and I think more county offices and districts would have participated. But we got late notice about our involvement, and then it was pushed so close to the other testing window, it was very, very difficult to do double testing with our students. So unfortunately, some of those who wanted to participate had to drop out. We have huge concerns about how much the test may change if we don't go operational next year. It may change so much that all the resources and supports that have been developed will no longer align with the test that we'll be implementing, and that's a huge problem for us. We'll lose the support and expertise of the national experts that have already contributed to this process. And all the teachers that have been spending their time, like Jody, on developing these materials, all of their energy and resources would be for naught also. This is a comprehensive system based on sound research and input from California teachers that's ready to go in the spring of 2015. Do we really want to spend taxpayers' dollars recreating curriculum, resources, and materials? Thanks.
My name is Angela McNeese. I have 42 years of experience working with students with significant disabilities. I participated in the development and writing curriculum for the CAPA. I'm here as a representative of the state SELPA, Southern Region NCSIC representative, a community of practice facilitator, and a content and bias reviewer. First, if California goes with the field test option, establishing our own standard setting, then our results will not be comparable with the other NCSIC state results. We will have expended additional time and money unnecessarily. Instead, if we go operational, participate in the NCSIC standard setting, we leave our options open to move forward with the other states or to develop our own in the future. Second, the NCSIC blueprint was built off curriculum, instructional resources, and professional development. If California goes with an additional field test, the blueprint will change based on the proficiency standards that California sets and will probably not align with all of the NCSIC resources. Third, assuming that a double testing waiver is not permitted, having to participate in 2 testing regimens puts an undue and inequitable burden on our students and our teachers. Additionally, it puts California in the position of having to decide how to use the student, school, LEA, and SEA data they will be receiving. If California chooses to field test all students with the same test that other states are using for accountability, and then to potentially withhold some of this critical accountability data, it opens itself up to having to defend questionable policy decisions. Finally, I think it is a travesty to think that it is okay to spend additional taxpayer dollars on participating in another field test or redoing the CAPA when we have an operational alternate assessment ready to go that would bring the curriculum and assessment of our students in alignment with what 98% of the rest of California children are already receiving. It's adopt the NCSIC as an alternate assessment. The students can learn the materials given the opportunity. Please do what's right. Adopt, go operational.
Morning. I'm Doug McRae, a retired test publisher from Monterey. I've got a 2-page handout that's coming around, some of you may have seen. I'd recommend a conditional approval, a conditional support for the CDE recommendation for 100% field test, but what I mean by field test is a benchmark test, which other people have been calling operational, benchmark test in spring 2015. The support should assume that NCSEC will indeed have a complete benchmark test for 2015, that California is ready to use the results for accountability purposes, and that is to contribute to the NCSEC standard setting activities in the fall of 2015, and that necessary federal waivers are obtained by December 31st at the end of this year. The support of the CDE recommendation should include state board direction in case any of those 3 assumptions are not met by December 31st. I'd also like to support the NCSEC assertion they will not use the California Spring NCSEC data for their planned standard setting unless California participates. Participation involves the motivation for taking the tests for accountability purposes. Using unmotivated data for cut score setting is a very poor educational measurement practice, similar to tanking on the pretest in order to maximize gains in the following year pre-posts. The agenda material states CDE's intention to do an independent standard setting using unmotivated data after spring 2015 field test or benchmark test is administered for practice purposes. That'd be a very poor strategy in an attempt to inflate gain scores in future years and misinform schools and the public with fraudulent data. State boards should recognize and emphatically reject this portion of the CDE recommendation. Details are for this rationale for the entire conditional support is in the handout. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, we now have
we have 5 more speakers.
Oh, more. Sorry.
Yes, Gina Plate, Barbara Schulman, Kimberly Rodriguez, Mindy Fattig, and Bill Lucia.
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent, and board members. My name is Gina Plate, and I chair the Advisory Commission on Special Education. So you've heard from us over the past couple of years that we are representing a number of stakeholder groups specific to special ed. And these folks have been intimately involved in both the creation and the rollout of the NCSC. We're appreciative of the state board members and CDE for your engagement on this complicated and emotionally charged issue. And we are thrilled at the acknowledgement that the CAPA is no longer an appropriate assessment. We've heard that from a number of places. As we do look to the future, there are a couple additional items that I want to point out. The first one is AB 484 requires that you adopt or implement an alternative assessment before eliminating the CAPA. And if you were to vote for the NCSC to be operational, it would meet that requirement. Second, we can decide whether or not we report our scores to the federal government with SBAC. We can decide that that's appropriate or not, and going operational allows you to make that decision. And finally, while it is an option, field testing does have complications. As you heard from previous speakers, there are multiple waivers required. There's approval from other consortium members. And given our recent ranking from the U.S. Department of Ed, we don't know that this is an appropriate use of our time and energies. Going operational does meet the requirements, and I want to emphasize the fact that it is not binding. So a year down the road, should we decide that it is no longer appropriate, you have the option of adopting a new test. So we respectfully recommend that you approve an operational test for 14-15. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and the members of the board. My name is Barbara Schulman, and I'm representing ACSE. As an advisory commissioner and a teacher of 40 years, this has become a very emotional issue, and it's about the students I am the most passionate for. All we want is for our students to be treated like every other student in California. We want the NCSC standards-based test. CAPA must be eliminated. It is not standards-based. It is based on subjective observation of teachers in some cases. You cannot move up level by level. You must go by a grade, so you can't show the amount that you have learned. The field has been discussing this since AB 250 work group. Why wouldn't we want our students to be on the same testing cycle as every other student in California? Let's use the resources, the curriculum, the standard stating being developed, and be part of a national consortium just like SBAC. Thank you for considering our request and allowing my students to show you what they know, not what they don't know, by using a computer-adaptive program with a ceiling developed into the test when mastery has been reached. To send a stronger message to and motivation to teachers, parents, and students that California believes every student has a right to a quality education, and testing on that knowledge, we should go operational. And if the state chooses to use scores or not for all students, we would be a part of that. Thank you very much.
Kimberly Rodriguez with the Association of California School Administrators. Access supports the department's recommendation to the board, and we would request that you adopt it. We do have a couple of suggestions on some information sharing. We think that this recommendation strikes an appropriate instructional and psychometric balance. I would remind people that when we did Smarter Balance, we conducted a pilot as well as a field test before we're expected to go operational next year, and we would agree that that timeline is appropriate for the NCSC's assessment. I want to be clear, we do not support double testing, and as such, we would ask that you as the board or the department seek legislation. There is a bill, Ms. Bonilla has a bill, and actually make that clear that regardless of if we receive the waiver or not, state law should say that these children should not be double tested next year, and we'll deal with the consequences. But I want to make that very clear. ACSA doesn't support the continuation of the CAPA, but at the same time, we want to do it on a measured, reasonable approach for the field to get ready and to have a timeline. Our suggestions are we have four of them. One is that whatever you decide today, you immediately convey that to the field. ACSA has been very clear with communication that we need to make sure that that happens on a timely basis. The second thing is for the department, in conjunction with you, to develop a timeline of how the pilot's going to work. We're in July. Schools have calendars and they've made decisions. So if they're going to participate in October, the more information they have, the earlier is better. And also a timeline for a field test if that's what the board decides. And actually, I'm sorry, it was three things. The third thing is that cost estimates be completely developed. When we did Smarter Balanced in my previous life, I remember seeing the long spreadsheets of the three options about how much it was going to cost. I don't think that information is available for this consortium, and that's very important for the Department of Finance and for the legislature to know this, because we want this test to be free for all LEAs in next spring. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mindy Fadig. I'm the SELPA Director for Humboldt-Del Norte County, as well as a co-chair for the State SELPA Legislative and Due Process Committee. Thank you for your time today. I am here to urge the board for equity for our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Our students deserve to be treated like students without disabilities and those with mild and moderate disabilities. To continue the use of the CAPA, as we heard of from many of the speakers, is just inadequate. It's not fair to our students, and our teachers are teaching Common Core. We need a test that's aligned to that. I urge the board to continue or to consider going full operational and not field test for a couple of reasons. One, we have a test that's proven. We have a test that works for our student with severe and cognitive disabilities. Students in my SELPA have taken part in that. I have teachers that participate in the community of practice, and we believe we have a test that meets that definition to replace the CAPA that is aligned to the Common Core. To be able to go fully operational in the spring would also allow our test scores to be considered and set the benchmarks with other states that are doing the NCSC. Also, finally, why waste taxpayer money in continuing with another field test, which may change the test and not be able to participate our California students in their scores nationwide for that test. I just urge the board for equity. Do not treat our students with severe cognitive disabilities any different than any of our other students in California. We have an operational test. We have a proven test aligned to state standards. I urge the board to go fully operational in the spring.
Good morning, Bill Lucia with EdVoice, and I'm coming as president of EdVoice, also somebody who negotiated the 2005 IDEA reauthorization in the U.S. Senate, and a father of 5 kids, including one with an IEP. The biggest concern that we have is parents and teachers and IEP team members, experts, being left out of the communication loop. And that's, we believe, a key consideration. So regardless of what happens with your decision today and the legislation that's pending, it's very important to get the communication out as early as possible. You've heard from experts today that there is an additional fall pilot effort going on to do more item development and getting a better sense of being able to go live and operational. We think that it's important to consider that in the base of knowledge going forward in the operational live operational testing availability for the spring. We feel strongly that you should take very seriously Secretary Duncan's conditions on the ESEA waiver. We don't think the staff recommendation goes far enough with regard to directing you as a board to direct the CDE to explore waivers because others are clearly required. Secretary Duncan listed several bodies of federal law in the civil rights of children that go beyond federal ESEA mandated requirements for testing that need to be considered in terms of waivers. Finally, with regard to performance level setting and participating in live operation, certainly we believe that giving, even if it's raw data, back to parents helps with the motivation factor and can help with item development and performance level setting. If you make a decision today to not go forward with live operation, even depending on how you choose to use it, we, number one, would request information be provided to parents on the front end and on the back end. If you're going to test kids, give them raw data. And finally, with respect to the opportunity to be part of a consortia now and in the going forward for item development, performance level setting, and even governance structure, we think it's critical that you're making a key decision today that would deviate from your decision as a consortium member for Smarter Balance if you don't go operational in the spring.
That's it. Okay. So, Board Member Cohn, you want to comment? Oh, sorry.
I just want to make a couple of comments. In regards to field testing versus operational. I sat in on an NCSC call yesterday, and essentially 15 states are planning on going operational, and only 6 of those states have submitted letters of intent to this point. 3 states plan on field testing. California is the only one granted that plans on all-in, as we did with Smarter Balance. The other 2 are doing sampling. And then 1 state is actually doing a volunteer process in that they're going to volunteer in both the NCSC consortium and the other consortium. So there's a little bit of diversity in terms of how folks are moving forward or states are moving forward with this. A couple of reasons as to why we did this approach. First, we did it in Smarter Balance. As I think Kimberly had said, we started out with a pilot, then we did a field test and operational assessment. And we were proposing to do the same 2 things. A little different than Smarter Balance is the pilot is broken into 2 phases. Phase 1 we did, phase 2 we're about to do. And at that point, we'll have the data. We'll be able to understand how California did in terms of the participation in that. And it will allow all students to participate. In the pilot phase 1, only 1,600 kids participated in that pilot. If we were to do the field test, then all students would have an opportunity to participate in testing before we would move to an operational assessment. So essentially our approach has been to do, as we have done with Smarter Balance, in piloting, field testing, and then operational. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So we have 2 assessment liaisons, and Member Burr and Member Strauss, but I'd let Member Cohn lead off.
I think that what we have to be certain about is that in going forward, we're involved with a consortium that really makes sense and is really consistent with where we are as a state. This has been, in my liaison roles, listening to the points of view of people that I highly respect and are passionate about the state's commitment to better serving students. This has been a very, very complex issue. But I also think it needs to be balanced with, we are a state that's incredibly large, larger than any other state, and we have to be certain that we're in a consortium that actually makes sense for us in the long term. I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'd be fine hearing from others before we move forward.
Board Member Holliday.
You know, the speakers make a very convincing argument, but the thing that concerns me is whether or not there are specific consequences to our not going fully operational with this consortium. I understand Member Cohen's statement. Money is one, right? That is a potential outcome from not going operational. I don't quite understand what they're talking about in terms of our not being part of the standard setting and that piece of the picture. Could you explain that just briefly?
Sure. So, because the states that are planning, that are intending to go operational, they will be a part of the standard setting. But NCSC has indicated to us that because we're field testing, that our data would not be included in that standard setting, and therefore we would need to do our own standard setting.
And we're prepared to do that. We're prepared and capable of doing that.
Correct.
In your judgment, yes.
We have done it many times.
Yeah.
And then my other question is, what if the waiver is not approved? How does that affect what happens?
I think we're in the same boat as we were with Smarter Balance, and that we had intended to do a full-on 100% field test, and the waiver was secondary. And fortunately, we did get that waiver, but we would have gone forward with the field test for Smarter Balance.
Yeah, let me make my own views here. I think our responsibility as a board, at least as me as president, I would have that I feel completely comfortable that the pilot testing results were given back to us, we were able to analyze them, and that we understand where we are with this. We have not really received an analysis of the pilot testing.
No.
Yes, we have a responsibility for equity, but we have a responsibility if we're going to go fully operational with an assessment that we are sure that this assessment is valid, reliable, is fit, and is one that we want to participate in. We, at this point, is my understanding, just don't have the information back from a pilot test. So people are asking us to go operational when I haven't seen what's happened with the pilot test. I feel that we have if you will, a fiduciary responsibility to make sure if we're going fully operational, that we have great confidence in this assessment and in this consortium, which is somewhere between 6 and 13 states as we look at it. So it's not like this is the only option and a national option. So I have been very personally uneasy with what we know about the pilot test and what we know about the results of so far. So that's my concern with this in regard. I just don't think we have the information from the pilot test or enough information about how this assessment has worked to say we're all in. This is just like Smarter Balanced. I don't see that at all, frankly, in terms of the scientific validity and reliability data that we have here.
So I'm going to move that we approve the CDE's staff recommendation, and in addition, that we direct the CDE and the SBE staff to explore other assessment options and report back to the board as necessary.
Is there a second to that? Are there any speakers on the motion?
No.
Further board member discussion?
Can you, President Kirst, share how the motion, does it address the concern that you just expressed?
Well, this would allow us to do a field test, but it would allow us to explore a number of options, not just one with this consortium.
Okay.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so one of the things that I heard in the public comment was a concern that the department or the board is looking at redesigning or dressing up or in some way doing some work to revise the CAPA. This motion, is that one of the options contemplated by this motion, or are we clear that for us as a board, the CAPA is off the table altogether?
Done. We're done with the CAPA.
Okay.
So this is similar to we were done with CST. And we made that clear.
I was hoping that was your answer, but I had to ask that just because of what was stated in the public.
Okay, if there's any further discussion by the board. Superintendent.
Just if the motion passes, what is the communication plan? A couple of concerns were raised about how we communicate with the field, and do you have a plan laid out and a way to consult with the concerned parties about the next steps coming?
Right. So we have been working on a plan. We have a communication plan that we're working on with our contractors and within the assessment division. We've kind of been waiting, holding off until this meeting was finished. One of the things that we learned in the previous pilot is that we received information late from the consortium. We in turn got it laid out to fields. So we're working more with folks in the field in terms of determining what their needs are. One of the things that we did in Smarter Balance is work with people on the front end. We did surveying and focus groups, and we're learning a lot from what worked well. And we'll be able to take some of that information, I think, and apply it to this. But yes, we are indeed working on putting together some information. Our goal is to have it out before August. That's our goal. And we're working on putting together a number of things, FAQs, a webinar, materials that LEA could use with their parents and so forth. So we do have plans in the works.
Board Member Moline?
I'm not sure if you said it, but in lines to a timeline and so forth, did you share with us, and I missed it, about is the testing window the same or is it different?
I'm not sure what you mean by the same or different. The phase 2 will be scheduled from October 20th to November 14th.
Phase 2.
And then the spring administration, we do not have the test dates for the spring administration yet.
So is our goal to at least keep it in the same time frame as our regular testing window, so that we're doing the field testing and, or are you
I'm
looking?
not sure yet. You know, we haven't been given the test window from the consortium. So, you know, we had anticipated in the phase 1 pilot that we would do phase 1 in February, March, which would have taken place before the other assessment takes place. But then, of course, that was delayed to a March or April, May administration. So moving forward with the spring administration, we do not have the test window, the dates from the consortium yet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay, the motion is passed. And now we're on to item 4. And I will say that in item 4, we will have part of that item will include the issue of the federal waiver for what the action was in item 3.
Thank you. Carrick Ashley, Director for Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. Item 4 is an action item. It has 2 recommendations. The first one I will present, and then Deb Sigmund will come up and present the second part. The first part is related to our accountability workbook, our adequate yearly progress part of the accountability workbook. As you recall, the LCFF reduced our significant subgroup size for accountability reporting. We were at 100 down to 30. And this board has already approved that we want to align both the AYP subgroup with the API subgroup. This board also made a decision not to produce an API this coming school year. We did get a waiver from the federal government not to produce AYP for elementary and middle schools, but we are required to do AYP for high schools only, because high schools, as you may remember, is based on CASE and graduation data, not from CSTs like the API is. What this first part of this recommendation is accountability workbook amendment about the timing of when we would implement this subgroup size of 30. Since we don't have APIs and we won't have AYPs for this year for elementary and middle, the recommendation is that we make a change to our accountability workbook to do the significant subgroup size of 30 in our AYP for 2015. That's the first recommendation. The second one, Deb Sigmund.
So the second part is that, and this goes with the prior item, we want to make sure to send a message, obviously, to the field who is clearly concerned about continuing to give CAPA. We're requesting that you give the authority to President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson to send a waiver to the Department of Education on behalf of California to prevent any double testing. Now, you heard Ms. Hernandez talk about how we had approached this with Smarter Balance, and there was very much a will on the part of all of our policymakers to make sure that we didn't do double testing. And I believe, at least from the superintendent's vantage point, that there is no intent to have these students take two separate tests. So we want to obviously approach the feds with a similar testing waiver that we did last year.
So this is a two-part recommendation. Are there speakers on this item? She's waiting.
Bill Lucia with Ed Voice. I want to focus on the issue that goes back to the previous item with regard to the waiver, and to reiterate that in the ESEA waiver, Secretary Duncan's Assistant Secretary explicitly made conditions that pertain to the item that you previously handled. And that body of law is beyond ESEA. So as you explore your conversations with the feds and being compliant, I would encourage you to consider the need for possibly more than just an ESEA waiver. Furthermore, with respect to the action that you just took, I didn't speak on the motion, but as a matter of law, you would need to change the law. And the pending legislation has stalled out in the appropriation suspense file, and with an urgency clause now removed because of concerns of many of the testimony that you've heard, as well as the lack of information to parents. And so I would encourage you to consider that as you deliberate over this, because to get an urgency, it does require a 2/3 vote.
Good morning again. Kimberly Rodriguez with the Association of California School Administrators. We support the department and actually the board seeking the waiver with the federal government. But again, I wanted to make clear in reference to Mr. Lucia's comments, we do strongly believe that state law needs to be changed, and that vehicle would be the Bonilla bill. I would note, just to slightly clarify Mr. Lucia's comments, the bill is on the suspense file, but the suspense file has not been acted on and will not be acted on until August. So the bill is still alive. It's not necessarily dead. And in its current form, it's very consistent with the actions that the board just took on the previous item and is about to take on this item. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Doug McRae. I'd just like to clarify one thing having to do with the law on the suspense file. Without the urgency clause that Mr. Lucia referenced, it will not be an effective law until January 1st, 2015, which means that you would not be able to apply for a waiver until January 2015, I believe. I'd also just very, very quickly, going back to the previous item, the ambiguity between what's called a field test and what's called an operational test is a major problem. The Smarter Balanced thing that was called a field test this last spring was in fact a phase 2 pilot. It was an item tryout. It was not a benchmark test usable for standard setting. And I think that was a problem with respect to the last item. Thank you.
Okay, further board discussion on this motion? I guess we've had public comment on the motion, so all right, so we're ready for a vote? Oh, we don't have a motion, okay. I thought, oh, we do. We need a motion, that's it. Okay. That was the last one, right. So we need a motion for this, which is the CDE recommendation.
Yeah, I move that the board accept both of the CDE's recommendations.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion? Any board member discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, thank you. And we're now on to item 5, the ETS contract amendment.
Hello again. I'm Diane Hernandez, Director of Assessment Development Administration Division. Item 5 is an action item which the department recommends that the board approve the proposed amendment to the CASP contract and direct the department, the board staff, and the DOF to work with the ETS to make any future modifications to the contract. Attachment 1 provides an outline of the changes, which include extending the current contract with Educational Testing Service, or ETS, for 1 year. This is suggested in response to the Smarter Balance Consortium announcement to reschedule the release of the open source code to member states that will come in September. If you'll recall, the open source code is an integral part of the software system that includes student registration, test delivery, the test registration system, and adaptive engine for both the summative and the interim assessments. This extension would also cover the administrations of the 14-15 CASP assessments, including science and so forth. This would also cover the Smarter Balance summative assessments, interim assessments, and the formative tools. The extension covers hosting the Smarter Balance summative assessment system, including the system to register students, the use of computer adaptive engine, an online system for hand scoring items, developing new individual student score reports and disaggregated reports for LEAs and schools, as well as disaggregated reports for the state, county, district, and school levels. The extension also covers the Smarter Balance interim assessments in that it includes the system to register teachers that will be able to access the system and the system for teachers that can register students. For science, the extension continues the work on science assessments, including development of test blueprints, and initiates the actual item development for the science assessments covered under CASP. These, of course, would be aligned to the next generation science standards, or NGSS. And lastly, the extension provides for the administration of a paper-pencil version of the Smarter Balance summative assessments in those rare instances when an LEA may be warranted to need that. As a reminder, in November 2013, the board approved the amendment to the ETS contract that allowed the department to use the cost savings realized by elimination of some of the STAR tests and apply that towards the Smarter Balance field test. As indicated in item 3, the capital would no longer be administered, and the cost savings of roughly $2.2 million could be put towards the alternate assessment activities. Upon the board's approval, the contract work would continue through December 31st, 2015. And one thing that I wanted to point out at the end here is that the department has prepared a request for submissions, or RFS, for the CASP program. That's currently under final review. The CD anticipates the release of the RFS to be in November 2014. That's tentative, of course. There are a number of things, of course, that have to happen before that, before the contract is awarded, but we tentatively plan for that July 1st, 2015, which would give us a 6-month or so overlap between contracts. So with that, I can answer questions. I do have representatives here from the contractor if you would like to ask them questions.
The test administration tasks are very specific. When you talk about the science tasks, it's more general. What I read is continue the work of, that kind of thing. Are there specific goals for the contractor and dates and that sort of thing?
Yes, and so as you know, AB 44 required that we develop science assessments aligned to the NGSSS. In Amendment 10, with the contractor, we did do some work, science work around this in terms of we did a science tryout in the grades that are currently in place, 5, 8, and 10. That allowed us to see how items would develop some items that would be computer-based and functionality of that. So we did that work previously. The work that we're currently doing under the current amendment is to start the work around stakeholder groups. So actually next week we begin that work. We are bringing together stakeholders from around California to inform us on the requirements that are in AB 44 in terms of the grade levels that we would assess, in terms of the assessments, the item types that we would have, in terms of matrix testing versus testing individual students. So there are a number of things that are outlined in AB 44 that we'll be tackling in this stakeholder work. The recommendations or the information that comes out of the stakeholder work will be compiled into a report for the superintendent, and then we'll go forward with the board after that.
Board Member Williams.
So I have a couple of questions. I'm not one of the assessment liaisons, but I'm one of the NGSS liaisons and have been for 3 years, and am pretty seriously engaged with hoping to see policy coherency from the original National Research Council's framework for science education through the development of the NGSS, through most recently the appointments to the Curriculum Framework Committee, and then all of that work. And so I'm as an individual board member and as an NGSS liaison, I'm particularly interested in a couple of things. Obviously, the assessment part of this, while you're talking about it, rooting it in 484, I'm rooting it in the National Research Council and the NGSS in terms of what the intent and hope is for the new science education standards, and then eventually instruction. And so there's a couple of things I'm curious about that maybe you can address for me. One of them is that a test for NGSS would be inadequate if it didn't have performance assessments associated with the practices that are a central part of what makes NGSS conceptually different from our previous science standards. Is this going to be part of the ETS extension contract in terms of looking at that, or is that part of is that somewhere in your plan, and how is it in your plan?
Very good question. In fact, I wanted to point out one other thing. You had mentioned the NRC. The National Research Council has done a lot of work around developing the NGSS, and in fact, the co-chair of that project is Dr. Mark Wilson from Berkeley. Mark is on our tag and is instrumental in the work that we're moving forward with this. So he'll be in the meetings next week and is working with us through this process.
And was he on the group that released recently, within the last year, the NRC's report on appropriate assessment for NGSS?
Yes, he was the co-chair on that project.
Perfect.
So moving forward with that, of course, he's involved in that, and so we have guidance in regards to the NGSS and the implementation of the NRC project. There are a number of things that we're working through. As you had mentioned, what type of assessment would be provided, or the item types, matrix testing, and so forth, are all required as part of AB 44, so that discussion will take place as part of the stakeholder work.
Okay, so in my mind, not being an assessment person, but caring about how this goes through, the making sure that there are performance assessment types that are related to the cross-cutting concepts or the practices, and not just multiple choice items related to the disciplinary core ideas is something that's important to me. The issue of a matrix test versus, which would be only testing some of the items with some of the population, as I understand it, is a different question to me. That's a question involving how much information are we getting from how many students. And as well, the question of are we staying with the same grade levels that are required by right now, federally required, or are we, which I guess intersects with the matrix question, would we want to add additional grade levels, or in some way, as we consider the tests that we are deciding to give, how is that going to feed into the next generation API in California? In other words, how is that going to feed into potentially giving more weight in the API to science education? So all of these are intertwined issues, I'm assuming, and I'm hoping that all those questions are on the table as you're meeting with these stakeholder groups, so that that process and the kind of bigger strategic questions embedded in them, like if we don't test for the performance expectations learning around the practices, we've really kind of failed the vision of NGSS. And if we don't, for me personally, if we don't find a way to get science education some more value in any accountability system, whether it's local or it's statewide, then it's going to be harder to get more traction for a more robust science education program in California. So I'm telling you, I hope that that is part of the strategic thinking, and it's not just focused around what did 484 say, and can we just get kind of feedback on each of those things.
Exactly.
So you're thinking the same way? Tell me you're thinking the same way.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
So I won't worry about it as much. Thank you.
Board Member Molina.
Look at task 8 and provide a little bit more clarity on the section where it talks about task 8.
Are you on attachment 1, attachment 2?
Attachment 1, page 7, task 8. It talks about the hand scoring and how it'll involve human raters, obviously, and the number of 9 to 10 questions and 28 to 31 million children. Can you talk a little bit more about how you see this happening? Are you bringing, and you talk about bringing teachers in to do this. Is this inter-rater reliability with a group that this will be sent back to CDE or the testing company, or is it at individual sites?
So I'm actually looking at page 8, which is
Page
reporting.
7.
Okay.
Task 8, page 7, where it talks about the new cost incurred, and it discusses the number of constructed responses, 9 to 10 approximately, and then the hand scoring process involves training human raters, qualifying the raters to score, et cetera.
Sure, and that's essentially what we do now in terms of reviewing CST items. What we've done in the past is we've had to hand score those on the essay portion of that. And we've always had an inter-rater reliability process where we would have one reader review an essay, a second reader would review that, they would score them. If there was any difference in that scoring, then we would have arbitration and we would be able to bring in a third reviewer. So we're following similar processes in that respect. I'm not clear of what your question is.
My question is that going to be done internally? In other words, you're not expecting districts to do that, is that correct?
No, the contractor does that.
Bringing folks in.
And brings folks in to do that, which is what we currently do or have done.
So in timing, in terms of getting the results back, have we talked about how much time that would take as a result of this?
No, oh, that's right. So that's part of the discussion in regulation in terms of getting the reports back. And that's one of the things that we're currently working through with the contractor in terms of we want to be sure to get the results back in a timely fashion. We also are going through CalPAD, so there's some things that we're working out in terms of timing.
So remember, there's a statute about return of results. There's regulations about return of results. And this is in your CASP update, but there's some things that will be happening this year in terms of achievement level setting and such, and how that and those reporting mechanisms will just play out next year. We're likely to bring some report options to you over the course of the year. This board has traditionally played a role in what those reports look like to parents and so forth, so the contractor would be prepared to do that. I think there's also this issue of
some of the results can be reported very quickly, right? So the things that students take in the computer adaptive engine, right? That's kind of an immediate return to schools. These hand scoring items that you refer to obviously take more time. And so not only California, but the consortium itself and other states are trying to think about how we can separate those two and then bring them back together, that kind of thing. So those, we're still working on those things. We'll update you as that kind of flows out during the course of the year. Well, someone will, but you'll have that information. Okay.
Board Member Williams.
I'm going to go back to NGSS just for a second. I know that California is going to be and will always be the largest state to have adopted NGSS. Right now, I think we're only one of 10, but others have it in the queue. The likelihood of all 26, was it 26?
That was 24. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that was from before.
Yeah.
So we're always going to be the largest, and it's going to be a small group of total states. And even if it wasn't a small group, California tends to lead most things like this because we are the largest. All of that being said and true, and plus we have our own laws that we need to comply with and our own timetable. I have heard, because I've attended some of the national meetings through Achieve, and have talked with some of the state board members from Oregon and Washington, and I know that they would be interested in working with California on collaboratively, and I'm wondering if that's also on the table for you guys and of interest.
Another consortium. I am aware.
It's different. The consortium to put together the test is a little bit different from working with other states kind of politically to see about paying for a test, for example.
No, there have been some preliminary discussions. I've been in conversations on the national level in terms of assessment as well with Stephen Pruitt and other states, other testing directors. And it's a kind of a conversation that's happening right now. There are states on the western end, Washington, Oregon, Nevada, that have shared an interest in doing a collaborative effort. I'm not aware that anything has moved forward with that. At this point in time, we have no plans. We have not participating in any conversations around consortium or collaborative efforts. We have just been trying to stay the course of getting what's in front of us done right now in terms of the stakeholder work and all of that.
Any
Was that
further questions before we ask for public comment on this item? Public comment?
We have 4 speakers: Doug McRae, Jessica Salkow, Bill Lucia, and Kimberly Rodriguez. Please line up.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, a retired educational testing specialist from Monterey. I've got a 2-page handout coming around. I'm going to focus on the first 2 bullets of that handout. First, failing to conduct an open RFS for this major contract when the program is undergoing a major changes and major general fund increases is a major insult to California taxpayers. An RFS would generate new insights on how our statewide testing program might be operated from competitors. It would vet corporate capabilities for new tasks for ETS and new subcontractors, particularly the extremely high volumes for both machine and human scoring, which ETS has not had the capability or experience in the past. And vetting competitive pricing for an $85 million contract. The reason provided for not conducting an RFS in a timely manner for CASP 2015 does not hold water, and it is not too late for the State Board to request an RFS with results and recommendations by the September meeting. Second, the scope of work posted a week ago reveals the plan to use the 2014 Smarter Balance preliminary cut scores for results in 2015 returned within 8 weeks of testing, a flawed proposal contrary to good educational measurement practice. Smarter Balance website clearly states the 2014 standard setting exercise will be preliminary, non-valid cut scores to be validated in 2015 with actual data from giving the test. You don't have a Smarter Balance test yet. You did an item tryout this last spring. The proposal will result in lowball cut scores, inflated gain scores in future years, a practice that games any statewide accountability use of gain scores from Smarter Balance tests. This is a major educational measurement flaw in CDE's approach to this statewide testing program, and it should be summarily rejected by the board. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Jessica Sacco, representing the California Science Teachers Association. I'd like to thank Member Williams for her comments and questions earlier. CSTA shares many of those perspectives and concerns. And I also want to thank Diane Hernandez for helping clarify a lot of questions that I had prior to this meeting to help get some of those questions resolved. CSTA is supportive of the process that includes stakeholders in the development process for the recommendation for the future of science assessments for NGSS. In terms of this contract extension, we did have a few concerns sort of similar in nature to what Member Williams was commenting about, and those are mostly based in our uncertainty and how this contract may or may not be limiting in the scope of the science assessments that are going to be developed for federal accountability. In task 12B2, the scope of work, there are several item types that are listed as being included as the types of assessments that may be developed. Missing from this list are items types such as writing for data analysis or argumentation. Additionally, all the items listed are computer-based, leaving CSTA with concerns that there may not be room for the development of performance tasks that may or may not take place on a computer. Again, this may not be a certainty, but because it's unclear, we're expressing the concerns here. At this point, our only recommendation is to add to 12B in the third paragraph that ETS also build from the work, guidance, and information provided in the NRC report developing assessments for the next generation science standard that was published earlier this year. I'm glad they're working with Mark Wilson, but it does specifically encourage them to build on NAEP, and I think that which is part of the AB 484 legislation, but I think there might be room to kind of add to that to also build on that NRC report. So that would be our recommendation. Thank you.
Bill Lucia with Ed Voice. There's a handout coming around with two pieces of legislation to bring to your attention. First of all, before I get into that, I'd like to commend the staff and the board for I think the first time in 6 or 7 years that there's been this amount of data backup in the item when the board has been considering an extension of the contract. So I think it's very helpful to the public and stakeholders to get a better sense of all the moving parts, and I would just want to underscore and recognize that. With regard to the legislation coming around, there's these two and then a third, which was the omnibus school finance trailer bill with this budget that I want to make some comments about to bring to your attention. There are issues that people have raised about taxpayer issues and costs and so forth. We believe that this is a fraction of the enterprise of public education in California. It's well worth the cost, whatever it is, and we would even say double down on it and get it done right, get it done completely, and get score reports back to parents and teachers so they can use them appropriately. Now with that, there are some issues I want to identify as missing elements that are actually mandated by California law that are not in the scope of work. A significant and important one to us is second grade testing. The legislature mandated that savings be rerouted from summative assessments to diagnostic assessments, and the department has a responsibility by November 1 of this fall to identify a diagnostic and the savings to be rerouted for that purpose, and that's missing from the contract and the scope of work. Also, as you can see in the one sentence, 3-line long piece of statute dealing with interim informative assessment. Interim informative assessment are terms of art. There's an and, a conjunction there. Nowhere in the 92 pages of the scope of work is formative. There's a lot of talk about formative tools and how that's going to help with the Common Core and the SBAC process. That's missing. If I could, just one really quick thing to say on the California scoring issue, it talks about recruiting teachers from California, but not requiring that they be residents of California. That's a lot of taxpayer money to go to the opportunity for teachers to learn about the Common Core that's not mandated as part of this contract extension.
Okay, does the department, oh, there's one more. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA again. I just requesting a clarification. Given that you just approved the field test for NCSC and moving towards a consortium test, with this new contract with ETS, what's the status of the CAPA, and what are we, I know it's included in there, but are we expecting some savings, and how does that would amend for the amendment? So I'm just requesting clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, go, Diane, you went, yeah. The second one sounds easy.
I think a couple of things. First, the grade 2 diagnostic testing is not covered in this contract. It's in another contract. We're working through that now. We have established a timeline. We are putting out a request for information for LEAs to gather information on the types of grade 2 diagnostic testing that's being done out there. Once we've gone through that process, we'll collect that information and provide it in a report. In regards to the second thing, what was Kimberly just talking about? The formative assessment piece. So all of that is included in this contract. We're going through a number of steps to ensure that we have the formative tools available. They are currently available to teachers now on a preview site as well, and the interim assessments will be available in fall 2014.
And then the savings on the CAPA, yes.
That's what I was trying to think of. Right. There, as I said earlier, there's roughly $2.2 million that's in the 14-15 budget for CAPA. That money could be used in support of a different alternate assessment. We would just use the funds in a different way to support whatever alternate assessment we go with.
Okay, that's, yeah.
The teachers that have been invited to participate in the stakeholder groups are current California classroom teachers. Is that for scoring?
And then on the scoring.
That's a good question. I'm not certain. I would probably have to defer to ETS on that.
Well, they're here.
Well,
they are here.
Where they're coming up, I just ask our attorneys also to double check the question, and I know you've answered it, Diane, related to the formative assessments, just to make sure the contract reads clearly that the formative's included.
Hello, Tom Foster with ETS. The requirement for California teachers is in the scope of work. I believe we target at least trying to get 20% of the teachers hand scoring to be California teachers. Hopefully we can get more than that, but it's not easy to recruit those teachers. We certainly would welcome almost everybody that we can to score. We'll need a lot of people to do the scoring, and California teachers will provide a great resource for us to do that. I think it also gets back to the point of that's good professional development for the school, so we'll engage as part of our scope of work into recruiting California teachers as much as possible.
How will you get the word out so teachers know the opportunities there?
Well, it'll be part of our communications package that we do as our contract, and then the department has additional communications contracts.
Do you go through the teacher organizations as well as through the districts?
Both.
Thank you.
Yeah, Board Member Rucker.
Thank you very much for providing information about the issues about teacher recruitment and the availability of California teachers for this process. But I think one of the great unspokens that always remains unaddressed in this issue is anytime you ask a classroom teacher to participate in this work, which is very important and is vitally necessary for them to be there, is the fact that they are being asked also to leave their classroom. So the concern about surfacing or identifying teachers to be willing to do this is actually vitally connected to the willingness of their employers to allow them to do this. So in doing the outreach to teachers to let them know that this opportunity is available, there needs to be some communication with districts to be supportive of their teachers who choose to volunteer so that they are not pressured by their employers to refuse the opportunity if it's offered to them, or the employers feel the pressure about the fact that these teachers are being released. So I think that there is some work that needs to be done with leadership in LEAs concerning this work, because part of the recruitment process has nothing to do with teacher awareness. Many teachers are aware of this and have a great interest, but many of them cannot participate because, frankly, they have unwilling leadership in their districts to allow them to do this. So what kind of plan or what kind of outreach or communication are you looking at, or have you considered in talking with local leadership on this?
I'm going to speak to that, in that, there are a number of things that we do in terms of outreach, not just in the sense of hand scoring, the ELA test or whatever, but we've been doing this for a number of years in assessment, where we bring teachers in to work on the assessment review panel, for example. We bring them in other instances on the instructional side of that. One of the things that we often do is reach out to organizations, California Teachers Association, for example, the California PTA. We reach out to those organizations, let them know what we're looking for in terms of assistance. We also have other folks that we work with. The Regional Assessment Network is comprised of folks that represent the regions throughout California, and we engage with them in terms of getting folks to support this. We go out and do a number of presentations throughout the state, talking about what the task is and who we need that. In terms of reaching the LEAs, we tend to rely on the CASP coordinator. Every LEA has a CASP coordinator who's responsible for coordinating the work with their sites, and so we tend to go through them in terms of assessment as well. Other than that,
okay, so I heard you say,
but I don't know that that's something that would be covered in a contract.
Okay, so I heard you say that you reach out to the California Teachers Association, and I heard you say that you reach out to the California Parent-Teacher Association.
And
my question was, what is your conversation with the leaders in the district? So that would be some other statewide organizations other than PTA and CAPTA, because they are not usually the overwhelming membership in those statewide organizations.
And those are just two examples of what.
So what is your outreach to AXA and CSBA, and what is your communication plans, particularly with those organizations, to recruit them to be helpful in that way?
Maybe you forgot. I'll just remind you.
Okay.
So we've been meeting with the Ed Coalition partners for over 2 years. As we, Superintendent Torlakson had asked us to do this as we started our Smarter Balance work. We try to have conversations with them at least once a month, if not more. And each of those organizations is asked to send a representative. Some send 5, others send 1. But that's been a very helpful mechanism for us in terms of getting the word out, right? Because they are kind of at the front line of receiving the information, so they can help us if we have a recruitment effort. So, for example, we just recruited for our in-person panel for achievement level. We had over 300 folks who we were able to recruit. So those meetings have been very helpful to us in terms of getting out to those organizations. And they're routine, so we have a ready kind of audience there. The other thing that we do is we always have a north-south meeting that last year had about 1,500 people at it, and so those all represent district folks, and so we put out recruitment efforts in that too. It is a large state, so it's difficult at times, but we kind of saturate folks. Last year we were sending out what we called field test flashes, and some districts were getting a dozen at a time, and so we try to strike a balance between making sure that we get things to the right people, but not being so kind of that saturation point, and then people stop kind of listening. But the Ed Coalition meetings for us have been very useful, and they really help us get the word out quite a bit.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do participate in a limited way because of this role in those Ed Coalition meetings. But what my concern on this particularly is that we don't just rely on the usual suspects of, of leadership districts that do respond, that we have to look at ways to mine the field in other districts and get them to bring members and teachers to this particular process.
Yes, and we are also working with WestEd and Stanford on a grant project about scoring student work. And we've made some arrangements with Smarter Balance to actually bring in that student work. And WestEd and Scale will be doing a trainer of training models. So we'll be recruiting California teachers. That will take place over the fall. So through that mechanism, we can also get more folks involved. Okay?
Board Member Williams.
Okay, and if the ETS fellow could remain up. So just a little bit more on this, since we're starting with the NGSS assessment issue. What Ms. Sacco brought up regarding wishing to strengthen in the motion the importance of the alignment with the NRC's framework, but also the NRC's report on NGSS assessment. I'm not going to push to amend the motion, any motion to do that, but I want to emphasize how important I think it is. It's great that Mark Wilson is on the team, but making sure that everybody on the team knows that that from my viewpoint and from many others, including Helen Quinn, who was a co-chair of the framework, that assessment document should guide a lot of the work that we are doing with regard to assessment on NGSS and the development. Related to that, but different, is I had asked you earlier whether or not there was any interest in working with other states. I'm not going to push on that now, but I am going to ask about it frequently as things evolve. But within this state, there are a lot of people. This state is so rich in resources around everything related to academics, but especially science. And there are people in this state at various universities that have helped develop the assessment items for TIMSS and PISA and NAEP in science. And I know that there are there's at least already a group at Stanford and perhaps a group at SRI that are not looking to develop the tests, that are not looking to make money, but are looking to start evaluating or assessing what some of those science performance assessment items are on the international test, and if any of them can be used, are they aligned with NGSS, and could they be used as is, or could they be adapted to be aligned with NGSS, and looking at developing prototype performance assessment items. And so I want to say that given that's instead of looking at other states, looking within our own state and how rich the resources, intellectual capital is in this state, especially around this. And I'm hoping that you will be eager to reach out to groups like that and get their input and include them in the process. Because I think it will, and they are all familiar with the NRC assessment report. So I'm hoping you'll do that. And I'll be asking questions like this for the next couple of years.
Certainly. I should point out, too, having worked through NGSS implementation and working with the science experts, some of them are also participating in the stakeholder group. So,
from the science expert panel?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Board Member Burr.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion if we're finished with the discussion, but I want to clarify about science because I'm a little worried that we're over-promising on science, I guess. When I look at the table on attachment 1, task number 12, which I think is what you've been talking about, Diane, about the convening the stakeholder meetings, et cetera, I just want to be clear that in our other disciplines, we always follow the framework development process based on what we need to do in the state. As I recall, we had a little bit of a deviation from NGSS around middle grades based on California needs, and that we're now entering the framework process for science, as I recall, or it's underway. And that just to be sure that we understand that typically then what follows that is a test blueprint based on what our framework says and what our expectations are for instruction. Because while in the case of science, there's lots of information available at the national level, which we certainly want to be aware of, I just want people to understand, or make sure that I understand, that we're still following the same structure that we follow on our curriculum frameworks, our test blueprint development, et cetera, and that we're not doing something completely different on science. And then the second part of that is that the work that we're expecting ETS to do and the department to do is within the statutory framework, right, which are the grade levels that are to be tested. Because it sounded like within the context we were going to expect ETS to go, oh no, we want to test in every grade or whatever we might be doing. That wouldn't be the task to them. Okay, I just wanted to be clear because I felt like we were getting a little bit beyond what the scope of work was and the expectation about expanding testing, which I think people have different points of view about. So just wanted to make sure that for the record we were clear what we were doing in science.
And I want to clarify for you about the middle grades was not a deviation from NGSS. So far, and this is part of what I'm monitoring, because I'm a big believer in the importance of policy coherency. So far, everything is coherent. And the recommendation by the science expert panel and by the superintendent, which was adopted by the state board to adopt NGSS in total and to adopt a California specific integrated model for 6 to 8. That California model for 6 to 8 integrated model, I said specific, I meant integrated, that model was built on NGSS. It is NGSS aligned. It's just adapted a little bit and improved and was endorsed by Achieve and is published on their website. So there are no deviations, and the Curriculum Framework Committee will be working from what was adopted by the state board, recommended by the superintendent to do the framework. And so I'm assuming then that the testing that starts working will be based upon that as well.
Right.
Sometimes in my comments, I'm
very enthusiastic.
Yes, and I have a big vision for it.
So I just, again, want to be clear that we're sort of following the same process that we do, both the statutory framework and the curriculum framework, and then the test blueprint development. Okay, all right. So with that, I would like to make a motion, and it's essentially the motion, it's the department's recommendation that's stated in our item with one little addition, and that is that the department and the board and the Department of Finance staff, our friends at Finance, are very interested in the cost of assessment, work with ETS on the contract amendments. So I would move that recommendation.
Second.
Okay, is there any public, Superintendent.
Just a question back to our attorneys on the question of the contract and formative assessments. Okay.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion? There is.
President Kurz, Bill Lucia. For the record, formative is not in the scope of work. Formative is a term of art in the statute. Also, with regard to the motion and the discussion that was had, you heard, for the record, respectfully, that only 20% of California's we're going to be doing the scoring on constructed response. In your item on the attachment, page 7, that represents $4 million out of $23 million. So California will be spending $18 million to train teachers on Common Core in other states. So it's with regard to the cost. I'm dealing with it. With regard to the motion, I believe it's important for the Department of Finance to look carefully at the cost with respect to the increase on what it costs to score the Common Core assessments and the cost for out-of-state versus in-state teachers. Thank you.
Jessica Sacco, California Science Teachers Association. In terms of the motion, if as part of that, the instructions to work with staff to kind of finalize the scope of work, if the edit that we recommended could be included as part of that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, any more board discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor? Okay, that motion carries. So the board will adjourn now for executive session. We'll be out 1 hour. We'll reconvene about 1 o'clock. Please clear the room. Thank you.
forget your hat, but leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop of a Newton, that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all reet. If you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a drag, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Moving on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street. way.
Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version
Of a really solid Tennessee excursion.
Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Can you afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo?
I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling. Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace.
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam.
So Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
get aboard,
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
all aboard.
Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo.
I want to announce that in closed session, the State Board discussed the following cases: Cruz versus the State of California, DJ versus State of California, Vergara versus State of California, and the MSC law case. So we are now ready for item 6 on the supplemental educational service providers.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon. Hello, Board President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Bob Storelli, Division Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. The item 6 that I have to present to you today related to supplemental education services providers. There's actually 2 parts to this and 3 recommendations, so I'll walk you through it. Our first part of this is related to applications based on the appeal of additional providers for the 2014-2016 SES provider list. In recommendations 1 and 2, we'll explain those that we recommend, those that we recommend for denial. The second part of this item is we're seeking an additional waiver from the U.S. Department of Ed for our PILEAs to participate in the SES program as providers. So with that said, our first recommendation is based on a review of the providers' appeals. We're recommending in attachment 1, 6 non-LEAs be approved as SES providers, and on attachment 2, 7 PILEAs are recommended for approval. I make the distinction because the board in the past has encouraged us to get the participation of the PILEAs. We've done some outreach in that respect to get them to apply and approved where possible. The second recommendation that we're bringing before you today is on attachment 3. We're recommending the denial of appeals, providers' appeals. We have 22 non-LEAs and 4 LEAs. The third item that we're bringing before you today is we're asking you for Board President Kirst, in addition with State Superintendent Torlakson, to allow us to submit a waiver before the U.S. Department of Ed for the waiver of the regulatory provisions so that we can have PILEAs as SES providers for the 2016-17, 2017-18 program cycle. Any questions at this time?
Okay, there are no questions. If not, then we'll hear public comment.
We have one speaker. You want to Montgomery?
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Lawana Montgomery, and I'm the CEO and president of the Reach Learning Academy Center. I had filed an appeal and sent a copy of that to the state board members, and I was wondering if you had an opportunity first to take a look at that and advise me of your findings. Oh, okay. So the reason why I'm here is I've been a state provider since 2004, being approved for showing excellent accountability reports every year with my students. I believe that there is a discrepancy with the way the grants are being graded or evaluated. I was told at one point that there was no rubric, and so I don't know how you can grade an application if you have nothing to go by, and that these graders were inadequately trained. So I'm appealing to see if I can get approved at this meeting for to provide SES services. One of the problems, the reason why I'm talking about the inadequate responses is because when they sent me back the application, it said one of the questions, the profile shows grades to be served as K-12, but the data only provided is only for grades 2 through 8. It's our understanding that parents are the ones who make the selection for students. So if you get no parents who signed up for K through first grade, then you cannot have students in those grade levels. I have many more questions that they came back to me on that lets me know that they are not prepared or trained to know how to adequately say whether or not a SES provider should or should not provide tutoring services. There's other examples that I've submitted to you that I had to come back and answer. They said you say you serve for science, but you don't have any information for science. Time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you want to respond to any of that? Or?
I think the comments that I would like to address is we certainly do have a process in place. We certainly do have rubrics to where when we do have a readers conference, we have anchor papers that the readers are trained on to understand what a qualified RFA is versus one that is perhaps lacking in information. I think maybe what the prior speaker was talking about, there was a change, I believe, with the 2012 with the regulations that were now in place. So the time frame of which she may be referring to is perhaps prior to that. But we do have a process. I believe in the letter that all of the board members had received, she was asking about an appeal process. We do have an appeal process of which all of the applications that we're recommending approval or denial of today is part of that appeal process. They're all part of that. So in March, we had recommended that this particular provider be denied as an SES provider. The board approved that, and subsequent to that, we sent in a letter stating what the appeal process is, culminating with the information that was provided. This, again, is our recommendation to the board.
Thank you. Okay. Any further? I'm ready for a motion on this item.
Move all three recommendations of the CDE.
Second by Burr. Any comments on the motion? Public comments on the motion?
I'll make one comment. Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to commend staff for doing this and providing an opportunity for more districts to see how they could control their own SES programs and run them synergistically with other programs they have, whether it's after-school program or the academic day work. So one of the things in the discussion with staff about this item, I indicated we would look to see some best practices, so as we make the invitation available to other districts in the future, that they can see how it's done by other districts that have successfully put forward their own ability to run the SES program. So I think it's much more efficient and has a better outcome this way.
Okay.
Good work.
Is There's no further discussion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Department recommendation is approved. We're now on to item 7, and this is a public hearing. And so department staff will begin this, and then we'll have the public hearing.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I'm Tom Adams, Director of the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division, and also Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission. Joining me in presentation today will be IQC Chair Joanne Iskin, as well as IQC Chair Bill Honig, or IQC Vice Chair Bill Honig. We brought this item originally to you in May for information and are bringing it back to you in July for action. Just a quick review of the history regarding the development of the framework. The initial drafts of the chapter were developed with the ELA-ELD Curriculum Framework Evaluation and Criteria Committee from February 2013 through September 2013. After review and input from the IQC, the first draft of the framework was posted for public review beginning in December of 2013 to February of 2014. In March, the IQC recommended revisions based upon field review comments and prepared the framework draft to be posted for the second public review period. At the May meeting, we provided an overview of the process and timeline of the development of the ELA-ELD framework. As part of the presentation, we highlighted some of the key content and structure, including the organizing figure of the 5 key themes that include meaning making, language development, effective expression, content knowledge, and foundational skills. And that graphic image we affectionately call the turtle or the teddy bear, depending upon which you consider the most affectionate creature. Woven throughout the grade, and that's important because I think if you keep in mind that of those 5 themes, all of them have to be present in all grade levels, and the framework discusses them in varying details. So, but as we put it out for the second public review period, which began May 1st and lasted till July 1, we noticed that there was an unexpected amount of comments and suggestions to the framework. And at that point, then, it was decided that to hold a meeting to review those comments. So on June 27th, the English Language Arts, English Language Development Subject Matter Committee of the IQC met to go over those comments. Also during that period, the State Board staff and State Board liaisons raised issues about the framework and sought improvement and clarification on those issues. And there was a meeting with IQC members Joanne Iskin, Bill Honig, Karen Cadero-Kaplan of the English Learner Support Division, and myself, as well as Patricia DeCos and Aida Molina, about the suggested edits and clarifications. We came up with a list, and those were also submitted for discussion at the June 27th meeting. At the meeting, the public comments were separated by chapter to help facilitate the discussion. And to keep in mind how extensive the comments were, we had 398 comments from 41 organizations. So many of the comments and suggestions, though, were minor edits or suggestions for changes that had already been discussed at previous SMC and IQC meetings. These comments, then, were not discussed unless requested by members. The other comments, though, were discussed thoroughly that day on June 27th. And so between the hour of 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., we went through every comment and discussed them thoroughly. Now, attachment 1 to your agenda is a summary chart of all the comments that were discussed or taken action from that day. All suggested edits and revisions were approved unanimously by the ELA, ELD SMC members, and also were supported by the SBE liaisons who were there. I just have to take a moment to thank Patricia Rucker and Aida Molina for spending that lovely Friday with us. We were told, bring your favorite punctuation mark and describe why you like it the most. But keep in mind, there was still public comment that came in after that day. And because the period was till July 1st. And so what you have is a total of 58 public comments. So numbers 1 through 41 were received in time for the meeting. 42 through 53 were received between June 27th to July 1st, and 54 through 58 were comments received after July 1st. All have been posted as attachment 2 on the State Board agenda. Now, in regards to comments 42 through 58, which were received after the meeting of June 27th, the IQC chair was given the authority to review those comments, and working with CDE staff and the writers of the framework, was empowered to determine whether any actions should be taken. As with other comments received, the clarifying revisions and grammatical edits will be incorporated by the writers. Any suggestions regarding major changes to the organizational structure, addition of new materials, calls for new snapshots, charts, vignettes, or content changes in conflict with previous decisions will not be included. So here to talk about more the content of the changes that are being recommended is the chair of the Instructional Quality Commission, Joanne Iskin.
Good afternoon, board members. Let me talk first about the changes that were recommended. There were 2 types of changes recommended. The first type, I think you heard Tom refer to as edits. And if you look at your attachment 1, you'll see most of the comments were, in fact, comments that we considered edits, some language changes, some language enhancements, and most of those were accepted by the IQC, and even the comments that came in post-June 27th were also mostly edits, and all of them will be accepted. Our recommendation is they're accepted and included in the document. The second type of change that was recommended are actually, I again have to acknowledge our wonderful framework writers, Nancy Brennelson, Hallie Yapslowick, and Pam Speecher, because they are never satisfied. It is never good enough. So 2 significant changes that you'll see attached in your agenda referenced are comment 1065, which actually takes you to a link to a revised Chapter 4 of the framework, which is grades 2 and 3, where Hallie actually more fully developed the beginning reading section of that chapter. Actually got a round of applause from the SMC for a vignette that she added, which strengthens that part of guidance to teachers on phonics instruction. And in your chart as well, comment 1083 is Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the middle school chapter. And Nancy took that chapter very much to heart and really revised that middle school chapter to make sure that it addressed the very unique and specific needs of middle school children. You have those revised chapters in their entirety so that you can go through those. So those are the 2 types of edits that we did recommend. There were also some edits that we did not recommend, very few, as you noticed in your attachment, but let me tell you our criteria for not recommending changes. The first was if the comment was something that had previously been discussed and a decision made about that issue at either an ELA, ELD, SMC meeting or an IQC meeting. An example of that is post-June 27th, comment 47 was a comment about the appendix on text complexity, which had been previously dealt with at the IQC meeting. The second category was a comment that may have added information that was already covered in the framework. So an example of that is comment 3001, which discussed standard English learners. And so that, in addressing that comment, we referred to Chapter 9, where that issue was already addressed. A third category of comments was a request to add additional information or more text to the framework. An example of a comment like that was comment 47, which asked us after all the snapshots and vignettes that are listed in the framework? Could we develop those and talk about the teacher moves in instruction that the teacher would take as a result of that classroom practice? You can hear that as a very significant amount of text that would need to be added to the framework, although it's a wonderful idea. Another one was comment 49, which was a request for even more snapshots and vignettes. That's something, of course, it's always great to add more, but we know that we're actually not in competition with the longest book ever published, which I heard was 17,000 pages long. So we're trying not to add substantial text. But Tom Adams, in his very diplomatic way, responds that this is a living document, and there will be a process for adding additional vignettes, snapshots, text, as we get into the framework adoption and we see the need. But we also see that some of these issues, like talking about teacher moves or adding vignettes or analyzing vignettes, are things that can and will be handled in the professional development that comes with the rollout of the framework, and Tom Adams will talk more about that. A fourth category of change that we did not recommend were comments that spoke to major restructuring of the framework, moving whole sections around, restructuring the framework, which, quite frankly, I think we all know is just an issue of time. So again, we're hoping that in professional development, we can help people navigate the document, which we know is necessary, and Tom will talk again about how professional development will address the need of navigating that big document. But a final note on the comments, just generally, is that I think we were all impressed with a few things. One, that the tone of the comments, whether they came in before June 27 or post June 27, was that they were really generally very, very positive. And they were small recommended edits, but all made with the intent to improve the quality of the document. And we were impressed not just with the level of engagement from the field. We had comments from students, from student teachers, from district office people, from county office folks, from outside consultants. We had comments from people at all levels of the organizational enterprise, which tells us that they have deeply engaged with the document and have read it very closely and are very interested and have very positive things to say, and that they'd done very close reading. We got comments that really added value to the document, things like changing the header in a figure to clarify the intent. You have to read very closely to make a comment like that. And it was actually a very appropriate comment and an edit that we accepted. So I think it's very exciting for all of us to know how deeply people are engaging already with the document and how interested they are and how positive they are. And just an example of some of the comments, comment 44, that this draft has been well received by teachers in the field and they're looking forward to its implementation. Comment 45, person expressed that they feel this document has the power to transform education because it provides solid direction, emphasizes conceptual understanding and development of literacy that goes well beyond isolated tasks and one-dimensional instruction or task-based instruction. So that folks took time to write positive comments like that, it's very impressive. So that's really a general overview of the comments. I want to talk specifically now about Chapter 8. Chapter 8 is the chapter on assessment. And we should note that the Assessment Division did, again, review this chapter and made some suggested edits that will be included. And there are 2 additions that are still coming to this chapter. And that's largely because there is a significant call in the field for guidance for teachers and school districts on progress monitoring of English learners. We know that has been a weakness in the field, and that the field generally has only the CELT test to use as an indicator. So there's been a call for support, specifically comment 1162, comment 45, so that Chapter 8 is in the process of being revised, still working on it. Pam Speecher, Robert Linquanti are working on this to strengthen this section of the chapter so that we can provide as much guidance in the field as we can to teachers and school districts to monitor the progress of English learners. We also agreed that Chapter 8, in its revision, will do a couple of things. One, we're actually going to de-emphasize this mandated state assessments in this chapter, exclusively because those things are in such a state of flux that it's difficult for the framework to address those things at this point. That we are going to then enhance the discussion on formative assessment, particularly for English learners, and that we're going to address the issue of reclassification of English learners because we know there's a need in the field for that kind of guidance. So the Assessment Division will review the final revised chapters along with our State Board liaisons. We talked to Board Member Molina about reviewing that with us when we have that final chapter ready in July or August. So now I'd like to turn things over to Bill Honig, who will talk about Chapter 12.
Thank you, Joanne. Board members, Superintendent. This Chapter 12, as you remember, is the criteria for publishers, and it's what they have to offer basically in the materials that get reviewed. So it's specifications for what we're asking for. There was, at the last, when we presented in May, there was discussion about assuring that we improve the quality of the foundational statements in the document and in Chapter 12. So we had a meeting of the groups that Joanne described and came up with some, the staffs of the department and the State Board and the IQC representatives and members of the department, as Tom described, in a variety of places, came up with some proposed language, and that was presented to the IQC in the meeting that Board Member Molina and Board Member Rucker were at. And that was thoroughly discussed, and it was a common definition of decodable text. Decodable text, for your information, is basically practicing the letter sound combinations that have been taught and the sight words that have been taught. So basically it follows through what the instructional pattern has been and gives students a chance to practice those and so they can become automatic with the words. We put in a statement in there, if you refer to it, that this is, the teachers make the judgment on when these things are available and when they should be used, but we wanted to make sure there was enough material available so if a teacher decides they want to use this in a certain way, they have the material there. That was accepted unanimously. Board members were there also, so that's in the proposal that you have. Their only discussion was where do we put that in Category 1 or Category 2. Category 2 means you have to generally meet it. Category 1, it's a mandate. And we went back and forth, and there was a very strong plea by one of the primary teachers on the IQC saying, I need this material and I want to make sure publishers provide it. And that carried the day, so we recommended that it was put in Category 1, and that's what passed. So we have a common definition. It's consistent with what the comments that were made at the board last May, and we recommend that you adopt that. Then a problem arose that some people said, public comment at the IQC meeting, well, if you do that, what's to stop people, publishers, from interpreting that that's the only kind of text that you're going to need and kind of ignore the breadth that's in the framework of read-alouds, of content materials, of informational text, of small group instructional texts. And Board Member Rucker made this point and supported it, Board Member Molina. So we talked about strategies for beefing up the statement, and we did put a statement in that proposal that you'll see, which says this decodable text is only part of a broader array of materials that has to be available by publishers to teachers to do to meet the intent of the framework. At the, we received then some material, which you'll probably hear about today, that, well, maybe that's not strong enough. And how do we assure that these materials actually are produced by the publishers? So I just wanted to go through a little bit with you the statements in Category 1 along these lines. The thought was, and I'll read the language to you when I get to it, but the thought was we did agree to accept some of the suggestions that were made to beef up the language, and I'll read those in just a second. But as a preliminary, in Category 1, this is required now, Criteria 7 requires inclusion of read aloud selections. Criteria 8, materials to support independent reading of a progression of complex texts. Criteria 9, research-based instruction for all aspects of foundational reading skills. And Criteria 10, research-based instruction in reading fluency, including different text types not limited to decodable text. So there are strong statements in the criteria which basically, for publishers, which require this broad array of materials. In addition, the criteria refer back to the framework and said it incorporates, you look to the framework, and we put this language in there, in deciding whether there's sufficient materials, you look to see the intent of the framework and the language of the framework, and that becomes part of the criteria for publishers. So I have some examples of that. Just if you look at Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, which Chapter 3 is K. This is all about K2, by the way. It's not about the broader array. It's about K2. If you look to see the Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, which is K1, or transitional kindergarten, K and first grade, and the beginning of second grade, it's chock full of statements about the importance of read-alouds, of broad text, of the different kinds of text complexity. It's in the vignettes. Basically, you cannot avoid this message that we want a broad array of curricular instructional programs. So it has statements such as, for read-alouds, teachers in this grade span and beyond read aloud to their students daily from a range of texts, and they engage them in discussions about the content and language of the text. Or on page 14, children should have ample exposure to and sufficient instruction in the range of text structures, with one of the goals being that they can use their knowledge of text structure to understand increasingly challenging text in the grade span, and so forth. There's all these kinds of statements in there. So one of the suggestions, do they have this statement here, the recommendations? Okay, you have this before you. And this is the recommendation that we are recommending to you that came from the field. Came from some of the comments, and I'll read it to you. Just to build a comprehensive language arts program in grades K2, a sufficiency of materials is needed to cover all aspects of language and literacy development. In addition to decodable text, K2 materials shall be aligned to the ELA, ELD frameworks, support for meaning-making, language development, effective expression, and acquisition of content knowledge by providing a wide array of text types as described in Chapters 3 and 4. Comprehensive instruction with all these texts and tools in concert with decodable text defines a comprehensive language and literacy program to be implemented based on individual student need. Now, this doesn't meet all of the suggestions because, as you will hear, they would also maybe suggest that we have a specific numerical suggestion on how many read-alouds should be available or how many trade books should be available. We discussed that thoroughly, and to be honest, there's really no easily available numbers along those lines. In decodable text, there is, because you have 50-plus letter sound combinations, and you can connect the text to those things, and so there's a rationale for it. But the thought was we really don't have enough experience yet with how to require or what kind of numbers to require, and we may make a mistake. And more than that, we thought the framework is so specific about the breadth of what is asked for that in the review process and in using the criteria, that should be sufficient to make sure that publishers produce this wide array of text. It's pretty clear from reading the framework that's what it's all about. And in addition, we will stress that point very strongly in the training of the reviewers so that they can refer to this breadth in the framework in their making their judgments. So that's basically the story about that particular area. I don't know if you have any questions about the specifics, or we'll wait till the public hearing and then ask the questions there. It's up to you how you want to proceed.
Yeah, I think we'll do the public hearing and then.
Okay. And then he has a final statement, Tom Athens.
Yeah. So thank you. And board members, just before I move on, just want to thank you for the quality of appointments to the Instructional Quality Commission. You can see how they've made my job so much easier. Following the approval then of by the State Board, the writers will work with State Board staff and liaisons, the IQC chair, and the CDE staff to incorporate all the approved changes and revisions and prepare the framework for posting in a pre-publication version on the CDE website. So I want to make sure that nothing new will get posted till it has approval of your staff and liaisons and CDE staff and IQC members. The goal then is to have a pre-publication version posted in early August, hopefully before I take off on my vacation. During the rest of the year, CDE staff will work with CDE Press on the final editing of the succinct 1,200-page document. We will set up also a resource page to support the framework because it is a living document. It will include a white paper on foundational skills. As we progress through the cycle, additional vignettes and snapshots, and again, these would have to be vetted by the IQC, and we would also check in you with State Board on this. We will have support instructions on how to use the framework, say if you're approaching it as a middle school teacher or as a elementary school principal, how would you go about reading which chapters first? And then we will do a short summary of Chapter 2, which is a critical chapter for understanding the organization and content of the framework, that kind of executive summary that people have called for. Also, we are working on rollout plans with Barbara Murchison and as well as other stakeholders, and we hope to have a launch event sometime this fall. And we're looking also to have a short introductory video done by the California Comprehensive Center at West Ed. And then we tend to also do presentations at statewide conferences by AXA, CTA, CRA, and other various alphabet soup organizations. But definitely it's going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be a document that's going to be well received by the field, and I just have to thank you again for bringing to the Commission such wonderful appointees, and we look forward to getting further direction from you.
Board Member Molina, would you like to say anything after all your yeoman work of going over this thing line by line? And
well, I have to say, this was an arduous task, amazing support all the way across from State Board, CDE, the Commission, IQC, the public comment. There was just a tremendous amount of commitment and work that was put on this framework. You have to keep in mind that we took two different frameworks and could potentially have been two different frameworks and made it into one. And although it is a bit thick, it is really profoundly a very, very strong document. Very proud of the work that was done by the committee, very proud of all the folks that worked on it. But I really want to emphasize what we heard earlier, and that is that the way we manage the process that was taken, and I need to commend CDE and the subject matter committee and IQC about how to address the public comments. It was a serious task. They were very diligent in looking at every comment that was made. They specifically dialogued around it. They talked about implications and impacts of such a comment and how they would address those comments in the framework. And as both Joanne and Dr. Honig and Tom mentioned, they were very conscious and about how they would report this out and how it would be rewritten. The writers, I can't say enough about the writers. They were challenged over and over and over about the language that was going to be placed in the framework. So due diligence was truly made for the comments, and I can say that everyone worked so hard to produce a project, a framework that we can all be proud of. And we know that now the work begins, right? And I have to thank Board Member Rucker and my colleague here who hang on together, long conference calls, and truly trying to bring to the board the best possible framework here. And I'm going to let Eileen speak because there is much work to be done.
So I just want to follow up, and I'm assuming there'll be more comments on it. But in working with the board, with the liaison and the state board staff with CDE, I think our role was really to follow the process and to make sure that it was a transparent process. And just a kudos to Tom Adams and his team for just such a professional way until late last night, working on final discussion, extra calls, following up, and to Joanne and Bill for just all the coordination and process. And I think Patricia and Aida and I, who sat through IQC and the framework meetings and all the process, just to honor that it is an amazing collaboration, but it is now what to do with it. And so as Tom talked about, I think we're very interested in this resource on how to navigate 1,200 plus pages and how we help guide teachers and leaders in how to implement this, because it's one thing to write a framework, it's another thing to actually impact practice and to help guide the professional development. And I know you've started the process at CDE about what the rollout's going to be, but I think the executive summary and how to navigate it will really be important with the professional outreach to all the organizations, and I think that's something that we want to see. And I would say not just to our current teachers, but to teachers going through pre-service now and getting credentials, this is really going to impact training going forward, because it's a philosophical switch that everybody now deals with English learners integrated in their programs as well as ongoing differentiated support. And so I think we all share the idea that now the work is continuing. It's been really amazing and exciting to watch such a comprehensive process. And I think maybe we'll have a few more comments after the public comments, but just a kudos to all the people who were part of this process. It's been amazing, I think, to follow the framework development from the beginning through this. And I know some people want to know, why is it a pre-publication process? But I know that on the website you'll have the draft, but it takes a while to get it all in a full document. But it's nice on the website. Each chapter is a separate link too, so you can really get in and take a look at it as well. So I think going forward, this is going to be an exciting year to look at the rollout and the adoption and recommendation of materials. Thank you.
Okay, I think now we're ready for the public hearing, so I'm going to declare the public hearing open, and I'll start with 10 minutes for the proponents for the proposed framework, the public speakers for.
I'm not sure my mic's on. There are 8 speakers signed up for public comment. I don't know if you want me to call them now.
Well, I think
I know with the public hearing you have proponents and opponents.
Right.
I don't have any identified.
Right. There are some people who don't want to be for or against it, and they may just have a comment. So why don't we have the speakers in favor of it, since we're doing a public hearing, come up, and then you can take them off your list as they come up.
Okay. Please line up if you're a speaker who signed up and wish to speak in favor of the framework. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Here's one. Terry's going to come up, yeah.
Well, lacking speakers, I've yet to sign up, but I am Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association, and I would have expected a great many more people here to support the work of the frameworks. They are really reaching out and doing some great things, we think, for English learners, and incorporating that into the classroom. We think you've gone above and beyond in making a good product here, and CSBA is enthusiastically supporting the frameworks.
I'm Leslie Schwartz. I'm a former commissioner, and I have to say, although it is 1,200 pages long and I am having a hard time getting through it, it is an amazing merging of what needed to happen, and thank you for the hard work. I'm not involved in this anymore. I'm retired. I don't have any official position, but it is an amazing document, and bravo.
Good afternoon. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing Californians Together and the California Association for Bilingual Education. I find it interesting that you pose who's opposed and who are proponents and who are opposing this item when you don't ask of that with other items that have been
I'm required to do this by the
so
public
we
hearing.
don't have either support or oppose. We have a tweener.
Okay.
So we don't know where we fit in this.
You would fit in later. I have to run a public
So I'll come
hearing, a
back later.
proposed and opposed. Then I have other people who would speak who don't want to be, who are tweeners, yeah.
Hi, I'm Laura Lashlock. I'm from Central Unified School District. I'm also on the board of California Association, CASCD. Quicken it up. But we are very much in favor of this framework. Thank you so much for the hard work, the balanced program that it is presented, the inclusion of technology-based materials, the ability for districts to use open source and technology as long as they conduct an evaluation process and involve the stakeholders in that. We are thrilled that that is in this framework. I cannot tell you how happy that makes us. The question that we have has to do with the statement that's currently in law that requires every student to have a textbook. If a district goes through the process and has done the appropriate evaluation and ends up with trade books as well as tech-based open source materials but doesn't have a textbook per se, and they've gone through all the process, are they still covered by virtue of what the framework now says as opposed to what the law says? And through Williams, we know we have to demonstrate that we have appropriate materials, equity of materials for every student. So we're thrilled it says what it says. We're just hoping that it isn't in contradictory with what the law currently says about every student having to have a textbook. Thank you.
Okay, now that ends the pro side. Now I have to ask for the people opposed under our public hearing laws to come up, and those that are opposed to the framework. Can't be in between here. Yeah. Okay, we have nobody opposed. So then I declare the public hearing closed, and then you will then call the list of the people that want to comment.
210. The first 5 speakers are Lynn Gurney, Kim Rodriguez, Doug McRae, Jessica Salco, and Shelley Coleman-Spiegel. I said it backwards, Shelley, sorry. Please line up now. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae. I'm a testing specialist. I don't take sides on curriculum matters. To address the larger context for the frameworks here, that is the sequence needed for implementation of new content standards in any state. We need to implement instruction before we implement statewide assessment. The IQC and its framework committee have done a good job with the new frameworks before you today. They should be commended for the work. That's support. The curriculum frameworks are only a first step for implementing instruction statewide, to be followed by instructional materials scheduled for November 2015, then local district adoptions followed by professional development on the specific locally adopted instructional materials. This sequence to dictate the first year for valid assessments would be the spring of 2017. Unfortunately, statewide assessments for Common Core, ELA, ELD are now scheduled for spring 2015. Putting the cart before the horse generates all kinds of problems for California to reach its goal of a stable, well-executed Common Core standards-based system involving appropriate instructional supports, valid statewide assessments, and useful state-supported accountability. As a add-on here, Member Burr this morning mentioned the process of frameworks before blueprints for assessments. And of course, that's not the case for this particular ELA, ELD frameworks. The rush to assessments got worse with your approval for item number 5 this morning. with the approval of cut scores based upon item tryout data just finished last spring, tryout data that did not reflect blueprints. Excuse me, not only blueprints, but also not frameworks. The item tryouts did not take into account order effects or based upon motivated data, and therefore end up with invalid cut scores because we're out of sequence. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lynn Gurney. I'm the immediate past president and current comptroller for the California Reading Association. I'm here as a retired teacher, reading specialist, and recently retired principal. My only concern with the framework is the number of decodable texts in Chapter 12. If you can't agree to remove the specific number, it is my hope that you can include a number for the leveled text. Dr. Honig talked about the importance of the array of texts, and so I have some language that's coming to you that we hope that can be included. Leveled text is used in small reading groups to address specific, and this is number 3 in Chapter 12, foundational skills, comprehension skills, and close reading. It is how most classroom libraries are organized for guided, independent, and close reading of text. You saw a wonderful example of the guided reading in a clip this morning. Leveled text matches the child to her reading level, his or her reading level, and the zone of proximal development, ensuring that the student is able to make steady progress. Leveled text gradually increases in difficulty and complexity. Leveled text can be purchased in both fiction and nonfiction, meeting the goals of a variety of text types for literature and informational standards. The next paragraph deals with the appendix, the concerns about assessing kindergartners and first graders in drama and poetry. And the final paragraph is a recommended sufficient number of leveled texts as follows. That first column is the leveled text. It can be in letters or numbers. The second column is a grade range. The third column is the minimum number of texts that will be required to teach the wide array of and comprehensive standards and framework. And the last is the lexile that's used to assess students. It's common across the United States, and this deals with specific words and sentence structure. And on the back is some background of how we came up with this recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. I'm here to discuss with you a significant concern of ours and to present 2 suggestions on the latest revision of the framework since its presentation to you at the last state board meeting in May. At the outset, we know these comments are late in the process, but they're in response to the significant changes to the framework that occurred on June 27th and has forced us to respond to the timeline established by you and the department. It's critical to provide the publishers with clarity and direction necessary for all aspects of literacy, including foundational skills, kindergarten grades 1 and 2. Additional language to define sufficiency needs to be added for the other types of texts that we know students and teachers need to use to develop a full breadth of literacy and comprehension skills. Inserting a sufficiency definition, establishing the number of decodable books that must be in every kindergarten, grade 1 and grade 2 classroom, we believe leaves a clear message to publishers that decodables are paramount in this criteria and that others are secondary in importance. If we're to be responsive to the research on literacy and language minority students from the seminal research that was done by the National Literacy Panel for Language Minority and Youth, it's critical that, as cited in the department's own document, Improving Education for English Learner, Research-Based Approaches, the studies say, generally, studies show that language minority students are able to achieve similar levels of phonological awareness, decoding skills, and spelling skills as those attained successfully by first language speakers. Unfortunately, the picture emerges entirely different for comprehension development of language minority students. Most of the available studies compared the comprehension level of language minority students to native speakers, and they fall appreciably below in every study. Let me just say, we're asking you to form a task force to look at sufficiency and other areas to reverse this issue of discrepancy between decoding skills and comprehension. We would like to be a part of it. We think the California Reading Association has presented a good start to that. It would be an incredible addition to Chapter 12 to have a breadth of sufficiency across all areas of language and literacy. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Jessica Saka with the California Science Teachers Association. I want to start out by thanking the SMC for all of the edits that they took from our public comment. The first part, we submitted a second portion after the SMC meeting, but before the deadline, and based on the presentation I heard, it sounds likely that those edits will be taken. So just, again, reinforcing that the edits that we made, they're similar in nature and style to the ones that were previously taken by the SMC about just clarifying some language and some of the science vignettes. So I want to go ahead and throw in with my colleague Shelley, who's just spoke before me, and agree with her recommendation about the formation of the task force and the issues that she presented around the decodable text and the language in Chapter 12 that was inserted. And I think that really what it comes down to is trying to strike a balance within that section of the framework, so that it's clear that, and I appreciate the language that was added during the SMC meeting to try and clarify around that, and I think it went a long way in improving things, but I think that there's room for more improvement in that area, and with a task force or a work group in some time, I think it might be possible to do that. Thank you.
President Kurz, we have 3 other speakers signed up: Kimberly Rodriguez, Janice Correa, and Darlene Anderson.
That's okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jan Gustafson Correa, and on behalf of the California Association for Bilingual Education, I really would like to express our thanks to the board, the department, and all who have participated in the process of developing the new ELA-ELD framework, one of the most important pieces of our educational system in California, as they guide curriculum, assessment, textbook development, and professional development for our schools and teachers. The decisions facing each of you today regarding the English language arts and English language development framework are pivotal in ensuring a positive transition to the Common Core standards and ELD standards, especially with beginning literacy. We know through research and practice that rich content motivates reading, creates positive attitudes to read more, and correlates to higher reading performance. There exists research that supports the use of a variety of texts: predictable text, level text, and rich authentic literature, in concert with and as needed with foundational decodable text in both fiction and nonfiction, to support a balanced literacy approach. Our teachers and students need an array of texts, including decodable text, to ensure meaning-making, comprehension, and mastery for all pupils, including our English learner students. Sufficiency, however, has now been defined in Chapter 12 of the framework as a specific number of decodable texts for kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2. We urge that the board define sufficiency, that defining sufficiency should also be specific for the other types of literacy, or the other types of text, to support meaning, critical analysis, and higher level thinking, all elements aligned with the Common Core. We ask the board, in your wisdom and foresight, to revise the framework so that it includes sufficiency definitions for all texts, not just decodable texts, but all texts, by creating a work group to establish these definitions. We believe this can be done by July 30th with the support of your staff and other groups to participate. We ask that districts be given local control for choice of regarding balanced literacy approaches and material selection, and we urge the board to adopt a framework that represents a balanced and comprehensive approach to literacy in all grades and for all students. I want to thank you for your time and commitment to this process and to the students. I also want to share that I've been asked by a board member of the San Bernardino City Schools to also give you a written statement, and I'll give that to you as well. Thank you very much.
Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing CABE and Californians Together. Just a couple of comments. Whether the revisions are minor edits or minor revisions, that's in the eye of the beholder. We think that there are many revisions that were made to the framework at the last minute without additional time for the public and other stakeholders to really take a look at their impact, especially around the area of foundational skills, which has been an issue that we have had with the framework for many, many years. Second point, if you take a look at the revised definition with regards to decodables in your framework, in subsection A, it speaks specifically to 75%, 15%, et cetera. In light of the fact that you as board members are so supportive of local control, I don't know why you want to dictate to schools and districts the number of books that they have to use in kindergarten, grade 1, and grade 2. Third point, because of all the changes that have been made to the framework, I need some clarification, and I'd like to seek that from CDE staff or the writers with regards to whether there is still a balanced emphasis on integrated ELD and designated ELD. It was very difficult to discern from all of the changes made whether that's still there within the framework. A balance of both integrated ELD and designated ELD. Is that still there?
Good afternoon, Darlene Anderson. Really, I'm here because we're talking about program evaluation and effectiveness for kindergartners through second grade for reading and language. And not since Brown versus the Board of Education has the state of California actually assessed its value for educational options for African American children. I looked at my local district and I understand that African American children are scoring the lowest. And the state of California has allowed them to push those children in alternative programs based on behaviors, basically. And it's okay to push a child out of regular ed because they're not on task. But I think the state of California has a greater opportunity, a greater responsibility to ensure that those children too have educational excellence options. Those children should have measurable goals in reading. And if you don't have proper aligned staff to work with them, then you need to hire some people. My son was autistic and in the second grade, not reading in a communication handicap program, and I pulled him out and put him in regular ed. He was reading by the sixth grade because we work with special education and ensure that those pieces for education are happening. But quite frankly, there's no requirement for local school districts to provide data to ensure that all kids are making progress. It seems to be okay that kids in kindergarten are expelled in Sac City. It seems to be okay that kids are moved into behavioral programs and that the district have the opportunity to push in partnerships that deal with behavior. In America, we're talking about citizenship. In America, we're talking about how the public education system should allow people to go and serve for 12 years, basically be in the program for 12 years and come out employable, not go to prison. And until California, the leadership takes the responsibility to ensure that we measure program effectiveness, that we're ensuring that all kids are making progress, then this won't change. I don't care what you put in the law to allow people to have more contracts for books and whatever. It's not going to change those outcomes for those children. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Becky Sullivan, and I was your co-chair of the CFCC for this framework. I'm also a former curriculum commissioner. I'm the director of professional development for English language arts at the Sacramento County Office of Education. I have a reading specialist credential from UCLA, and I'm the mom of a 3-year-old who in 2 years is going to enter kindergarten and have her entire elementary career in the materials that we're about to ask for due to Chapter 12. I want to clarify a couple of items that we've heard about today, and I'd like you to be aware that the terms used in the framework around text are high-quality literature, literary text, informational text, and read-alouds. Some of the terms that you've heard about and asking for sufficiency today are terms that are not even used in this framework. You will not find the terms balanced literacy, rich authentic literature, or leveled text. So let's be very careful that we don't ask for text types that are not supported in chapters 3 and 4 or any of the chapters in this framework. In addition, when we quantified, I was at the meeting where we listened to and talked about the addition of the decodable text. There are about 43 sounds in the English language and around 99 spellings that get taught between K1 and 2. So it's very easy to quantify that if you're going to have 2 books per sound spelling that's introduced. They are definitely not sufficient for teaching a child to be absolutely proficient with comprehension, but they are necessary. And any adult's distaste for a decodable book has nothing to do with the fact that a student or a child must practice the skill. That's all they're for, is practicing. They are not meant to build a large vocabulary. They are not meant to build deep comprehension. They're just to practice the code so that they can get to reading on their own and being able to comprehend. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comment. So, CDE, do you want to respond to some of these comments?
Well, first of all, let me address the issue that was brought up first about whether this framework allows for instructional materials as opposed to thinking only in terms of textbooks. I mean, first of all, my office is the office that deals with Williams technical assistants, and obviously we have this in mind throughout the whole thing. So we know that in law it says textbooks or instructional materials. So I don't think we've weighted it one way or the other. We tried to be neutral on that. I do want to say that in terms of the issue on leveled readers and things like that, we were the last commentator, Becky Sullivan, who was co-chair of the ELA-ELD Framework Committee, is correct. And we do have our own vocabulary in this framework. It comes out of the Common Core Standards itself. It's also there in Appendix A of the Common Core Standards, and the writers were very careful about making sure that this document was consistent with the national discussion around Common Core, and that we are actually, but at the same time, we're addressing the needs of California. The other thing I do want to clarify here is, and it's there in the language on the pre-decodables and decodables, is that the burden falls upon the publisher. And we made sure that there was a parenthetical statement that said, this is not to determine instruction. This is merely a mandate on what we see as the sufficiency of resources in those programs. So we would not say that you have to do all of them in this order or anything. It's more of a question of you must have this amount there. And I think that was clear to everyone.
QC.
I had a question before Dr. Honig takes the mic, if I could just ask Tom a little further. So tremendous work went into this, a lot of balance and amendments and additional amendments to address the concerns of the science teachers and Californians together. Is there some way to meet deadlines and timeframes? There's an issue of adopting this framework now. But is there some way to address or mitigate further those concerns and how it's implemented or how it's interpreted as it moves forward to address the issue of the balance?
Right, and that's a good point, because from this point on, it's really a question of professional learning and the rollouts that we will be doing and making sure that people understand thoroughly what is there in the framework and how we call for balance. I think at this point, we hope that they can join us in partnership on these rollouts and the implementation of the framework, and make sure people understand that decodables in itself are not sufficient. I mean, I always like to bring people back to those 5 themes, and foundational skills is one of 5. So in that sense, if they want to join us in making sure that people understand that balance that's there in the framework, I'm happy to do so. I think it's an important concern that was raised, and I think also, though, I want us not to look back. I want us to look forward. We have 2 new sets of standards, and let's not allow the hangover of past curriculum discussions prevent us from moving on. I think there's a rich discussion to be had here, and I look forward to a partnership with them on implementing it.
Just a couple of comments. I think there's a legislative requirement that the board acts on this by, what's the date, Tom?
July 31st.
July 31st. So we're kind of under the gun. But just on the particular comments, the issue here is, I don't think the issue is basically about breadth of materials. Everybody agrees to that. That was discussed thoroughly. The question is, how much should you quantify that in the framework, and can we get a legitimate quantification in a short period of time? If you look at the recommended quantifications, I just can see some problems with it. The framework basically talks about different ways of measuring text, and Lexile is only one of them. There's a whole variety of ones. So do we want to then all of a sudden say that's the only one you should use? That's a problem to me. I don't know if 10 titles or 15 titles is the right amount. There's just really no off-the-shelf or research on that one. And I don't know what these levels A to D or E to G, that's not in the framework, so that's kind of adding things to it. So I think this could have some problems with publishers if you do this, put this in there. I guess our point, and we've talked about this quite extensively, our basic point, all the staff and the IQC representatives and liaison people, we think the statements are very strong in there, in category, in the chapter 12, in the categories that we talked about the need for the breadth of materials. And then throughout the framework, you cannot read that without getting the idea that you better have a broad array of materials or you won't get accepted. So I think that's not going to be an issue. And I would hate at this late time to try and get into how much is enough in this area when we really don't have any specific research or guidance on this particular area. I think it could cause more problems with publishers than it would solve. So I think I trust in the review process. I trust our teachers who basically are involved in that process, that they will take a look at the message of the framework, which is have a broad array of materials, and will use that in the criteria as they're instructed to do by Chapter 12.
I would just like to acknowledge that I think we definitely hear the urgency in the message, that we do not want in any way to give the appearance of privileging decodable text above the variety of text that is required in the framework. And we agree on that message. The issue is, do we craft language to that effect? Can we quantify that? Or are we very, very careful in the way we instruct not only publishers, but also reviewers in the process? And that, I think we can collaborate in that training process to make sure the message is very clear, and that when we are going through the review process, that we make sure that the review panels are also very clear on the message of the framework. It is in chapters 3 and 4 throughout the framework evident that there is an array of text that's required and a lot of text that's required. What becomes difficult is, how do you count a piece of text? It could be a leveled text that also could be used as a read aloud, that also is considered informational text, that can be, one piece of text could cover a variety of categories, and then how would you count it to try to quantify? I think that's our challenge. But we're very, very committed to make sure that the children of California have sufficient materials to meet the mandates of the framework. And I think we just have to work together to make sure that that happens.
Okay, board member comments. Member Rucker.
Okay, so I don't think that there's a lack of consensus about the intent concerning decodable text. And I appreciate what Dr. Honig said, that it's about how do you quantify this information, but it's also about how do you make plain the expectations about the depth and the diversity of the types of materials that you create or have available to be considered for the adoption. I'm very certain that for the publishers who have been monitoring this work and the conversations among the IQC members, and in particular for this framework committee about this issue, I'm very clear that they understand the clear consensus about the inclusion of a variety of materials beyond the decodable text. And I'm very certain they're very clear about the need for the certain types of instruction that is needed for students, particularly in K2. So, but what I heard was what the next steps were. I'm not sure that there's clear consensus on what those next steps need to be. We have the urgent need to adopt the framework today, and the department and the board and the commission have made it very clear our commitment is to make sure we don't make the mistakes or keep fighting the battles we have been fighting about this adoption and about this work that we want to go forward and make clear as a function of professional development and as a function of training the reviewers and training the folks who will be doing the adoption process, that we will resolve this particular question. So in making the decision to adopt the framework today, I guess the question is that agreement then going to be enough? And at what point do we know we have either continued to meet that agreement to keep to that consensus, or is it being derailed? So that's a question I'm going to lay on the table. But I do have a question for Dr. Adams, and I just want to make sure. Well, I'll start with Joanne Ishkin. If I could ask a question of Chair Ishkin, I do have a question about a couple of things that were said in your presentation. You said that Chapter 8 is being worked on. Does that mean it's being revised to address, as per the conversation we had, or it's being rewritten?
It's being revised as per the conversation.
Okay, so that was the only question I had. Because when you said it's being worked on, I heard something different, so I wanted to make sure I was clear about that. And then I have a question for Tom Adams. Okay, so Tom, the question was kind of addressed the question about the Williams issue for districts that want to adopt trade books or use open source material or online material about how they meet the Williams requirement. I want to make sure what you said was the Williams mandates in statute are not set aside if they choose to adopt based on the types of materials they choose to adopt for their base program. Is that correct?
If they decide not to use the state list and can create a collection of materials that meet the grade level standards and they can stand by it, then yes, they do meet Williams.
And they have to, but that does mean they do need to make sure it's available to students for use at home.
Yes, at school and at home.
Right. So, for example, at my godchild, and she will kill me if I say what high school she goes to, so I won't do that. If the teacher makes available or requires her to use material that's available at a website online, what does that mean the district has to assure for that student?
It depends on, I mean, there are web-based materials that you can download, say, onto a device, which would be appropriate. They can also go so far as to, if the student doesn't have an electronic device, they can print that out and give it to them. So in that sense, they're covered at home in that case. If at school they have access to it electronically, that's fine, or in print.
Okay, and then Dr. Honig, I have one question for you. One of the issues that remains, getting beyond the K2 reading content, there's the debate that's at the other end of the content spectrum, and that's for teachers in middle school and high school who feel they have to sacrifice literature to increase or improve the balance of informational text in the curriculum. One of the conversations we had at the IQC was that in the past, the state had a list of recommended readings in literature, or even we talked about the idea of providing ideas or guidance for how to curate a book list or a reading list for districts to make sure that they're not losing the opportunity to teach literature, but they're also appropriately including informational text so that we're promoting literacy across the subjects. How do you feel the work that was done for this framework actually addresses that, balances, and fixes that problem?
Yeah, this question comes up quite a bit, and there's been some general conversation in the nation about it. And as you recall, we did have a long discussion at the IQC about it. And actually, there's an appendix that Carol Jago drafted that goes into this issue about what actually is being required by the standards. It is a balance, but it doesn't mean in English classes that the 70% or whatever the recommended number. It's the totality of what they read. That's the first point. So you can count the history courses, you can count the civics courses, you can count all these other things as informational text, which allows English language teachers to teach literature, essentially, and she says that in that. Board Member Rucker made some suggestions about, and I think the IQC agreed with her, we don't want to have a California list of books, but we do want to point people in the direction of the broad books that are available, and she does list those in there. So they're both traditional and contemporary, good literature, good informational text, and places to go, the Library Association, county websites, and so forth. And I think they did a good job of putting that in there. So the answer to your question is yes, this framework will help teachers in that direction.
Board Member Strauss.
So, Dr. Adams and Mr. Honig, Ms. Eskin, just a clarifying question. We still have a little bit of editing to do, and you laid out the process that will happen now with the writers and with the State Board liaisons before it happens. Is there a way that we can review the comments today to make sure we've incorporated and addressed as appropriate so that the liaisons are comfortable with because it's not complete yet. We know there's a final revision to kind of address. I know we've been working on it as late as last night, but I'm wondering whether we can take a look at some of the input in the final process, and then the liaisons along with you in the final process can complete that.
Yeah, we'd be happy to work with you on to make sure that those concerns are addressed and, that nothing gets hidden inadvertently in that message. And can I just make one comment about Board Member Rucker's question? I just want it to be clear that William Shakespeare has not been expelled from high school. Well, you're the one who quoted him in poetry, so.
Okay, Board Member Molina.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the framework.
I second it.
And Mr. President, if I may just make a comment in talking to Lupita Alcala, the Deputy Superintendent, and Tom briefly, in terms of some of the issues that will go on in terms of some debate and the comprehensive nature of the balance of the text, I have a sense that the best place to address that might be in looking at the rollout, and that's what Tom said. And so I'd be glad to host or co-host a meeting with IQC, with our liaisons here at the State Board, just to have parties be able to take a look at that to see that the implementation plan will address that balance that some interpret as inherent in the way the text is now written, and others are worried about it. But I think in the rollout, you can make sure that the reviewers are trained right, and all the rest of the implementation takes a look at those things. Okay, just as background.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because it is in the rollout. We have to remind ourselves that these are tools, that we are really responsible to teach the Common Core standards. And what we adopt or what we use as a tool to help us get there is going to be critical. And that can only happen through the rollout and professional development. No one single tool or item is going to get us to where we need to do or get to, but to really create teachers who can truly understand the process of doing this work. And I appreciate that opportunity.
And let me add to that, I also appreciate that because prior to the meeting we had on that Friday to look at the comments, there was a 2-day retreat of department staff to talk about the issues of the rollout, and I attended both of those days. There was a lot of conversation, not only on the need for the professional development, but how to teach people about what the full intent of this framework is, why it's different, and why it's intended to work in the way it's going to work to guide the development of curriculum. So I do believe with the in-depth and very strategic planning the staff did in that 2-day retreat, that a lot of the issues that were raised today will be met. So I appreciate the superintendent's commitment, because I was going to ask for a friendly amendment to your motion to identify what the superintendent said, but it's not needed now, so I do appreciate that.
Okay, this is truly a groundbreaking document and unique, and thanks to everybody that's worked on it. Is there any public comment on the motion? If not, we're all set. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, good work. Thank you. The board will now take a break to 3 o'clock.
Great work, by the way.
Oh my gosh, it was very.
Elated by the progress and how well.
what you say. Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version of a really solid Tennessee excursion. Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Yes, yes, track 29. Boy, you can give me a shine. Can you afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo? I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer
than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling.
Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are. There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace,
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga, Chattanooga, get a boat, Chattanooga, Chattanooga, all aboard. Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga choo-choo.
Item 8 on the regulations for the new performance and progress assessment program.
Afternoon. Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, members of the board, I'm Diane Hernandez, Director of the Assessment Development and Administration Division. Item 8 is an action item regarding the proposed regulations for the California Alternate Performance and Progress, or CAS program. This is an action item that the department recommends that the board approve the final statement of reasons, adopt the proposed regulations, direct the CD to submit the rulemaking file to the Office of Administrative Law, and authorize the CDE to take any necessary action in response to questions or concerns that the OAL may have. As you will recall, on May 7, 2014, the board approved proposed changes to the proposed regulations and directed that the proposed changes be circulated for a 15-day comment period. If relevant comments to the proposed changes were received during that 15-day comment period, the department was directed to place the proposed regulations on the July board agenda. Comments were indeed received from 6 individuals during that 15-day comment period, and a summary and responses were added to the final statement of reasons, which can be found in Attachment 1, beginning on page 15. As a result, 2 non-substantive changes were made to the regulations for Sections 850(1) and 2 and Section 855(b)(3), which were inadvertently modified when addressing not modified when addressing the CAPA and the reference or its successor alternate assessment. Other than that, there are no other proposed changes to the regulations, and we request that the board adopt them.
Okay. Board member comments on these regulations? Not. Public comment, please.
We have 5 speakers: Eric Premack, Doug McRae, Kimberly Rodriguez, Darlene Anderson, and Martha Diaz. Please line up. 2 minutes.
Hello, Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. I have what I think is a very narrow concern to a relatively modest number of charter schools. The proposed regulations deal with how do you deal with a charter school that is a locally funded school? If you look at the law is silent with respect to how locally funded charter schools are to be treated in the new testing program. CDE makes the leap that the absence of saying what to do with these schools means that those schools necessarily must test under the district and dependent to the district, whatever that means. This is a major change from prior law and practice under which charter schools, whether they were locally or direct funded, could opt to test independently or with the district. That prior methodology we think is very practical. It allows schools and districts that might have different schedules, different staffing arrangements, different technology infrastructure to make these decisions on the basis of practical things, as opposed to having the local versus direct funding distinction wag the testing dog. As such, we would ask that the regulations be modified to reflect the prior practice and allow locally funded schools to decide whether to test on their own or in conjunction with the local district, if that's okay with the district. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, a retired test publisher from Monterey. To use as much polite language as I can muster, this item reflects the final stage of a very forced rush job for CASP permanent regulations. All of the submitted suggestions for revisions were rejected by the CDE, except despite the open conversation at the State Board meeting 2 months ago that many of the suggestions from the initial public comment period, as well as suggestions provided verbally at the May meeting, were worthy of further discussion by the Board. To remind you, I had 3 very substantive suggestions that I submitted. First, one version of the Smarter Balanced interim tests, the version offering cloned or parallel form versions of the Smarter Balanced high-stakes summative tests. These current regulations will permit local districts to use for illegal, unethical teaching to the test programs otherwise banned by Education Code. Second, the excessively long 12-week test administration window for grades 3-8 will permit teachers to prep kids for memorable performance tasks, thus undermining the credibility of results from this expensive but very exciting part of the new tests. I might note that Park has a separate early testing window for performance tasks for exactly this reason, to avoid memorable transfer of information. And also California, the writing samples that we did under STAR were done on an early testing window to avoid compromise of the security of the tests. And finally, the CDE potentially changes with minimal oversight local district designated testing windows based upon the lack of state-supplied bandwidth, thus prioritizing test administration via computers over the mandate for valid, reliable, fair, comparable test results for all districts. I would ask the State Board take the time to vet these worthy educational measurement issues before acting on this item. Thank you.
Yeah, he's done. That's it.
Martha Zaragoza-Diaz with CABE and Californians Together. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate the changes that have been made to the regulations with regards to specifically outlining the designated supports for English learners. There's just one last request that we made that was not included in here, and I'd like for you to reconsider adding that, and that's to require that data be sent to the department with regards to the number of designated supports given to English learners and the types of designated supports that were asked for in order for us to determine whether parents understand that this is available for their children and that these indeed have been utilized by the pupils. Thank you.
Darlene Anderson once again. I didn't want to confuse anyone when I talked about Brown versus Board of Education, but I talked about it simply because before Brown versus the Board of Education, African American children were not in the public school system. And those safeguards that should have been implemented during these last 50 years or so have not obviously been implemented simply because African American students are on the bottom. When you look at students in the 3rd grade and the number of African Americans who are not reading, there's just nothing being done in 100% Title I environments. And by the time they reach 6th grade, I think that there is an awareness that we have a lot of African American kids not at grade level, not reading or writing at grade level for grade level instruction. But by the time they reach the 8th and 9th grade, they become behavioral problems. But I don't understand how that could not happen if they were engaged in public education. I just think that the state has a greater responsibility and a greater role to ensure that access to education actually happens. And I don't know how we do this because I don't believe that we've ever looked at it this way. It may be uncomfortable, but I think we're sending a number of children to prison directly from high school. And that's behavioral issues. I believe that students were engaged and have the opportunity to be engaged in their local schools and didn't have the entitlement factor where the oversight is mostly children, mostly people who are not of the same race, then we could probably change things. But I believe the conversation really needs to happen. I think the state needs to be responsible to ensure that all kids have a basic education. And I'm just really getting frustrated because I don't hear this conversation. Maybe I'm not hearing it through the LCAP process. Maybe I'm just not hearing it at all. But I do hear a great deal of violence in the local communities. And I think that we can change that by engaging the community. Thank you.
Okay, that's one more.
Kimberly Rodriguez with the Association of California School Administrators. We submitted formal comments during the comment period, but we still have concerns with the regulations as it regards to the state board or his or her designee having the ability to change the window. We're concerned about that and the criteria which that decision can be made, specifically because of our districts make and our members make these their master calendars sometimes years in advance, and they're sometimes negotiated, oftentimes negotiated at the table. And so any changes to that without a more specific criteria can really wreak havoc at the local level. The second issue is the ability of the board or the department to suspend the use of the interim reformative assessments due to the K-12 high-speed network. Those assessments this year, it's our understanding, won't be available until January, and the window begins in the spring for a long period of time. So for this first year, if that ability is implemented to suspend those, they're not going to have a lot of access to them. So we're concerned about the criteria again for the ability to suspend the formative and interim assessments. Many of our members are looking forward to that much more than the new Smarter Balanced test as really driving instruction and their access to that. So those are two concerns that access still has with the regulations. Thank you.
Okay, the department want to respond, and then our liaisons.
Well, couple of issues. So there was a question around testing dependent or non-dependent. Remember that
testing what? I'm sorry.
Okay. The first comment was about charter schools and whether they would test dependent or non-dependent. And AB 44 provides that CAS testing be administered by LEAs. And it is in statute that requires that an LEA is a county office of education, a school district, a state special school, or direct funded charter school. That's described in section 47651. So the expectation is that direct funded charters are LEAs and that they would test independent. Second question about whether we would continue to test, whether we're providing assessment or assistance to schools in terms of testing. So previously in the STAR program, there was a piece of statute that limited an LEA's ability to prepare students for testing. That has been removed from statute, and there is a section in there comes in through AB 44 that would require that the state provide the interim assessments as an opportunity for students to work through the assessments and the formative tools before they participate in operational testing. So that's in statute. Testing window. There are 3 testing windows currently. We're proposing the Smarter Balance window, which was voted on by the consortium in 2010. that students in grades 3 through 8 would participate in testing at the point in which they receive 66% of their instruction. Grade 11 students would participate in testing at the point in which they receive 80% of their instruction. My understanding, the two reasons for that description was that there's a concern around capacity, that if we're going to be testing millions of students, we wouldn't want to be doing that all at the end of a testing window, so they separated those out. And the other thing that I had shared or had learned was that grade 11 students needed more opportunities because they were being held accountable for college and career readiness. So those were the two reasons that the consortium voted in the way that they did in 2010. We have the third window, which is kind of a carryover for the STAR program. Remember that we're going to continue to administer the science test, CMA, CST, and CAPA, STS, and whatever our alternate assessment is. And that's kind of a carryover, and that window is at the point in which students have received 85% of their instruction, and it's a 25-day window. On the front end, we had heard that LEAs wanted to keep that window in place, that it was less disruptive in terms of moving forward with the assessment of those programs, and that we would take on the consortium windows. So, moving on to English language learners and designated supports, we did make some concessions in terms of the supports that are provided. We worked through that with the advocates. The one request that was asked that if we could collect data on the designated supports the students actually use. We do collect data on students who are provided the supports, but we do not collect it on whether they actually use that or not. We don't do that for any of our assessments. One reason would be that would be a mandate, that we would have to have someone sitting there pretty much with that student to determine whether they've actually used those mandates or not. And I believe that's covered in statute as well. Okay, change in the window. There was a comment made that folks were concerned that the board has the ability to not provide the interim assessments during a test window. There were some concerns, particularly, last year when we went through our field test, we factored in, or we calculated that we would be roughly 500,000 concurrent users. That's what we factored in. We ended up having roughly 184,000 concurrent users in April, so we didn't hit anywhere near our target. Moving forward with the operational test, there are a lot of variables to consider. We will have grade 11s, grade 3rd through 8th students testing earlier on. At the same time, those grade 11 students will want to be using the interim assessments. We don't know what the capacity will be for that use for the summative assessments and the interim assessments, plus the other activities that are going on in LEA in terms of their own internet use, ADA, and all of that. So this was a caution so that if there were a rare instance where we needed to stop the interim assessments in order to be able to provide the capacity to do summative testing, that we would be able to do that at your direction. And I think I touched on all of them.
Mm-hmm. I think you did. So board member, our liaisons are board member Strauss or Burr?
Well, we've had these before us now for several months, and we've gone back and forth through the comment period, so I think we're close, and certainly the department's recommendation is that we adopt the regulations. I guess the only one that I'm a little bit confused by is the issue about the charter schools. And I went back and I tried to read the response, and I'll just say for me, so I'm going to use the non-legal language, that we used to talk about direct funded or independent and dependent charters. And I think the issue, and Eric can correct me if I'm wrong, is that for dependent charters, meaning charters that are operating through a school district and very closely aligned, there would be no problem with them working directly with their districts. For independent charters that are direct funded, they need to have, sorry? Well, they interchange these terms in here, which is, I think, is causing the confusion. So independent charters, locally funded, but even dependent charters are also locally funded. So anyway, but for independent charters who are on their own and are setting their own calendar and doing all of that, to require them to work through an LEA could be potentially difficult for some charters that don't have a good relationship with their district or just have differing needs.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite understanding the rationale for changing that. And as I heard Mr. Premack, the request is just to operate the way we do now with tests. They still have to test. They have every requirement to test and be part of the accountability system. I'm just not quite sure why we're trying to, it seems like we're trying to pull them back into a structure where they'd have to operate through their LEAs. And so maybe I'm misunderstanding that, but if you could help clarify, I'd appreciate it.
I'm going to ask Deb to help me with that. I don't have the history on that piece of it.
So that's not what we're trying to do, and we did define LEA in the law, and so the way it worked is that every year a charter would elect whether or not they wanted to test with their authorizer for each separate program. So, for example, we had districts wanting to test with their district with a district for CELT, but maybe not for Casey, and so it was there were no kinds of and it could change every year, and it could change within the middle of the year. So there were some security issues around that as well that we ran into, particularly with charters in terms of not testing with the district. But so what we did, and this is simply, it's to follow the accountability rules. So right now, our direct funded charters do not show up in their authorizer's accountability. They're dependent, so that it follows that mantra as well. So anybody that is direct funded would test as an LEA. We actually viewed it as moving away from a district, not forcing them to be with a district.
And so direct funded, again, in the vernacular, are independent charters, not dependent charters?
Not necessarily. That's the point. So for testing purposes, you could have a direct charter that chose to be dependent on, or a direct funded charter that chose to be dependent on their district or on their authorizer for testing. So, but it's just about the funding now. I don't think we talk about independent, dependent in terms of
No,
funding.
you don't use that term, but that's, again, I think, at least for me, that's what's confusing about locally funded versus direct funded, and we're sort of, it seems like mixing terms here that makes it very difficult, and to say someone's dependent for purposes of charter, of testing, is different than a dependent charter school that's,
Yes.
integrated with their district.
That is absolutely true, which is what the problem was. Folks would be dependent on an authorizer for cow pads, and then they would test independently. And so this was meant to be a way to clarify things. And so for us, direct funded means that money goes directly to that charter. It doesn't go to the district, right? So we have some, I can't even think of a name, but there are some in Sac City that are not direct funded. That money that their authorizer, that district, funds them through the district. So that's the separation we were trying to make.
So then let me just ask the question, is this a deviation from what we do now? The changes that we're making in the regs? And
deviations in AB 484.
Yeah, the deviations in 484. So the regs are responsive to 484.
Okay, so there seems to be a disagreement. Eric's shaking his head. So Eric, can I just ask Eric to clarify what his issue is?
Please.
I guess there are kind of three parts to the issue here. It does use the term dependent, and it confuses it with, and it doesn't define it. And then it confuses it with the defined terms of locally versus direct funded. So that's a problem. Second problem is 484 does say, and I will agree with the department, that it does say that a direct funded charter school will be deemed an LEA. What it doesn't say is what do you do with a locally funded charter school? They're making a leap to say that a locally funded must test under a school district. And I don't buy that, particularly given that we have a long track record of having some flexibility here, and trying to force kind of a shotgun wedding on something as complex as testing, particularly as we go into high-tech testing, makes us very nervous. especially so because for charter schools, testing is a condition of apportionment, and the penalty for screwing it up is a fiscal death penalty.
So can I ask a clarification? So are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So your locally funded would be authorized by a district?
Yes,
And
both locally and direct funded can be authorized by local
and
districts.
you're saying you don't think that charter should have to follow the schedule of the LEA?
Correct.
Because
and
they
many
haven't
don't.
had to. And did you have a proposal that would have modified did you propose some language?
Well, I haven't proposed specific language, but in concept, I've suggested using what we had previously, or at least giving that flexibility to locally funded schools.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so here's my question for you, Eric. So we currently have charters that are locally funded charters. For those current districts, and let's just take AB 484 off the table for right now. For those charters that are currently locally funded charters, how are they setting their test window? Is it dependent on a district, or do they set their test window independent of a district?
My understanding is they have been allowed to decide whether to test on their own.
What
or
are you
with the
basing that understanding on? Because I want to know specifically.
Through my read of the guidance and through my discussion with a good number of schools.
Okay, I think that's where the confusion is then. All right, so Deb, let me ask you a question. Okay, well, wait, let me ask my question first. All right, so this is around the issue of the locally funded charters. So right now, and again, let's take 484 off the table. Before 484 came, how was the decision about the test window for locally funded charters set or determined?
So with regard to however you were funded, didn't matter. A charter could make a determination about how they wanted to test. And when I say how they wanted to test, I mean they could, if they were authorized by the local district, they would participate in their training activities, that kind of thing. The district would order their materials, that kind of thing. And if they chose to test independently from that, they would be responsible for ordering their materials. The window's not really a question, because remember, the window prior to 484 was in statute, was in regs. There was no, you based a window. It didn't matter if, let's say, a charter had a different window, a different calendar than the district. That charter would still have to test within the regulations, which was 85% of the instructional days plus or minus.
Okay, so so now we have AB 484, and you're saying the changes in these regulations link directly back to a change that was made in AB 484. Can you explain what that change or the intent or the legislative intent of that change was? And the reason I'm asking that, because I remember when the bill was being developed, there was a moment in time where it stalled, and there was some conversation to craft some language concerning charter schools. So I want to make sure I'm understanding what actually changed in 484.
Yeah. So this piece of the language was in the original bill. It never changed. I think what you might be referring to is the issue around API.
Yeah.
If I remember, Karen is shaking her head. So this was original language, and what we were trying to do.
Okay, can you tell me what the original language was, or can you summarize? You don't have to be exact, but in layman's terms, so that even I can understand how the statute worked. So
I'm going to call up our attorney because she can cite very accurately the statute.
I appreciate that.
So this is Liz Stein.
Hi. Elizabeth Stein, President Kirsten, board members, Member Rucker. Before 484, we used school districts in the legislation to implement this STAR testing. The legislation or the statutes did not define what a school district was. It was left to regulations. In our regulations, previously, we defined school districts in such a manner, and we specifically put in flexibility for charter schools as to how they were going to test. AB 484 was passed, and it actually gave a definition, changed schools districts to LEAs, and provided that LEAs shall administer testing throughout the code, and defined it to include only the direct funded charters, and then, went to the education code to define that. So is the staff's position that we felt very limited if the legislation says LEAs are the ones to administer testing, and LEAs are the ones to score, and LEAs are the ones to do all this. And they made a specific decision to only include certain types of charter schools. We felt that going back to the previous way we did it, which was to allow flexibility, was to go beyond the intent of the legislation in AB 484.
Okay,
so that was the change.
What I heard you say was because AB 484 specifically defined what an LEA is and used as a term of art direct funded charter in the plain language of the statute, but it did not include locally funded charters in the plain language of the statute. That is the reason why you wrote this language in the regulations?
Yes, because I think it was the feeling of the staff that to say the non-direct funded charters could administer testing and could be, do their own thing, would be to expand what an LEA was beyond what 484 provided.
Okay, so I understand your rationale for what was written in the regulations. So now what I'd like to ask you to do for me is to reconcile the concern that was raised that this is a change from how locally funded charters have previously been allowed to do this work. Is this now a change? It could be, okay. So it's not a blanket statement that it changes for all locally funded
Correct.
charters.
It depends.
It's a change for a subset of locally funded charters.
Right. So, and keep in mind that each and every year, a charter can make the choice about whether or not they want to be direct funded or indirect funded. So, right? Yes. So that happens in May. I'm sorry. Locally funded. That's part of the issues. And that happens in May with the survey that we send out. So they still have the authority to determine that. So based on whatever they say, whatever they choose, if they're direct funded, we're just going to treat them as an LEA for assessment purposes.
Okay, but this is about funded.
Yes. So they would have to test according to the regs.
Mm-hmm.
Their district, they would go under the district training. They'd still be under.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Yeah.
Could I ask Eric Premack a question? Real
Yes,
quick?
you may, yeah.
Okay.
Any board member can ask a question of somebody.
Okay, so Eric, here's my question to you. And I think I understand where you're trying to go. I believe your answer to this question is going to be no, if I understand your concern. Are you saying that this change in the regulation applies to all locally funded charters?
No.
Okay.
Well, it applies to all of them.
Wait.
The practical impact.
You're saying the
will be
practical
for a
impact is
subset.
that it applies to all locally funded charters?
Yes.
Okay.
It will govern all locally funded charters, and it will tell them, thou shalt, from here on in the future, test under independent, it uses these terms, the district that granted your charter.
Okay, so I think, all right, so I'm not sure I agree with that interpretation. Based on the questions I asked Deb and her responses, I think that there is miscommunication here because of the mixing up of a lot of the terms of art, but I think that what I heard from the department is locally funded charters still have some discretion to make some decisions for each of the assessment systems. Well, let me finish my sentence.
They can opt in the following year to become direct funded.
Let me finish my sentence.
They have no option, if they are locally funded, but to test under independent are the terms.
Let me finish my statement. So according to the department staff, they do not believe the changes in the language applies as a blanket to all locally funded charters. So I need to understand why you are saying it does. That's the part I'm not understanding.
The language strikes me as exceedingly clear on this point, unfortunately. If they think that this does not apply to all locally funded charters, I'm all ears. But that's not, I think, the clear reading of this here, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I read it pretty carefully.
Well, I'm asking you to tell me how you read it that way. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I think we're
Yeah. I would just say that if we do have there in our attachment 1, page 7, there was a comment raised by Bill Lucia of EdVoice. Now, Bill's not here, but it seems very similar to what Eric is raising. And the argument that the department is making talks about the reason why they're making these changes. And in the middle of that paragraph, they talk about the distinction between direct funded charter school and a locally funded charter school. And there isn't, as I understand it, a definition in statute of locally funded.
Right.
So by extension, they're saying if there's no definition, you're not an LEA, therefore you're part of the school district. That's their rationale, if I'm understanding this correctly. So I guess my question is, and I think you were addressing this, Eric, is that charters do have a resolution, if you will, going forward, meaning in May, you say, I'm direct funded, and I'm going to do what I want to do on testing within the parameters of the law. So it's only really in the short term, right now, if we adopt these regulations, that some charters, and I'd like to know how many we're talking about here, would be caught in a little bit of a pickle because they don't want to operate through their LEA.
Yeah, I don't have numbers on how many.
Okay.
But you're saying it's not all now?
No, I think as Sue said early on, there are some locally funded charters that we would call dependent charters. So they are part of the district. So those charters don't have a problem. So we are talking about the locally funded charters that are not dependent. And I think that is a smaller subset. And I remember, and I think Department 17 charters.
Board Member Holliday.
Just because we dress alike doesn't mean I always agree with you, but at the same time, I do agree with you on this.
I didn't get the memo on the purple shirt, though.
I do agree with you on this point, Mr. Primack. The fact that that AB 484 does not define a locally funded charter school as an LEA, I think presents issues and concerns and problems that could expand beyond what we're currently talking about today. And that's something that I think we should be thinking about as we move forward. I don't think that the regulations that the CD are presenting today are in any way not in keeping with statute. I think we should probably go ahead and vote approval of them. At the same time, I do think that we need to have this conversation moving forward about locally funded charter schools and their rights to be, for lack of a better word, truly independent in their choices, separate from the district. It is the case that some of the locally funded charter schools choose to have the district administer the test. We'll use the word administer, order it, get it, box it in the old days and that sort of thing. I think that's why Deb indicated that this change in regulations will not affect all locally funded charter schools. However, Eric is exactly right. It does affect all charter schools because it applies to all charter schools. So it's just a little bit of semantic difference there. The fact is that when you take the dependent charter schools that are closely linked to the district out of the picture, then you get the subset of locally funded charter schools, and you take out those that want to have the tests administered by the district, you come down to a very small group, However, in principle, they need to have the right to choose. And the only way they can choose to do that now, to have the right to choose to administer their own test, is to become direct funded. That can create other issues for the charter school. That can be a problem for the charter school. And once again, the bigger picture of not having a clear definition of a locally funded charter school as an LEA, I think that's going to present problems down the road as well. So I'm not opposed to voting yes on this, on the regs at this point, but I do think this conversation has to continue, and I thank Mr. Primack for bringing it to our attention.
All right. Do we have a motion then? Is that the motion?
I move the department's recommendation that we adopt the regulations and the whole recommendation as printed in the agenda.
I'll second.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion? There is.
Hi, I'm Doug McRae, the test publisher from Monterey. On the discussion from the department on the issue of teaching to the test and interim test teaching to the test, they said that that section of Ed Code was removed. It was not removed by 484. It is Education Code 60611.
This is not an opportunity to restate your argument. Do you have a comment on the motion itself?
I have my 2 minutes for public comment here.
The legal counsel is ruling on.
You asked for public comment. You didn't.
I asked for public comment on the motion.
On the
That's
motion.
what I asked
You did that. Well, the comment is on the motion. It was on discussion that took place after the initial public comment section, and I am correcting incorrect information given by the department. Education Code does exist on this issue of teaching to the test, and incorrect information was given to you on that. The reason given in the final statements of reason for this particular suggestion was that it was part of agreement language with smarter balanced, and that is not statutory. I'd also say that the testing window concern, the 12-week testing window for 3 through 8, the reason given was excess capacity. That was not the reason given in the final statements of reason. The final statements of reason were that it dealt with smarter balanced agreement language. The smarter balance was not authorized by statute. Smarter balance is a voluntary agreement by the superintendent and president of the state board. This is part of the rush without any vetting of these regulations. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, by approving that vote, you get out of item 9, which was to have an extension of the emergency regulations.
So
You don't?
what I'm told is you don't get out of item 10.
You don't get out of item 9. I was told that we don't need emergency regulations.
Well, the reason, Elizabeth Stein again, CDE Legal, it can take up to 30 working days for OEL to go through the regulations to approve them. That's about 6 weeks, and, the current emergency regulations expire August 5th. We'd really hate to have a few-week gap when there's activities going on and having no regulations, so we'd like you to move forward with item 9, please. The permanent regulations would supersede the emergency regulations.
All right, so I don't think we need any more justification for
I move
why
the
item
recommendation.
9. No. Okay, is there any public comment on the motion to extend the emergency regulations? There is.
In the interest of brevity, we have the same concern on these as on the prior set. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is we think if you're going to mandate that the districts do the testing for charter schools, you need to adjust the mandated cost estimate statement that accompanies. I don't know if your motion previously included the statement on the mandated cost estimate or not, but if the number 8.1 didn't, I think you need to move that or not. If it did include it, I think it needs to be amended for both this number 9 and number 8 to reflect the costs that the school districts will incur to handle the testing for the locally funded charters.
Okay.
Darlene Anderson, I just really had a concern that because Sacramento City Unified School District took the Common Core waiver and then they weaseled out of the Common Core waiver, but I don't believe they're doing any evaluations for the next 2 years. So I would like to know just how the state board is following up on their removal from being included in the Common Core waiver and how they're not doing any assessments for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comment. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now we're on to item 10. This is item 10, and this is a public hearing item. So,
Good afternoon, Board President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division at the California Department of Education. Item 10 is an action item. This is an appeal by the Thrive Public School to establish a new charter school, which was denied by San Diego Unified School District January 7, 2014, and San Diego County Office of Education on March 27, 2014. Pursuant to California Education Code, petitioners for a charter school that have been denied by a local level may petition the state board for approval. The Thrive petitioners submitted an appeal to the state board on April 2nd, 2014. CDE staff have reviewed this petition, and CDE recommends that the state board approve with technical amendments the petition to establish Thrive Charter School under the oversight of the State Board for a term of 5 years, July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2019. The technical amendments are provided in attachment 1 of your item. The Advisory Commission on Charter School, ACCS, considered the item at the June 11, 2014 meeting. The ACCS voted to recommend approval of the Thrive petition with conditions. Those conditions are provided in page 1 and 2 of your item. Thrive Public School is proposing to serve 168 students in kindergarten through grade 6 in the first year of operation, and plans to expand to 672 students throughout the 5-year period, and to increase to grade 8. Thrive will be located in the southwest area of San Diego Unified Subdistrict B. CDE staff reviewed the appeal documents that were submitted, which include the petition, attachments, appendices, budget information, educational and demographic data of the surrounding schools, board agendas, minutes, and the findings from both San Diego Unified and San Diego County, along with the petitioner's responses to those findings for denial. A summary of CDE staff analysis is provided in your item on page 3, and the CDE review report is provided as attachment 1, which gives the full analysis submitted by CDE staff. A summary of the district and county findings are on pages 30 through 34 of attachment 1 of the item. CDE finds that the petition provides a reasonable description of the proposed educational program and meets requirements for the charter petition under Ed Code 47605. The charter petition includes a description of the school's annual goals and school-wide for each subgroup of pupils as required in Ed Code beginning July 1st, 2013. Additionally, the financial plan is fiscally sustainable with multi-year plan that provides for projected operating surpluses, increasing positive fund balance, and adequate reserves. Based on the staff review, we feel the petitioners are demonstrably likely to implement the programs set forth in the petition and therefore recommend approval. Staff are available to answer any questions. The Thrive petitioners are here also to address your questions, and I believe San Diego Unified has sent a representative as well.
Okay, are there questions or at this point, or I can, we do have a public hearing here for both sides. We can wait for questions after that. All right. So I proclaim the public hearing open. Those that want to speak in favor of the CDE recommendation, you have 10 minutes. Pardon? Yes, you know, they're in favor, so let them come, yeah.
Very much in favor. I was a little nervous heading up here, so the kids made some posters so that you could see their faces because they're not here, and so that I could see their faces, so I wouldn't get nervous. So I'll put those in the middle before I start. And then if we could get my presentation on here, because I'm thinking San Diego might want to do their own presentation rather than me do
Yeah,
it.
they get on the, they're on the other side. They get 10 minutes, you get 10 minutes.
That's okay. I know you have the presentation, so maybe I'll just share a little bit, and if the president... Okay. I'm a teacher. I'm used to sort of just going with things and making things happen. You know, standing up here just waiting is even worse. Thank you. Wrong magic.
That's not yours.
No.
Is this it? No. Okay, that's the only two I have.
That's okay.
Give me a second here. How about
That I would prefer. So, thank you, Superintendent Torlakson, Board President, board members. It is a pleasure to be here and speak on behalf of the families and kids that are hoping to thrive in the fall of this year. I want to start a little bit by telling you about myself and why this school is so near and dear to my heart, and why advocating for the families is so important to me. I immigrated to the United States when I was just 11 years old and had a variety of experience in ELD programs, in AP programs, and at the end of it all realized that students from all walks of life, independent whether they were new arrivals to the country like myself or whether they'd been here for a long time, should have the same great educational program. Because of that, I went into education, and now that I have a son who's actually being raised in a home where English is not spoken, it's becoming even more important because he is on the same path that I was on. So I worked in education. I was a teacher in San Diego Unified before then working at High Tech High, Da Vinci, Camino Nuevo, where I had the chance to open 4 charter schools, the Da Vinci schools, which are located in Los Angeles. They're all still open, doing really great work, and I know that some of you have had the chance to visit there and seen the program that we've built. That being said, Thrive is inspired by some of the work that happened there, and I'm sorry if part of the slide is cut off for you too. I know it is on my end. But we want to build on the great things that are already happening in schools. As you heard from staff, we're financially sustainable, providing choice for families, and really want to create a great instructional program. Now, the instructional program that we have designed actually has received accolades now twice from a national forum, the Next Generation Learning Challenge, which looks at new promising practices for students at risk. Has recognized us twice, once for a planning grant, once for a launch grant as an innovative new program that can help to close the achievement gap and help get more students into college. And that's really at the core of who we are. At Thrive, we believe that the most important thing for students is to personalize their learning and to engage learners. So we believe that's critical because we want students to be community-minded, college-prepared, and career-inspired. We not only feel really that those items are really important and really critical for student success, but are also cognizant of the fact that those items meet the state priorities of having a really sound instructional program and supporting students and, pun intended, helping students thrive. This is a little bit about what our instructional program looks like, and I want to just spend a couple minutes on this so that you understand a student's experience. At the beginning of the day, students start with a community meeting and then go into what we call a rotational blended program. So students are working at different stations. One station is small group instruction with a teacher. Another station is guided practice, where we might have an additional aid or students collaborating with each other. And then the last is what we call technology-enhanced experience. So we really utilize technology to personalize students' experiences, to have data continuously coming in for students so that teachers can adapt and personalize students' learning, creating a personalized learning plan. And last but not least is to utilize project-based learning and have engaging electives for all of our students so that they have a full-rounded experience. I mentioned to you that my son is going to go to school not knowing any English or really growing up in a household where English isn't spoken. At home we speak Portuguese, and his grandparents speak German to him. And so language growth and how a student learns English is really important and at the core of something that we do. The community development time, that morning time that I spoke to you about, is a great setting for students to learn their what's called BICS. It's their basic English, their conversational English, to talk, to set goals, and to really be supportive in helping students have that emotional security in the setting. It also is a great way to address some of the EL speaking and listening standards. The next part, which is our blended model, using adaptive technology so that students have multiple modes of learning, using hands-on realia, and again, continuously collecting data for students. And through that, we're also able to offer one modality that is a non-language-based program so that for students who are really struggling so much, English language isn't an impediment to students learning math, because they continue to learn math as they build that academic language. And then last, project-based learning is with an authentic real-world audience where students present to a real-world audience, is great for students to learn their CALPS or their academic language. So those are some of the pieces that have come together to build our program. Throughout this process, we have had a collaborative relationship and have worked with the district. And I know that Shelley has a letter that was in the petition, attached in the petition, but just for your reference, that sort of explains the process of us revising our petition and working through that. Beyond even just this experience, I know that a letter of support was sent to you from the former authorizer for Da Vinci, where I work, just explaining the collaborative relationship we've had there with folks and supporting them. So I want to keep this brief because I know you've been sitting here for a while. But we've had 3 full-time people working over a year to help launch this school. And when I put this slide together, we had 120 teachers apply for jobs. Since then, it's been 150. We've actually narrowed those teachers down to 9 amazing teachers that went through a whole interview day with us yesterday. So they met with families, they met with students, they taught a sample lesson, they did a group activity, they took an assessment. And so we've got 9 really phenomenal teachers that we actually vetted just yesterday. And those 9 folks at Thrive will go through 26 days of professional development, where we will support them with project-based learning, with the technology they'll use, looking at data, and all those pieces to make sure they're continuously supported in our program. We're also working with some project managers to help us with our work plan. We know that we've got a tight but really manageable timeline that will help us get started, and we're already been accepted to the El Dorado SELPA for special education and already collaborating with them. It's exciting because we have a facility already identified and that we would be able to sign a lease on tomorrow. That facility actually already has been vetted by San Diego Unified School District. It previously held a charter school. It meets e-occupancy and would be a perfect place for our families within our target location. Furniture was donated to us by a nonprofit that was closing. Materials were also donated. Online curriculum is in the cloud, ready to come down towards us. That, along with, originally we had 150 parents supporting our petition. It's now over 400. So with those, we've already pre-enrolled 300 students. There's another 1,000 on wait lists. And just last month, we had over 1,000 new visitors to our website. An information meeting with standing room only. It's really exciting. There's a lot of great momentum, and we're just excited to get the school going. And these 2 graphs just show you a little bit about the neighborhood demographics and the demographics of schools that are directly near us and the demographics that we hope to be serving, just to give you a better idea. We've also built a partnership with a local clinic that will be co-located with us to provide health services to our students at no charge or at a sliding scale, which is really, really exciting. So in addition to physical health, they'll do mental health, visual, eye care, and dentistry. And we're partnering with the YMCA and After School All-Stars to do our after school and before school program. There's a lot of great people that are really counting on this program. A lot of funders that have supported us and stepped up, the Broad Foundation, the Gates Foundation, just a lot of good people and a lot of great educators who we've worked with. And we're here not because folks thought that we had a bad program, but because things sort of went awry. We have staff recommendation from the folks here that have been amazing to collaborate. I should have led with that. They've been so wonderful. I've worked with Alyssa and Sarah most closely, and they've been phenomenal. So we appreciate how hardworking your staff is, how much they've collaborated with us, and really excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one question on one of the technical amendments, or you want to finish the hearing
Yeah, I want to
first?
finish the public hearing, okay. And then we'll have questions. So now we have 10 minutes for the opponents to the CDE recommendation.
Just getting my water.
Yeah.
Afternoon. I see something happening on the computer. Okay. Okay. I think it's this one. Oh. I believe it's this first one there. That's my guess. Yes. And do I click it or? Okay. Just your arrow keys will take you through. Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Susan Park. I am here from San Diego Unified School District, the Office of Charter Schools. Thank you so much for having us to speak to you today. I do have just a short PowerPoint, and of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the district level review process. This is a list of our 49 charter schools. As I understand, the past 7 years, that is a list that has grown by about 2 schools a year, so about 15 schools in the past 7 years. It's a list we're very proud of, and I would imagine that some of those charter schools are recognizable to you. I'd want to just highlight one. I know the list is long with 49. Health Science is high. I want to almost point to it, but it's the first school in the second column. It was approved for a dissemination grant from CDE, and the dissemination is actually for health sciences to do professional development and share its innovative practices and best practices with district staff. We think this is a really unique partnership. We don't think the dissemination grant is used we think this is maybe one of the first times it's been used from a charter to district collaboration. And it's just one example of the kind of partnership that we have with our 49 charter schools. So we're very proud of this list. Okay. San Diego Unified has been named Authorizer of the Year by the California Charter Schools Association in 2 out of the past 5 years. We think that is noteworthy, particularly the double recognition. Similarly, our voters in San Diego have passed what we refer to as Prop Z. It's an allocation of $350 million to the improvement of charter facilities used by charter schools authorized by the district. I want to highlight that we have an advisory board about how those funds are allocated, and it is seated by 5 charter school leaders of our charter schools. So from those 49, 5 of the individuals who advise our board are charter school leaders. The other 2 are regional members of the California Charter Schools Association, Miles Durfee, as well as Eric Premack from the CSDC Charter Schools Development Center. So we feel we have a lot of local as well as regional advisory input from our charter schools, and a real dedication in dollars to making sure they have facilities when they are approved by the district. Unfortunately, sometimes authorizing comes with oversight responsibilities that also result in closure. This is just a list of some of our recent closures. It should not be viewed comprehensively. I point them out because these are charters that have taught our board and our leadership really valuable lessons about approving and, in some cases, denying or closing charter schools. The first one listed here was recently non-renewed for academic reasons, since academics is the most important criteria. The second charter school, Ifton, had a very unfortunate mid-year closure. We had 11th graders who had taken courses in a non-WASC accredited institution, and the school closed in December. So you can imagine the hardship and the lessons learned all around to avoiding that type of scenario. The other schools, one was a self-closure, and the fourth one was a revocation. Moving on to the Thrive petition specifically. This is, of course, a very brief chronology about a series of events that started over a year ago, last June. So there is a series of petitions, and I'm happy to answer specific questions as a district representative and as the staff involved in interviewing the petitioner, as well as reviewing every single version that is identified in this chronology. As you'll see, we did receive multiple versions of the petition, and I believe as referenced, there was conversation and dialogue with the petitioners. I think that's part of the most troubling component of this particular petition process. We do what is called a capacity interview at the district, and we have some standard questions as well as some petition-specific questions. One of the foundational questions we ask every petitioner is, has this petition been submitted anywhere else? And how many charter schools will the petitioner open? We believe these are foundational, factual, simple questions. And unfortunately, this was an area that developed a lot of concern for the district because the answers received were not necessarily reflective of documents as well as actions taken. So just a slight elaboration, when we did look at the proposed budget, we do acknowledge the feasibility. We also saw a projected CMO fee of over $250,000, and so we did question the necessity of a CMO fee of that amount when only one charter school was being proposed. We did learn in the course of petition 2 and 3 that another petition, I'm going to refer to it as Thrive number 2, was submitted to the La Mesa Spring Valley, which is a neighboring district in our county. Of course, we approached the petitioners and we referred to our interview and questioned. We understand from our interview that we're talking about one school, one petitioner. So this did initiate what eventually was a difficult discussion. I think it's important. Can I speak into either one? Oh, okay. Thank you. CDE, San Diego County Office of Education, as well as the district, have a consensus on certain areas of this particular petition. I'm not going to read to you the letters, but we did send letters from our superintendent as well as our executive director regarding some concerns identified by CDE staff. I know you have those in the attachments. I also know the attachments are very long, so I do want to highlight in multiple places it is pointed out by CDE staff that how the needs of English learners will be met. Specifically on page 10, it does say the TPS petition does not indicate how the school will meet the needs of English learner students. Page 11 goes on to say the petition lacks a clear description of an ELD program. That's an area that was also highlighted by the County Office of Education in its denial, as well as the second finding in the slide before you. In conclusion, I want to just express the gratitude to San Diego Unified to be able to send a representative and speak to you and answer questions, and respectfully request that the Thrive petition be denied by the state. It was a petition that was denied by local governing boards who looked carefully at it, who are authorizers of local charter schools that are successful. My office handles petition review, and it also handles parent concerns. I regularly receive phone calls about charter schools that are not locally authorized. They operate within the geographic boundaries of San Diego Unified, but they're not locally connected. I can think of several examples, but I will highlight specifically Alpine Union as well has authorized a charter school, as well as Mountain Empire. And these are charter schools from which I receive contact from parents who are wondering, they're located in your boundaries. They're next to one of your schools. And so I just want to emphasize the importance of having a local authorizer whenever possible and the local process involved in reviewing this particular petition. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, there are no more speakers for San Diego, so I declare the public hearing closed. Thank you. And now we're ready for questions. The superintendent had an initial one.
Oh, thank you. And it was just addressed partially as a concern to Thrive. And I discussed this with our charter school staff. There was a technical amendment related to the English Learners Challenge and needs. Could you address how you see implementing that? There was concerns just expressed, but there is a technical amendment that I think gives further direction to Thrive to address the needs of English learners.
Yes, so I'd like to ask a clarifying question first, because we do have on the public speaker list an expert who's supporting us with English language learners, and I don't know if she'll speak or if I should invite her up right now.
No,
could you
we'll hear from her then if you want. This seems relevant to the question. Ask the speaker to come up.
Okay, absolutely. Rebecca, please. Perfect.
Great. Hi there. My name is Rebecca Tomasini. I'm the founder of the Alvo Institute. We're the first firm in the country to exclusively work with new schools launching blended learning programs. I am also a former classroom teacher, was recognized by the California Association of Bilingual Education for increasing student achievement among my English learners. I was a CABE Teacher of the Year. So I speak to you both as a blended learning expert, and our firm has specialized in working with schools that focus on using blended as a path to personalization with a focus on working with English learners. We have worked with schools like Rocket Ship Education, Summit Public Schools, Alpha Public Schools, all working with really high risk, high need English learners. What's amazing about the blended learning model is that we're leveraging technology and data to create a much more diverse range of learning paths for children. And by leveraging smart technology, we're able to use not just traditional benchmark and formative assessments, which are a deep part of the Thrive model. We're using real-time data. So, for example, the Thrive teachers are going to be monitoring student growth and achievement on a daily basis, even during class, being able to make adjustments to customize the path for each child. This is the ideal situation for English learners, and it's why our firm has focused on helping schools work towards that. So, as an expert in both fields and looking at other schools that have followed this model, several of whom, mind you, were denied by their district authorizers, but have gone on to show extraordinary gains with the most at-risk, marginalized, ignored children, this model is proving to be exceptionally effective for blended students. And I'm happy to go into more detail about and examples of why that's working. This is not theoretical. We have really strong data that this shows strong outcomes for English learners. And where we see strong outcomes for English learners, we see strong outcomes for just about every other learner. English learners are often the most complicated and the most marginalized, and when we really get it right with them, what that opens up for the possibility for success for other students is nothing to be ignored.
It was mentioned that you train the teachers. You have a big
Yes.
pre-classroom debut.
26 days.
26 hours. How do you train the teachers in relation to reaching English learners and using this technology, the blended learning diagnostic information?
So just for clarification, it's 26 days. And
26 days.
So it's quite a lot, and during those 26 days, 2 of those are actually overnight, so it's 48 hours straight. I'll let them sleep a little bit. But it's an opportunity for them to learn how to use data more effectively. We'll also be looking at one of the strategies that we're using is Readers Writers Workshop. So the idea of conferencing with students, working closely with students in those models. Also supporting teachers to utilize technology such as Achieve 3000, Accelerated Reader, so coaching teachers on how to help students get set up with that. Also working with teachers. One of the assessment tools that we're using is the NWEA map testing. So we'll have a basic understanding from the first day of school when kids walk in where students are, so that we can better utilize kind of push in, pull out strategies. We have a full-time literacy coach or literacy expert that we're bringing in that will, much like a resource teacher would work with students with special needs, this person is specifically focused on English language learner and English language arts, so they would be pushing into the classroom supporting teachers. And I'm glad people are talking about this. I mean, like I said, I had mixed experiences as an English language learner myself, and I think there's a depth of things to talk about with English language learners. And so I'm going to pause there, but if you have a follow-up question, please ask me, because it's something I'm really passionate about.
Another thing that Thrive is doing, which in our assessment and our measures are nationally recognized. Foundations, boards, government agencies in this country now, in other countries, are calling on us to help us ask exactly these questions. How do we get in front of new innovations? So it's with great confidence that I say one of the smart things that Thrive is doing is also taking into account social emotional learning and the measures that Thrive is putting into place to look at how does social emotional learning, we know from folks like Stephen Krashen, we have to lower that affective filter, especially with English learners. So those are things we've known for years. Thrive is integrating ways to measure social emotional learning, and that will in turn also help train the teachers, not just in isolated group activities once or twice a year, but giving them data throughout the year to help them understand this less dealt with side of education. And we know that will accelerate the experience that English learners have in their success.
Okay, does CDE want to, before we hear from our liaisons, do they want to comment on the San Diego presentation? Since, Julie, maybe you should comment on that. And then we'll hear from Arlie.
So on a couple of their comments, San Diego Unified, the findings weren't on the EL program. It was San Diego County that actually had made a mention. And when we had a technical amendment, it meets the requirements of the law. They're going to, meet all the state and federal requirements. They are providing a full inclusion for EL students, and they did provide a number of strategies that they're going to be implementing. We asked for a technical amendment for more clarification on how they're going to monitor for the 2 years after they're reclassified. As far as the CMO comment, that's the first I've heard of that. We're not aware that there's a CMO involved with the school. This is a single school.
Okay, liaisons?
I have done quite a bit of homework on this school, and I'll start by describing a little bit of that. As you all know, we rely on the CDE to do the initial analysis of the petition. It's a de novo analysis. Our review is a de novo review. It's not an appellate review of what happened locally, although we read that information. It's taking a fresh look at the petition itself. The analysis is done by the CDE, and then there's a quasi-judicial hearing on all charter appeals by the ACCS. Member Holliday and I attend those. I will speak for myself, but this is probably mostly true for him as well. I read all of that information, and in addition, I have collected and read the minutes of the meeting at San Diego Unified and at the San Diego County Office of Ed. I've read how the process there worked, as well as the petitioner's responses to San Diego Unified, commenting point by point on each of the point by points that were raised by them. So I feel, although I haven't memorized every single detail, I feel like I have a pretty good, strong, and deep understanding of this particular school situation. So all of that said, one thing I want to clarify is that the comment made by San Diego Unified about the number of times they withdrew their petition, as I understand, and I may have a detail or so wrong, but as I understand it, they approached San Diego Unified in April and May of 2013 and asked them what they would need to have in their petition to be considered. What did San Diego Unified expect? They then used that information to submit a petition in, I think, either June or July. San Diego Unified asked them to make some changes in it. They took it back and made those changes. They brought it back in the fall. This happened at least 3 times. That was at the request of San Diego Unified, wanting more clarification or additional language or that kind of thing. So they were actually working very hard to collaborate with the district to get it right and to find win-wins on everything. But in November, with the full staff recommendation by San Diego Unified to approve it, and recommendation by the superintendent based upon the staff analysis to approve it, then evidently it was a surprise that there was a 3-2 split vote by the board to deny it. And my understanding from reading the board minutes is that it's difficult to tell. You know, there are only a certain number of reasons in the law for why a charter request can be denied, and none of those were given in the analysis by San Diego Unified. They had none of those reasons. They considered the charter petition good on all accounts in terms, including the 16 elements. So as I listened to the presentation of them at the ACCS meeting and looked over their material and then, did a little background research on various things, I feel really confident that this is, there may have been the need for a few technical amendments to go with the petition, but I think this is probably one of the strongest charter petitions that I've seen come before the State Board and the ACCS. Just coincidentally, this spring I did a little blended learning tour of schools for some work that President Kirst and I were doing on blended learning, and I toured 4 to 5 different kinds of models that were, I had done some look at the Clayton Christensen blended learning structure of schools and the different kinds of models. So I was looking at station rotation and lab rotation and technology enriched and all that kind of thing. So when this came before us, I knew exactly what they were doing in terms of the blended learning component. I was really impressed because most of the blended learning schools I toured did not have a project-based learning component. High Tech High has a very strong project-based learning component and a quasi kind of blended learning, but not exactly structured very formally. So this was a school that had very intentionally pulled the best of blended learning with the best of hands-on engagement, project-based learning, tinkering kinds of things with the social emotional learning component. It's probably one of the most thoughtfully, detailed, comprehensively designed models that I have seen. Now, that wouldn't quite be enough since I wouldn't know about the execution of this because they haven't built it yet, except that they did get a Next Generation Learning grant, and I don't think those are given out easily. I think they had to qualify for that, and those are selective and competitive, and they've also received funding from several other major funders that know their business in terms of charter schools. So I am prepared to make a motion about this charter school and its authorization after the board has asked whatever questions that it wants to ask of me or the petitioner or the district or the CDE or Member Holliday.
All right, board member questions? Board member Holliday.
Not a question, just a brief statement, and that is that I do feel sorry that this fell apart at the district level after the staff had made the recommendation for approval, because I do think that San Diego Unified would have another feather in its cap with this charter school. And I think from everything that I've read, everything that I've heard about the petitioners and the model, this is going to be a very interesting and successful school to follow. I think it is innovative and creative and exciting.
All right, other board member questions? Hearing none, we're ready for your motion.
I'll just make one more point about the comment some people have made about the need for a planning period. They've had the planning period. They started before they had the first conversation with San Diego Unified in April of 2013, pulling it together and have been able to pull together all of the information and set up all the arrangements since then. So it's been a year and a half, 2 years that they've been planning and they're ready to go. So that said, I would move the CDE's recommendation to approve with the technical amendments as specified in our attachment 1. The petition to establish Thrive for a 5-year term effective July 1st, 2014, under the oversight of the State Board of Education.
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Yeah, we sort of skipped that part. We have public comment. I'm not sure it's all on the motion, but we have people signed up to provide public comment beyond the 10-minute public hearing by the petitioners.
Okay.
Okay. Eric Premack, Miles Narfi, Michelle Lowe, Lisa Carr, Donna Elder, and Shelley Kurth. Please line up. You have 2 minutes.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. I would concur with Ms. Park that in general, San Diego Unified does an excellent job on charter matters. In this particular case, I think the board made an error, and we would urge you to support it. Thank you.
My name is Miles Durfee. I'm with the California Charter Schools Association. I'm the regional director in Southern California, and I work very closely with the 49 charter authorized schools by San Diego Unified, and with the district. And I think it's I can only imagine how hard it must be for staff after making a motion and a recommendation to approve to now be up in front of you and looking to find arguments that did not make after a long review of this process. So I urge you to support them, the motion today to approve the petition.
Michelle Lowe, on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. I won't repeat what Miles just said. I will ditto his comments. One thing I do want to say is that I do want to thank CDE for their hard work throughout this process. I've been working with Nicole since she brought this petition to the state. Miles got them at the local level, and everything she's told me about her work with CDE has been fantastic and how great and communicative they've been. So thank you to CDE, and we would urge you to support that motion today. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Corr, one of the attorneys at Young, Minnie & Corr. I want to thank you for your time today. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have. I agree that the charter school meets all legal requirements for approval, and I'm here to support the petitioners, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelley Kurth. I'm a teacher and a parent and a deep believer in Thrive, and I have to tell you that kids deserve great schools, as you know. They deserve great choices so that they can find schools that fit their learning, and kids in San Diego deserve Thrive. So thank you so much for listening to us today.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Elder. I am a former superintendent and also ran the lab school at UCLA and am currently Department Chair of Teacher Education at National University and President of the Thrive Board. And I speak with great excitement about the program that we have available to offer children in San Diego. I think it is a program that most parents would want for their children. It's innovative, and we're on the cutting edge. And thank you for listening to us today, and we really appreciate your time and all of the help that CDE has given us as we move through this process. Thank you.
Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to add, I have not been part of the charter school review, but I have visited on many occasions the Da Vinci charter schools that are just south of the LA airport. And I think there's a saying that is, what has been is the best predictor of what will be. I've seen the work in place. I've seen the collaboration and the engagement and the project-based learning and the professional work of the adults at the Da Vinci Charter School. So if that's the kind of school we're going to continue to perpetuate and support on state board authorized charters, I support that. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be informed on in the field. So I just wanted to comment on, I've seen the work that Nicole has done, and it's incredibly impressive and a place I'd send my grandkids. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. It's ready for a vote then. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, the board is adjourned for today. We'll see you tomorrow.